We'll go live a few seconds after that because there's a bit of a delay on starting the stream.
Just gotta wait for that blue button.
I'm going to say the N-word.
See, the best part about that is that's not going to be... People aren't going to hear that live, but they'll hear that in the re-upload. Just with no context.
Oh, that's great.
Now we're live. Hello there. Hope you're all doing well today. Setch will be here momentarily. He was ready for the call about 10 minutes ago, and about 10 minutes ago I ran down to the store. And when I got back, he was no longer ready.
Rip Bozo.
Rip. Why is Cree late? Did the lizard get him? Not this time. I managed to escape the lizards today. Oh, hey, Brother Near, did you know that snakes are a kind of lizard?
Oh my god.
And that there was also an original Game Boy that survived the bombing of Pearl Harbor.
Thank you for this information that I did not need but found myself learning.
Yeah! It's always good to learn new information.
Yeah, I love rewriting reality every day. We must be scientists!
Well, I guess on the topic of new information, did you know that rape in goblin culture is self-defense?
What? What? That's definitely a note to start the stream on. Holy shit.
Real?
Speed run anytime, no demonetized? Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you. See, I don't even know if you mean, like, just in general or particular to the Harry Potter game, because that's all everyone's been talking about in relation to goblins recently.
I don't like Harry Potter, so no.
Oh.
It's self-defense when they do it in Goblin Hunter.
Goblin Slayer.
Yeah.
Also, probably.
I don't spread misinformation, I just lie.
It's totally different, I swear.
Oh, I wish I still had the meme, but like, I love this meme where it's like me when I purposefully spread misinformation on the internet, and it's just this really buff guy sleeping.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
Nice.
Hello there, lizard man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Downsides of having Do Not Disturb on Discord. I didn't hear the call start.
Rip.
And that microphone quality already off to a good start.
Yee.
But yeah, I got a few
should
things to talk
probably-
about.
I should probably shill your stream to my server and my friend's server.
Yeah, you don't have to, but it is appreciated.
No, he does have to. That's literally part of the contract. I will fire him
Yeah,
if he
yeah.
doesn't.
You'll be fired as a guest from the stream if you don't chill it as hard as possible.
Yeah.
All of our guests are paid actors to say nice things about us, and they better follow the contract, God damn it.
Anyways, you had some stuff to talk about, Pagan?
Yes, I do. First thing is, did you guys hear about the Alec Baldwin update?
He beat the fucking enhancement. I don't know how.
Apparently, he got off on a technicality because apparently, like,
Because
the thing they were trying to charge him with wasn't on the books when it happened, so they can't charge him or the armorer with that.
Yeah, apparently it only went into effect like a couple months after the shooting.
Yeah, so apparently it's been downgraded to manslaughter charge.
Oh, son of a bitch, dude. That would have been great if he spent 15 years in prison.
Well, I mean, he
Yeah,
wasn't going
it's-
to anyways, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's pretty ridiculous. It's literally just like, oh, well, we know he's guilty, but fuck it, get him off on a technicality because fuck it.
Yeah, no, his ass should be in prison.
Yeah, that's shit.
Manslaughter, doctor? I did that shit on purpose. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
That sounds like a line from Team Fortress 2.
Oh no, yeah, I agree with Grandmaster Pie says retroactive laws are illegal in the U.S. for criminal code. Yeah, I agree. That should be a thing, but it just sucks that there's nowhere in their laws that had manslaughter with an enhancement charge before. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, that's ridiculous. How the fuck do you not have that yet?
Yeah, that's like something you would start with.
Yeah, that's insane.
Also, Dank Memer asked me, what did I do with Psyche on Valentine's Day? Did I do some overtime? That's the light way of putting it.
$10.
Yeah, let's get this
Yeah,
first.
$10 from just the guy from Alabama. Thank you. For Setch, you keep talking about a Witcher-like game, but you play as a witch hunter. But wouldn't that be a monster hunt? Yeah, wouldn't that be a monster hunter since witch hunters hunt witches and cults?
What?
I don't know.
You're getting at. No, witch hunters do everything in the Empire. That's the thing about Warhammer Fantasy Witch Hunters was the fact that they have to be prepared for everything. So they have to hunt down vampires, they have to hunt down ghouls and undead and everything like that. They do everything basically. That's why they have to have training for everything, so that if they get into a situation, they can find a way out of it.
Oh.
You also have different types of witch hunter, which is why you could have some interesting replayability depending on what type you are. You're a witch hunter that actually comes from the Temple of Sigmar itself, so you're one of the Knights Templar from Sigmar, or are you a witch hunter that was appointed by a local governance, where they're technically witch hunters because the governance in the area doesn't have a witch hunter. They need a witch hunter for this situation, so they take the most competent person they can find and they elevate them to the status of witch hunter. But this witch hunter isn't recognized by the temple unless they go to actually get approval from the temple and become a full-fledged member and a full-fledged brother or sister of the temple. So you can have interesting concepts like that, where you have a witch hunter that's promoted by the governors or the mayors or anything like that, versus an actual witch hunter from the temple later on. That could be an interesting thing.
Speaking of Warhammer, have you seen that video of the Horus Heresy timeline chart?
No, I haven't.
Oh my god, I have to show you that later. It is fucking hilarious.
Furthermore, on the topic of Warhammer, did you know that thanks to my personal headcanon, female space marines are in fact possible?
Oh, dude, I'm so glad Templin Institute is getting an ass reaming from that. They deserve
Same here.
it. They are such a shitbag of a fucking group. It's just great.
I'm gonna do Templin Institute one better. I become Slanesh, and I make femboy chaos space marines.
Oh no, no. Yeah, I guess other things. I've now officially seen Puss in Boots: The Last Wish more times than I've seen Dune 2021. So there you go.
Jesus.
Jesus Christ.
Yep.
I mean, you can't blame him. It's just a good movie.
It is
It
just
really
a good
is.
movie, but when I hear that, I just imagine that scene from The Simpsons where Barney is gone sober, and then they give him more, like, a tanker full of beer, and he's just like, inject it straight into my veins! That's such with this movie.
It's because it keeps people like, hey, I haven't seen that movie. Couldn't make it to the showtime. You want to do that? I'm like, sure. So I just do that over and over again. So
It's perfectly
Yeah.
logical.
I've had so many people that have watched it now. It is just crazy. Funny Spanish
watched-
Orange Cat movie is so good. Yeah,
I
it is.
watched the movie twice. Once with my dad, once with my mother.
Yeah,
Amazing. I keep finding stuff even now.
I've seen it twice, too. I watched it once with Pagan, because he wanted to share it with me. And then one day a few weeks ago after work, I watched it. Well, I should say one night. I was on day shift at the time.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So since last time I beat Hogwarts Legacy,
Oh.
and the ending is okay. Oh, I don't know what that was.
Canceled.
Yeah, but no, the ending was just okay. It was pretty predictable how it was going to end. There's a bit of Mary Sue-ish or Gary Stew, depending on again which gender you play as. But holy shit, yeah, it wasn't bad. It didn't take away or destroy the game or anything. So whatever.
That's a perfect segue into the other thing I wanted to talk about. Well, one of the other
Well,
things I want to talk about.
I want to mention something about that quickly before we get to that. I do intend to stream it more, because I did have a lot of fun with that first stream. And once I get finished with that, we can start covering videos about it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't necessarily need to finish the whole thing, but you know what I mean. The other thing, too, is because I found the game that interesting, I actually listened to the first book at work the other night, the audiobook, and it's pretty decent. I enjoyed it.
Misogynist.
As before.
Yes, with each second I listen to the audiobook and each second I play the game, I become more bigoted.
You mean more based.
Same thing.
I love that sock video of the dude where he's like, he's like playing the game and he's like, "Where's all the transphobia I was promised?" That's the only reason I bought this game.
Well, there's that one. Again, it was the mod to take off the audio filter off of the Serona character. And people were like, "This is super hateful." It's like, no, you don't fucking stand. You listen to this character and watch them talk and then realize, yeah, I don't know why they put an audio filter on it. That was stupid.
Yeah. It was literally just a last minute thing they did as like to try and like counter the criticism that they were transphobic, but it's like you missed the point of the criticism was that it funds it barely, but it funds J.K. Rowling, which so there was nothing they could do. It's like you shouldn't have tried to appease them because
exactly.
you were never going to be able to do that.
Yeah, I hate all the...
It's just funny.
I just hate all the purity test shit that's going on with this in Atomic Heart.
Yep.
Oh, I fucking hate it now because it's gone far beyond where it should have. Have you heard about the whole Silver Veil and Pikami thing that's happened?
Pikami I haven't, but the other one was that, like, light blue or pink VTuber?
Yes.
Mm.
It's apparently she has been doxxed and is getting death threats like every day, and her chat is just getting spammed with these fucking idiots from Twitter, just being absolute dickbags the entire time, and it's just gotten so ridiculous to the point where like they're spreading lies about her, saying like, "Oh, well, she banned trans from her Twitch chat, the word trans," when no, it was Twitch's auto mod was holding the comments for review because it was getting spammed in her chat, and because the word trans, precludes the potential for, a hate comment, the Twitch holds comments like that, and they are accusing her of banning the word. And even though she has called this out and clarified exactly what happened, these people are still pushing the narrative that no, she banned the word from her Twitch chat. Go over there and fucking crucify
they're
her.
NPCs. They can't think beyond that. They are literal NPCs.
Yeah, they are, and it's gotten so fucking bad. It just won't stop. And Pikami had the same thing happen to her. Actually, there's a few VTubers this has happened to, but this is like the main two so far. And Pikami has basically gone MIA since shortly after the game came out because of ever since the attack started. She's just gone. She doesn't stream. She's not made any social media posts, nothing. She's just vanished from the internet.
Yep.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's fucked. These people are just insane.
Like, regardless of what you may think about VTubers, because I know there's a bunch of people out there that don't like VTubers, the fact this is happening at all is pretty fucked.
But now we need to ask the age-old question: is J.K. Rowling transphobic?
Honestly, she's not transphobic enough.
No.
That's
Yeah.
her main problem.
That is the problem.
Jesus! Not quite the answer I was expecting.
It's just funny that these NPCs, because they were obsessive with Harry Potter, when they thought J.K. Rowling was entirely in their camp and on their side. It was like, oh, it's the most inclusive, diverse thing ever. Look at all these great moral messages about left-leaning policies. And now that J.K. Rowling's like, no, there are only two genders. there's something like, "Ree! It is hate speech and bad! She's a Nazi!"
Yeah, and like apparently, because I've tried looking into this a little bit, not a whole lot, but I've like listened to like their arguments and stuff. And apparently, like the worst thing she's done in terms of like to be transphobic is she has donated to anti-trans organizations, which I'm not even sure what that means. But apparently, that's like the worst thing. And I'm like, if that's literally the worst thing that she's done, you're literally just mad at her that she doesn't think that men are women and women are
Yeah.
men.
The one big thing I've heard repeated is that she believes there's biological differences between men and women, which,
Yes,
oh my
there
god,
are.
don't let that happen.
Yeah.
But even
How
funnier
dare
than
you
that,
believe in science?
Archcast did a great video about the whole Hogwarts Legacy thing, and the fucking weirdo trannies that are like, it's just a perfism. This stuff doesn't happen. It doesn't exist. And then he like looks at the camera and smiles, and he holds his hand up like, enjoy. And then he just does a montage of the fucking dozens and dozens of cases of these fucking male to female trannies that are molesting and raping people and getting sent to women's prison and knocking half the prison population up and everything. It's like, Jesus.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah. It's like, oh yeah, that never happens. It's that they totally don't go into bathrooms and diddle
rape
people. No, that never happens, and no, it happens a lot.
Yep.
Maybe one day we'll have a stream that isn't political.
I doubt it.
I don't think it's possible these days.
Yeah, especially these days. And then the last thing.
Before you get to that, I'll be right back. I ordered some food and it's here, so yeah.
Okay.
Okay, there's a $5 one as well. So $5 from Zycos. Thank you very much. Speaking of Witcher, do you think a Witcher MMO could work if done right? Not really, because everybody would want to be the Witcher, right?
I'm gonna be real with you. Witcher kind of mid.
The problem is that Witchers are supposed to be rarer because people don't want to go through the alchemical process to become Witchers in the first place. So it would just be the Star Wars Galaxies problem all over again, where you had all these interesting, cool mechanics to try and become a Jedi or Sith, and then they just, after Trials of Obi-Wan was the thing that was supposed to help you. They did the new game experience, the NGE, and then they allowed you to choose Jedi as a starting class, and it completely destroyed the game. Like, one, it pissed off everybody that bought Trials of Obi-Wan, because now that was completely pointless. Instead of trying to learn to unlock a force ability within yourself. No, now that's out the window. So you'd have the same exact problem of everybody would want to be a Witcher. Who would want to be just a normal, like, soldier in that game when you could be the badass Witcher? And sure, there are some people, like, I would be the guy that would be like, I just want to be an herbalist. Yeah, I would be one of those weirdos. But
here we have
99% of the
Creetosis
people are going to be
leaving the
Geralt.
stream to avoid political backlash.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Witcher MMO would do well.
I'm back with food.
Welcome
Hey,
back. You want to go ahead and get that $10 one as well?
Yeah. $10 from Itako the Tricky, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Patrolling these reeing comments almost makes you wish for a nuclear winter. Or a mortar strike on your own location. Same thing if you have the mod downloaded.
Oh.
Oh man, speaking of Fallout and politics. Yeah, so remember that YouTuber I mentioned, I think it was last week. It's either last week or the week before that, of the dude who was accusing the game Atomic Heart of being Russian propaganda while his video was literally just Ukrainian propaganda.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so I looked into that a bit more, and also, you know, now that the game is out and getting reviews and stuff, and people are talking about it, yeah, oh my god, that video is even worse than I thought, because like there's the stuff I mentioned before where his arguments literally just come down to, well, guys, they're literally Russian. I mean, they're literally like headquartered in Russia, so therefore they're evil. because there are no good Russians.
Hold on.
That's literally his entire argument.
Isn't there a word for, like saying an entire group of people is bad based on where they live or what race they are?
Yes, that these people are racist. And so that's like one of the things that he says. And it's so stupid because he says, like, oh, well, what's their opinion on the war? Which I don't know why they should have one. They're a game developer. That's not their
war.
fucking... I didn't even hear what you said.
We like war.
Yeah, we like war.
War is good for business. New video game to make.
That would have been funny.
I mean,
But no, they said...
is it no coincidence that a lot of missiles are shaped like dicks? So if you really think about it, war is just a dick measuring contest.
Yes.
You say that, and all I'm reminded of is that fucking Austin Power movie where they have the fucking cock rocket. I really need to watch those movies again.
Johnson, get over here. What do you see out the window? Why? It looks like a big dick. Come here.
Yeah.
That is such a great gag.
Yeah, that's hilarious. But yeah, despite saying that they're like an international company that wants peace and, doesn't want people to suffer and stuff like that, no, that's not good enough. That's hypocritical because you can't have that opinion. You have to comment directly on the war because your game has political commentary. So it's hypocritical of you to not talk about this politics. And this fucking idiot takes a shot at Fallout. And he says that's literally the equivalent of Fallout fans saying they don't want politics shoved down their throat, and then they go play Fallout, which has politics in it. And it's like, yeah, fantasy, fictional politics, not real.
Yep.
Just like this game, which is exactly the same. It doesn't have real politics. It's completely fictional. It's a alternate 1950s universe, my guy. Chill the fuck out. That's literally the equivalent of asking the devs of Fallout, oh, what's your opinion on Trump or Biden or the forever wars in the Middle East? And then getting upset when they don't fucking, like, go into it, where, like, if they say, we'd rather not discuss that, like, but, it's like, obviously, we just want people to be happy and not get hurt. And somebody getting fucking pissed off at that response and being like, but Fallout is political. How dare you not talk about it? Like, wow, you are a fucking piece of shit. Just fuck off. But yeah, his whole fucking argument literally just comes down to Russian developers, so therefore bad game and bad developers. Fuck you. But now that the game is actually out and it's getting reviewed, it actually looks like it's a pretty good game.
Yeah, I'm planning on buying it this week. I'll probably stream a bit of it and or Hogwarts on Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, apparently it's got some issues, but for the most part, it's definitely lacking some polish, and it's more like a double A title instead of a triple A title. But from what I could tell, it has more pros than cons. So
I'm definitely going in as blind as possible because I do want to play it.
Yeah,
I also want to play Like a Dragonician, so that's the big one I'm most excited about, honestly.
So you're playing it, such? Are you playing it, Pagan?
I plan to. Yeah, I'd like to.
Okay, so we could probably cover videos on that too. If there's any that are worth covering.
I'm planning on waiting for a sale before I get Atomic Heart.
Fair enough. I think that's going to have to be what happens for me as well, because I need to get Like a Dragonician, and that's probably going to have to wait for a sale as well, unfortunately.
Yeah. One of the things I've heard about that game is, like, apparently it's best to play it as a, like, with the Russian localization, and then have English subtitles, because apparently it's not done well in other languages.
That's what I try to do on all those games. The same thing I do with Yakuza. There's an option in Yakuza 7 to have English voice acting, which isn't bad, but you lose out on so much if you do it. So
yeah, well, apparently it's like not translated very well. So in like the other languages, they'll just say weird stuff that doesn't really connect properly, like really broken English. So it's like, yeah, you're better off just playing with the Russian version with English subtitles.
Apparently Atomic Heart is on Game Pass.
Well, that's easy peasy then. For $1, fuck it. Yeah, I'm doing it.
There's also a comment here in chat. Did you guys see Jim Sterling's video on Hogwarts? Probably much saying you're pretty much, I guess that's supposed to be, pretty much saying you're an awful person if you buy it, and he supports the harassment of streamers playing it. Jesus.
Jim
Yeah,
has
I
always
saw
been a
the,
piece of shit, so.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not surprised that he support, like, I haven't seen the video, so I don't know if that's 100% true or not, but if it is, I'm not at all surprised, because he's the guy who is, nodding along to Adam Sessler saying that he has a right to fucking dox you and put it out there.
Yep.
Yeah. I didn't watch the video, but I did see, like, the title and everything, and yeah, it's literally just like, even the title is just like, yeah, if you play this game, fuck you, and you deserve everything you get.
That's
Which,
fucked.
fuck off. Yeah,
Yep.
Jim Sterling is actually insane.
Maybe we should cover that at some point then.
Well, I mean, Jim's
Yeah.
always been a fat retard, so this is it's just more people waking up to the fact that he's a dipshit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't so bad years ago when it was I should say mostly, when it was largely consumer advocacy, but he always shoved his politics and shit in there too, and it just got annoying.
Yeah.
Real quick though, 4-month membership message. Jesus Christ, Brain, good job. Echo the Tricky, thank you very much.
Thank you.
My friend streamed himself playing Atomic Heart. We crouched and looked at the two bots and can confirm they're anatomically accurate.
Oh, the twins. Yeah.
Yep, they're anatomically correct. Nips and slit.
Yeah, I've heard.
That's my jam. 5 Canadian buckaroos from Zeta Ridge 7. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What are your thoughts on SJW in anti-woke disguise YouTuber Synthetic Man? Synthetic Man is a fucking weirdo. Holy shit.
Your channel, please.
He is a racist piece of shit. Oh my god.
Yeah, I couldn't believe all that shit. I was like, what the fuck, man? This dude is insane.
That EFAP video is a wild ride. Because I'd only known Synthetic Man from his YouTube videos, and his YouTube videos are pretty fucking bad. I had no idea the pus if you go to his Twitch and you compare and contrast, and you realize his YouTube videos are a persona he puts on, and that the way he actually feels is that he's a disgusting slob of a human being. It's like, oh my god.
Wait, what do you do? I'm missing context here.
Okay, so he did his video and streams on God of War Ragnarok, and EFAP covered them. And Mahler
I know that much because my friend Zero Needs Coffee was on there.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Well, to speed it along, he says a lot of crazy shit through the video, and towards the end, like during the whole stream, Mahler is saying, it's worse than that though. It's worse than you think. It still gets worse, and we're getting down to like the last 30 minutes or so of the stream. This is like an 11-hour stream, I think, and he shows a clip where Synthetic Man is talking about how Atreus and Angerboda, if they get together, how to breed the blackness out of the family by committing serial incest and killing all the males.
Yeah, not kidding, by the way.
Yeah.
This is actually a statement he has made with total sincerity.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's really fucking bad.
Serial incest with the children.
It's really bad, but it's
and
also pretty funny.
It is.
Yeah.
It is really funny, but it's just like, and every time and everything I've seen since then of Synthetic Man, where people like clip him and send it to us and shit, it just keeps getting worse. Like, what the fuck is he doing? Like,
is that
it's just pure self-immolation.
Is that not just a joke? It did not seem like a joke.
No, it was not a joke.
No.
It was
the way he goes
during
into it
his
and
live
everything.
stream, and then he went into like intricate detail how to do it and everything. It was like, oh Jesus, fuck, mother and Christ.
Yeah, and he
Especially
directly was
combined
saying
with all
like,
the rest of his statements. Highly recommend watching that EFAP episode.
yeah,
Trust me, you will realize that was not a joke at
It's
all.
way better than what he does.
Synthetic Man unbreaded.
Synthetic Man unbreaded.
Oh god, yeah, he would. I could see him making a fucking manifesto. Holy shit.
Oh yeah, for sure. God, I saw his clip about like where he was playing the new Dead Space reboot, and he saw the bathroom thing, And like everyone else is just kind of is like, it's like, yeah, that's shit. Don't do that. That's stupid. But he was just like yeah, this is why society is failing, and that's why this game is shit and everything, and you shouldn't buy it and all this stuff. And it's like, okay, now hold on. Hold on. You're taking it a bit far, my guy. But like he had this like whole fucking rant about it and everything where it's like the worst thing ever. It's like even when he has a point, he has to take it too far and
Yeah.
play it up like a clown.
It's just weird. Because the thing I had watched Mandalore Gaming's video on it because I like Mandalore Gaming a lot. I had seen Mandalore Gaming's video on the remake, and I was like, Jesus Christ, yeah, there are a lot of changes in the Dead Space remake that are really, really bad. I would focus on those for sure.
Didn't Synthetic Man call the Critical Drinker and SJW progressive?
It would
Did
surprise
he?
me if he did.
I think he did, yeah.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is like he's so far, like, in that direction that like, it's just clown logic at that point. Like the way that like, there's no nuance for him about anything.
It was
like
a
he's
community
that far.
post. Oh boy.
Oh,
Yeah.
speaking of Critical Drinker, though, I finished listening to the audiobook for his second book in the Ryan Drake series. It's pretty good. I liked it.
Nice.
The way
Oh,
he writes.
that reminds
Critical Drinker
me.
Writes?
Yeah.
I didn't
Yeah.
know that.
Yeah, he's a writer.
That reminds me. There's, have you guys seen the clip of Organized Chaos and
Actual
the other
fandom.
guy? Yeah, actual fandom debating the guy talking about like, trans issues and stuff like that, and you could almost see the wheels turning in actual fandom's head.
Well,
like he almost forgets the narrative for a moment.
well, if you've seen the debate between Organized Chaos and Rippa, you can like Organized Chaos isn't on screen, but anytime Rippa asks him something, you can almost hear the gears in his head grinding together and trying to move, and they can't.
Yeah. Which basically happens here because like they just cannot fucking understand anything.
I thought you were going to refer to the other thing where, oh god, I kind of want to bring up the tweet on this, but essentially, from what I understand, apparently actual fandom, argued that it's fine that, trans women go into, female prisons, because, rape happens there anyway, so,
Oh my god!
I thought that's where you were going with it.
I did not know about that.
Let me see if I could find this thing I retweeted, because it was, it had the video clip, and, there's commentary along with it. I remember that I quote tweeted it because I said actual fandom is an actual retard.
Yeah, holy shit. I mean, rape's gonna happen anyway, so who cares if we just enable it? Like, what?
I'm just... Okay, yeah. So, this is an account called Rippaverse Goalpost, which I guess is to make fun of the weirdos who bitch and moan about Rippa. And this tweet says, actual fandom says trans women should be housed in women's prisons, even if the trans woman was sentenced for raping a woman. Sentenced for raping women. His supporting argument is that sexual assault already happens in prison, so, it is what it is. Let me listen to the clip quickly. Actually, it's on my phone. Like, I have it brought up on my phone right now. So I could just turn the volume up so you guys can hear it. Audio quality might be a bit shit, though, so,
Yeah.
Oh, that's really quiet.
I don't hear anything.
Yeah, all I could hear was the beep, 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 and if you turned up the volume.
Yeah, it's really quiet. I'm listening to it right now.
The Fitness Grand Pacer test.
The issue of housing trans women
Okay, here it
in
is.
prisons, which, should just be what's done. And then they take that and they frame it as, well, but you're putting men who are rapists in women's prisons, and it's like, I don't have the facts at hand to talk about that. I do remember looking into it at one point, and that it's just not a thing that happens to the degree that would be worth, sexual assault happens in prisons, period. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not any of it's okay or excusable or anything like that, but it definitely isn't like, nonetheless, of women's.
Jesus.
You fucking idiot. Jesus Christ. Oh, guys, it should be fine to send men who pretend to be women into a women's prison, especially if they fucking raped women.
Yeah.
Fucking idiot.
Because we have tons of
Christ.
evidence that it happens all the fucking time.
Yeah,
Holy
there's
shit.
actual evidence that shows that kind of thing happens a lot and that it's a huge problem. So
yeah, and that's
he's
why
actually
you shouldn't
wrong.
house people based off their fucking mental identity that they have. You should base it on their fucking actual gender.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like I
Good
said,
God.
actual Phantom is an actual retard.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Advocating for rape culture, unironically, that's a fucking yikes.
Yeah, what a
he's
take.
goblin.
Yeah, he's a goblin. It's how he reproduces.
Well, I mean, it's a pretty accurate description. Have you ever seen what these two look like? Especially Organized
I have.
Chaos. He absolutely looks like a fucking goblin.
He's devolving more and more. He literally, people have pointed out that he looks like a cross between Wings of Redemption and DSP at this point.
Yeah. In that clip I was talking about where, like you could almost hear the fucking cogs turning in their head. Like you could see them in both of the corners, and yeah, they both look fucking like trogs.
Yeah.
Like not quite as bad as the dude whose lips can't touch, but not that far off.
Jesus.
Yeah, Organized Chaos is definitely a weird one.
Oh, dude, he's
Is
fucking sociopath. It's crazy.
is Chaos actually autistic or just that dumb? Oh, he is fucking dumber than a sack of retarded hammers.
He really is.
Like Vincent Martin.
Yeah, it's a lot like
Vincent
Vincent
Yeah.
Martin.
Too.
Which, by the way, oh my god, I saw that message you sent. What a piece of shit.
Yeah.
No.
The unfortunate thing is, like, I kind of expected he would do shit like that because he's that much of a disingenuous piece of shit.
Oh yeah, I could totally see him doing it. It's just wow,
Well,
he actually fucking did it.
I didn't expect him sinking that low. Like,
Really?
'cause
After
he's-
everything, commissioning a song about you, and,
No,
like
I-
being that insanely butthurt, you wouldn't expect that he would
I wouldn't
actually
say
like.
Well,
that.
no,
That is
'cause
what he
you-
did just now.
Because it's a bit different, because, like, okay, sure, he's an obsessive
not-
weirdo, he paid a guy to make a song about me, he bitches and moans about me for months on end across numerous Discord servers and Reddit. That's one thing. But to take someone's, like, suicidal breakdown and try to use that as an own on Twitter, that's an entirely different level of shithead
Yeah.
scumbag.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they're equivalent. What I'm saying is this is he's a shithead scumbag.
No,
So
I know,
we
I just...
have evidence he's a shithead scumbag, so of course he would do that. I am not surprised at all. This seems like the usual way these people always go.
Well, for me, it's just a matter of... There's different levels of shithead scumbag, and I didn't think he was on that level. Like, I knew I knew he was terrible, I didn't think he was that bad.
It's
Mm.
just
So
the
harsh.
ending. The ending is what gets me. The fucking oh well, you should start by apologizing to me directly for saying you want to kill yourself. Like, well, fuck you. What the fuck? Like, who are you? Nobody gives a fuck. Shut the hell up, retard.
To
Fuck
be-
off.
To be fair, that same person is my friend to this day.
Yeah, no, again, like, I am much more on the camp of, I genuinely hate people that say, like, I'm suicidal and stuff like that. I'm like, I know what you're doing here. Go fuck yourself. It's like, you're trying to guilt trip everybody else around you. That shit really pisses me off.
Well, the thing was more... Nier was having a...
Yeah. Pagan misread the thing. That's what I'm saying. It was the person. Those weren't the same people. That wasn't Vincent in the posting.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was Vincent.
No, that wasn't Vincent in the posting.
No, that's my friend.
Oh, yeah, I did misread it then. My bad.
Yeah.
Fucking dumbass.
But that's But that's why that show 13 Reasons Why, when I saw that come up on Netflix, I was like, go fuck yourself. That the person who does that, who commits suicide and then sends out the "you're one of the reasons why I did it." Yeah, no, you burn that fucking tape and you make sure that piece of shit is buried in the cheapest fucking grave in the back somewhere. Like, no, fuck you. Hopefully everybody forgets you existed, you piece of shit.
Yeah,
I cannot stand people like that.
Yeah, who blame everyone else for their suicide. Yeah, that's...
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like,
That shit's
go
annoying.
fuck yourself. I hope nobody remembers your name.
Yeah,
But
that crap
yeah.
gets on my nerves. Right. The other thing was, I don't know if it's worth covering on Stag. Like, you would think from the title it would be, but actually, I watched the whole thing, and it's actually really good. There's this dude who makes, well, he makes all kinds of content, but he made a Dark Souls video, a Dark Souls 2 video, and he goes over like all the reasons why it's bad and all the problems with it, and like he reams it, like it's Mauler levels of like in depth talking about like all the problems they had and why it failed and why they just didn't like have the um like the care and craftsmanship for the world, and it didn't seem like they cared about making a sequel to Dark Souls and all this stuff, and then he made it was really good, it was a really good video, and then he made a new one recently, and I saw the title and I was just like, what? And it is Scholar of the First Sin ruined Dark Souls 2. And I was like, what? So I was like,
strongly
I was like,
disagree.
we might need to cover this. Like, but I watched the whole thing, and from what I could tell, like, I completely agree. If what he's saying is true, it 100% did ruin Dark Souls 2. Like, it already wasn't a good game, but it made it way worse, which is what he says. Is like,
I don't
Dark
think
Souls 2 vanilla is not good, but it made it way worse.
Yeah, I would have to hear the arguments because I strongly disagreed. Scholar the First
Apparently,
is the only thing that makes it tolerable.
because like apparently all of like the cheap deaths and enemy spam and hidden archers and being like arbitrarily locked out of areas where you have to use hard to find items that you need for later parts of the game, all exist because of Scholar of the First Sin, and it's not present in the vanilla game.
No, it is absolutely present. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
I don't know. I mean, he goes into the whole thing.
No, because again, I spent 600 hours in Dark Souls 2. I spent
Too much.
600 so hours in Dark Souls. Well, it's what you had, right? It's what everybody was playing. It's where the PvP was. So, it was either Prepare to Die edition with Watch Dogs or play Dark Souls 2 and suffer through it so you can play the PvP. So, I played through the PvP. But no, that is absolutely... I do agree. Like, Dark Souls 2 is absolute dog shit. Like, I have no idea what Looney Tunes logic he's working with, but all that stuff was present in Dark Souls 2.
He never said that he doesn't defend the game. He says it's still bad. Like, it's still as bad as he remembers. But
just based off what you said, is that he says that those stuff didn't exist in Dark Souls 2. No, it absolutely did. Well, Dark Souls 2 Scholar of the First Sin saved that fucking game. Like, it's not good, but it made it so much better. Like, fixing all of these different areas, making NPCs in the actual area they're supposed to fucking be, having lore-connected reasons, fixing how nonsensical and broken the entire world is.
I don't know. Well, maybe we'll have to cover this on stream because he goes over it like on everything, and he shows like the difference between like the footage and everything, and because apparently he played Scholar of the First Sin first, and he was told by Reddit of all places that, oh yeah, it's basically the same. Like, in fact, it's the definitive edition. You should definitely play Scholar of the First Sin. And so that's all he had ever played. And he was like, I fucking hate Dark Souls 2. It's awful, and I don't know why it has fans. And he made like a very long video explaining everything wrong with it. And then people like started telling him like you should try the vanilla game because he was just told that it was the same, so he didn't see a reason to do that, but he finally did. And he can't believe the difference. And like he was showing comparisons of like the vanilla game and Scholar of the First Sin.
Worse. I'm sorry, the vanilla game is way, way worse.
and he was showing like how whenever he would in vanilla, like the enemy spam is gone. Enemies are in places where they make sense. They don't just gank you all the time. There's a lot less cheap deaths. There's a lot less hidden archers, all kinds of shit. And it's just like apparently like the Scholar of the First Sin just completely fucked the progression
No, I
and
disagree.
just made it
with that
ridiculous.
entirely. No, I
Well,
completely
maybe. I
reject
mean, you
that.
could
That is
disagree all you
fucking
want, but I mean, he does at least show evidence of this. And until I see like evidence
No,
on the contrary,
I will
which
show you Dark Souls 2. I will fucking show how bad vanilla Dark Souls 2 is. It is
okay,
awful. Like, yeah, Skull of the First Sin does have more enemy spam. That I'll definitely give. But Jesus fuck brother Christ, no. Dark Souls 2 was not better than Skull of the First Sin. It is
all right.
way worse.
Okay, we might have to cover this then because I'm very interested to see this broken down because it's a good video as far as I could tell.
Yeah, I have no idea what fucking insanity that he's smoking. It's like, yeah, sure. Again, they even added in Aldia and everything in Skull of the First Sin to actually make the game's story remotely make any sense whatsoever. Because Dark Souls 2's story is fucked. It is really bad. And God, the entire dragon area is just awful in the vanilla version of the game. It just
Oh, he
makes
says that's
no
his least favorite part
sense.
in both games, so he
I
fucking
like
hates
the
the
Dragon
dragon
Shrine
part.
in Skull of the First Sin. It makes way more sense as a dueling, because again, the Covenant's supposed to be a dueling covenant to begin with, so it didn't make any sense the way it was designed in the vanilla game. Granted, the Dragon Covenant doesn't make any sense anyways. It's just fucking terrible. Like, I don't get why you have to steal the egg from the Dragon Shrine and take it to a random NPC, a random merchant. That's it. This is how you join the Dragon Covenant. You steal it from the Dragon Shrine and you take it to a random merchant. It should be the fucking opposite. You should buy the petrified dragon egg at the merchant, carry it through the game to the ancient dragon, and present it to them to join the Dragon Covenant. Not steal the egg from the dragons, take it to this merchant who you have no reason to take it to this guy whatsoever. You just take it to a random merchant in the fucking Fire Keep and Iron Keep, and then you're in the Dragon Covenant now. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's weird.
Oh,
Yeah,
dude,
that's really shit.
It is
but,
super bad.
Yeah, but yeah, this dude like see that's the thing. He doesn't defend the game. He very much dislikes it overall. He thinks it's an overall bad game, and he even said like in comparison, Dark Souls 1 is unironically high art, and people should appreciate it more for the amount of depth that it goes into and the amount of care and craftsmanship. And Dark Souls 2 is just like the bastard child, like that just
really
shouldn't have existed.
It really is. Miyazaki didn't want Dark Souls 2 to exist. And then Namco Bandai booted him up to... So what they did was, it's a method of getting people out of the way, meddlesome people. So you promote them up to a position where they have no power. It's called... they have different terms for it in different areas. Like in the military, it's called kicked up to captaining a desk. So if you just get the person out of the fucking way. And that's what they did to Miyazaki. And then they had a bunch of people come in to make Dark Souls 2, and it was a fucking disaster.
And yes, it is Feeble King.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the YouTuber. Like I said, I watched his previous video.
I would definitely be interested to see it, because
Yeah.
I don't know how you would argue Skull of the First Sin made things worse. When Skull of the First
Sin, I was fully prepared to like shit on the video when I saw the title. I was like, oh my god. I was like, this is gonna be awful. And then I watched it and I was like, actually, he makes a lot of good points, and he actually shows a lot of evidence too. And I'm like, maybe he's right.
If you show a lot of evidence but you leave out a ton of stuff, that's the thing I'm expecting, is that he has to have left out a bunch of stuff. Maybe because the vanilla experience of Dark Souls 2 is a fucking abortion.
Well, we've never dealt with anyone who leaves out critical information before.
Yeah, no, and that's what I mean. Like, I would be interested to see this, because holy shit, Dark Souls 2 is the vanilla version of Dark Souls 2 is that bad. Skull of the First Sin doesn't get everything right, but oh my god.
Yeah, we'd have to see, because I'm very curious, because I haven't actually played through Dark Souls 2, so I wouldn't actually know like if
I'm
he's
also gonna
leaving
be
stuff
real with
out.
you. I'm also gonna be real with you guys. The only Souls game I've ever played, like ever, was Elden Ring.
That's
Well,
fair.
that's fine. Yeah.
Oh.
At least it was. At least you played Elden Ring.
I know Jack about Souls games in general, besides Elden Ring, like a little bit about Elden Ring.
I got halfway through Dark Souls 1. I've played Dark Souls 3 several times, and I love Dark Souls 3. And I played Elden Ring. That's it. That's all this.
I
That's all the
have-
Soulsborne games I've played.
I do
I've
have
done all
Dark
of them.
Souls 3, but I've never played it.
I'm at
Yeah, I have done all of them. It's a significant playtime.
Phew.
I'm at the third boss in Dark Souls 1, the gargoyle creatures on the bell tower. That's about halfway through the game, right?
Yeah,
totally.
yeah, totally.
I'd love to play Bloodborne, but until it comes to PC, I don't see it happening.
You can play it on PC with PlayStation Now. It's not great, but it works.
Maybe.
My mom just said that she does have all the Souls games on her Xbox, so cool.
Oh,
Oh
nice.
wow.
Yeah,
Nice.
I would have to see it because Dark Souls 2 is that bad. And Scott First Sin doesn't change like any of the bosses or anything like that. And that's one of the biggest problems with Dark Souls 2 was its bosses. Its bosses.
Yeah, that's what he said. It doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't say that it changes any of the bosses, and he does say like the biggest problem with Dark Souls 2 is like they dropped the ball with the bosses and the story. They utterly fucked it, and they were like they did a good job with like if you unlock and you fight multiple enemies. If you like that kind of style of combat, you might like Dark Souls 2 for that reason, but everything else is fucked.
Play the PvP. PvP is the only thing that's really good in Dark Souls 2, and the reason why it's so good is because they went with the fucking really awful motion capture for everything. So you have 500 different weapons, but only 5 movesets. So you have a
Yeah.
lot more fashion variety you can do just on that alone. And yeah, the being able to have all these different weapons and they have all different things so you can make yourself look the way you are, it does affect how you feel when you play the game, but holy shit. I said this is the first time I've ever heard anybody say the Skull of the First Sin was worse than it. And again, there's probably somebody else out there. This is the first time I've heard somebody saying it.
Yeah, this is the first time I've heard it too, which is why I was so surprised. I was like, "What? That has to be fucking wrong." But then I watched the video and I was like, "I don't know, unless like he's leaving details out that I'm just not aware of." That he seems completely correct.
Yeah, I would definitely have to see. Definitely have to watch that video. I think that'd be one to go into. But I
Yeah,
have a
I'm very
bad feeling.
curious.
I have a bad feeling I'm gonna have to counter it by just getting Dark Souls 2 again and being like, all right, well, here's what we gotta fucking talk about and showcase.
Yeah, maybe.
25 Polish Lodi from Geiger. Thank you. Oh my god, almost 1 hour and still no video. Oh, I love you guys, don't change. Oh. Well, it happens from time to time. Sometimes you just have a lot of, like, smaller things to talk about before, you get into the video. And
yeah,
also,
and I had a lot of stuff I wanted to talk about, which I am done, by the way. That was everything.
And also, sometimes it is, like, an unintentional subconscious measure of delaying the inevitable pain. So,
Yeah.
And from what I've heard from Brother Near, this video is terrible, so, that's gonna be
God.
fun.
Terrible is an understatement.
Oh, no.
You said
No,
this
I
video
can't-
came out before Elden Ring was released. This was a guy reacting
Yes.
to pre-release footage and information.
Yes.
Okay.
How are you gonna base like concrete decision making about a game based on nothing but the fucking trailer footage?
Because your mind is already made
is-
up.
All it
Jesus.
is a lot of nitpicks and saying that FromSoft's a one-trick pony. Same game over and over.
And, like, you
Which
can...
there's nothing.
Tentacle dude. Oh,
You can judge some stuff from a trailer, like Starfield's gameplay looked kind of boring. The square bullet hole, the tube on the gun that's square looked really dumb. But that thing looking dumb doesn't mean the game's going to be bad. The gameplay looking boring could just be poor presentation on their part. There's entirely the possibility that it's going to be a really good fucking game. I just don't think so
Honestly?
based on Bethesda's track record.
Honestly, When it comes to Starfield, compared to their previous games, I think Starfield is a major improvement. But
We're gonna
I
have
don't
to
think it's gonna
see.
be anything special. I don't think it's gonna be
I'll
anything
have to.
special.
Well,
I just think it's gonna be an improvement.
I
to
won't
be
hold my
fair,
breath.
to be fair, a major improvement for Bethesda would still be a mediocre game at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that's the thing. It's like that's not a very high bar. It's like it's very easy to be
But you know
Like, for
what?
to make an
example-
improved
like, for
game.
example, an
I-
example to back up my point here on how it's an improvement. Besides power armor and horses, there weren't any like drivable vehicles in Bethesda games unless if you do it with mods. Starfield's the first one to do that with its spaceships.
That doesn't mean anything because again, modders got that working in all of Bethesda's older titles. It's just Bethesda were too incompetent to make it work.
I'm just saying that because it took mods and lots of mods to improve other Bethesda games, and it's finally happening in an actual Bethesda game that doesn't require mods, to have actual working vehicles.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean the working vehicles are also going to be any good.
Well, I didn't say that. I'm just saying that it's a new feature that they finally implemented.
Yeah, that's fair. My only thing is just that because of the type of game it is, you kind of have to have working vehicles, or else you can't
Real.
play the game.
Well,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
then we have other things too, where a lot of it is just going to be load screens because they just load in procedurally generated areas over and over again. They
Yeah.
don't have an
Yeah.
actual like consistent world.
From what I can tell, from what we've seen so far, like obviously this might not actually end up being the case, but from what we've seen, it doesn't seem like you can actually fly the spaceships. It's literally just a takeoff animation, and then you
Yep.
go into a loading screen, and then you load into that area, and then you do a landing animation, and
Yep.
that's it. It doesn't seem like you can actually fly around so far.
You could tell because they do that thing that everyone does where the one object stays the same, but everything like the background constantly flickers through. It's like, okay, so you're literally showing us that it's a canned animation for everything.
Yeah.
Can we
Yeah.
actually see you flying? It's like, no. And then they revealed that, yeah, you load into procedurally generated areas. It's like, well, who fucking called that? We did. Right off the fucking bat.
Yeah.
When Todd
So-
Howard was like, we'll have thousands of systems, each with multiple worlds, and it's like, oh, guaranteed, 99.9% of the content's going to be procedurally generated. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Unless you have like a team of millions of people that are perfectly coordinated, you just can't make thousands of planets like that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And yeah, we could be wrong about the spaceship thing. Maybe we will get to actually fly our own spaceships around and have full control, but they haven't shown that yet. That's the thing. It's like they haven't even shown that yet. So
Yeah, all they have to do to get people hyped would be just show some spaceship combat. That's it.
yeah, exactly. Just show something. Just show that you have something.
Doesn't even need to
And
be like
people-
a
that
full
will
video.
alleviate-
Just show like the spaceship turning and like strafing the ground, like you're strafing a target or something like that. And it's like, oh, immediately, okay, you can fly a spaceship around and do it. Okay, cool.
Yeah, exactly.
Wasn't
If
there
they just
some
show
space battle
anything.
footage?
They had space in like actual space, not on the ground.
Ah, yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Actual space is real easy to get away with because again, it's just a void with lights.
Yeah.
I mean,
Um,
that's stripping it way down, but that's literally what it is. To computers and everything like that, that is easy render mode.
Yeah. It would definitely be a lot more interesting if we saw like small space fighter craft and dogfights, you know?
Mhm.
$5 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you. What are y'all's favorite color? For some reason, I get weird looks when I say mine is white.
All different kinds of them. Honestly, there's not like one color I hold as higher than any other. I like combination colors. So like a nice dark red with a black suit. Really, really fucking nice color combination.
Black
Yeah,
and red
that's
are my
how I
favorite
am,
colors.
Yeah,
Or
I don't really
there's
have
a
a
there's
favorite
a reddish
color. I like.
brown that I really like. It's the color that I actually use for my Witch Hunter character in Warhammer Online.
Mhm.
It is a really nice color. It's just a brown, but it's got a red hue to it and it just looks so good.
Yeah, that's about how I am too. I don't really have a favorite. I just have like combinations of colors that I really like.
Yep.
Well, I know it's gonna be really subtle and hard for people to guess, but my favorite color is purple.
Yeah, no. Nobody would have ever guessed that ever.
That's gay.
Nope, never.
That's
Really?
great.
There isn't tons of evidence on screen at this very moment showcasing what might be Kree's favorite color.
Well, no, it's just a coincidence. Totally.
Yeah, totally.
The real reason why Kree likes Saints Row.
It is quite convenient that the gang you play as has a nice color, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's, I really like Grand Theft Auto San Andreas too, and it happens to work out because I also really like green, but not as much as purple.
Yeah.
You have the same favorite color as the one black dude in that Animan Studios meme.
What?
Yo, you don't know. Okay, never mind. Forget I said anything.
Already forgotten.
12-month membership message from Classy Horse. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dark Souls 2 definitely wasn't the best, and yeah, it's the weakest in the series, but it has the best ideas brought in the games. Power stancing, weapons, etc. I will say it does have some good ideas. Power stance was a fantastic idea. I prefer the way Elden Ring pulls it off, though. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a thing that automatically happens if you have two similar weapon categories, and you have the strength to wield them. It's like, that's really, really fucking nice.
Oh, why'd that start playing again? What the fuck?
What the fuck? Yeah, I was wondering.
Never-
I was like, what is that?
Well, I
But
went
never
to check
forget-
my phone. Sorry, I went to check my phone, and that video was still up. It just started auto-playing.
Oh.
That's annoying.
Never forget, Dark Souls 2 has soul memory. That alone destroys that fucking game. Soul
Yeah,
memory
oh my
is the
God.
stupidest system ever implemented in any game. Holy shit.
Yeah, that was one of the things he talked about in his first video was like soul memory and how fucked it was and how it just completely destroyed the game. Like on top of everything else that was also bad.
Yeah. Like, no more doing themed builds to help people through certain areas. Like, you want to be cutesy, clever. You want to be like the turncoat, or name yourself the turncoat. Then you show up in like Iron Keep as one of the samurai guys. You have their moveset and everything like that. You're just helping people through it. No, can't do that anymore because you'll get soul memory and push yourself out of that area. Now you can't help anybody there ever again. Oh, fucking hell. God, soul memory was so stupid.
Yeah. Oh man.
£2 from Happy Nihilist. Thank you. Hello, my fish words cover Dark Thor. You, cowards. Your mom cool. What? What?
There was this recommended a while ago a Dark Thor video that was just really, really bad. I don't remember exactly why it was bad, but I just heard it was super awful.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Somebody linked a video in suggestions. It's a very like basic Fallout 4 defense video, and the dude in it is just like, oh my God! It's literally it's a very short video of just some dude being like, and this is what Fallout 4 haters regret and shit like that, and it's so bad. It's so bad. One of his arguments is literally like, but the builds, like they just didn't try any builds, and he like starts saying like you could do this and this and this and this. It's like, yeah, but you could do that as one character because you could do everything in one build. That's the problem. There is no actual builds. You were just a jack of all trades.
Yep.
Well, maybe we could cover that at some point. If it's as short as you say it is, we might have to pair it up with something else.
Yeah, it is very short. We would have to pair it up with something, but it's just so funny because he's just so fucking stupid. Like, they just didn't give the story a chance, and it's like, no, that's the problem. They did. If they probably would have, people would have had a better opinion on it if they didn't give it a chance.
Honestly, yeah. My opinions on Fallout 4 wouldn't be nearly as bad as they are. Like, I wouldn't think as poorly of Fallout 4 as I do if I didn't give it a chance and just wrote it off immediately. The reason I'm so frustrated and I hate this game so much is because I have played it extensively. I've experienced all of the main content in the base game, and it is fucking dog shit.
And of course, one of his defenses is, but my mods.
Oh god. Okay,
Yeah.
that's... We should cover that then.
It is really bad. It's really short, but it's awful.
Anyways, we're an hour into the stream, and we haven't even touched the video yet. Should we maybe start on that?
No, let's keep it this way. I'd rather not touch the video.
Well, I mean, let's tiptoe in. Let's stick your big toe in and see what the water's like.
Alrighty. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Yep. I'm ready.
Alrighty.
So I want to begin this video by highlighting a criticism that's been aimed at Japanese developer FromSoft for a number of years now. There have been people that have aimed this criticism, this critique, that FromSoft is a one-trick pony. One-trick pony meaning they basically develop the same thing over and over again with slight
By the way,
variation.
pause. How sad is it? You have to use game facts as a source.
Yeah, this is just reading someone else's forum post. I assume this is
Yeah, I was
someone
about to
else's
say.
forum post.
Yeah, maybe.
So yeah, needless to say, just because someone says it on a forum doesn't mean like it's true or a fact or anything. But the other thing too is, and I mentioned this in our group chat before the stream started, I don't think it matters if a game developer is a one-trick pony if they do that one trick really, really fucking well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Also-
there's nothing wrong with having a set like way that you do your games. Like if there's like a constant theme.
Yeah.
For a game, like for a game series that you do, there's nothing wrong with that.
Also, someone brought up a good point. They also make Armored Core, which is not the same.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
this was in the era when Armored Core, we hadn't had an Armored Core for a while. We had Steel Battalion, which was their version of Steel Battalion was really bad, but that's because they got handicapped and were told they had to make a Steel Battalion that worked with the Kinect system, which was oh god, yeah, that was one of the worst ones. So for anyone of you that didn't know, From Software made that Steel Battalion, the Steel Battalion Kinect game that is one of the most tragically awful games out there. Which is kind of what made them gun shy from doing mecha stuff in general because of how bad that was. So this is clearly aimed at the renaissance of From Software, Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, 3, and then Elden Ring now. Bloodborne and Elden Ring with Sekiro in there as well. And they are vaguely similar. You can see the broad strokes. Strip out all context. You can basically get the very similar mechanics at its depth, at its core, I should say. But other than that, no. All of that, again, like I said, you had to strip out all context and nuance to make that happen.
Actually feel like you're piloting a mech. Yeah, that was not great advertising.
Yeah, which is what's sad about the Steel Battalion game from Software is they actually have cool ideas of like having to like treat shock in your crewmates and things like that, so you can actually interact with them and stuff like that to keep their morale up and stuff, and stop them from panicking and things. Those are cool concepts in it, but the Kinect though, the Kinect really is the guillotine in any game that's used with it.
$2 from Solvis. Thank you. I just got here. Did I miss the video? Actually, we just started. I have to point out these other comments too. Lol, great timing. And then, but I only watched STAG for the tangents. Yeah, we spent the first hour tangenting about a bunch of things.
I want to go on a tangent about femboys next. Can we do that?
No.
Sure. Yes,
No.
let's do it.
Yes.
5 Australian dollary dudes from Dileocon. Thank you. Hey, Stag. In the last weekend, I gone with my family to watch the Puss in Boots 2 movie y'all recommended. pretty good movie, and cool as heck. Oh, glad you liked
Yep,
it.
absolutely.
Yeah. Like I said, me and Cree both said we wish that the movie was arbitrarily longer so we could have gotten more Jack Horner and death scenes because
Yeah.
Real.
God, they're so
I
good.
love Jack Horner.
Yeah, but here's the thing that would have happened though. You know, it would have been overused. I feel like death maybe could have been used a little bit more, but I think if you would have gotten 2 or 3 more scenes, it would have been too much.
I don't know if that would have been too much or not. Like,
If it had the
honestly,
same
because-
level of quality, I don't know.
Yeah. Because
Well, I think what makes it good quality is the fact that they use him so sparingly.
Maybe. I
They don't.
know.
Well,
They don't flaunt him constantly.
That's true, but part of what also really makes him work is his interaction with the fucking morality cricket on his shoulder.
I was thinking,
Oh,
Yeah,
I want to
in
point
particular
this.
is what I was
I want to
talking
point this out since you just mentioned Jiminy Cricket and Jack Horner. Imagine if Jack knew that Jiminy Cricket helped Pinocchio, because Pinocchio's the reason on why he is who he is
Oh.
right now.
yeah.
That's actually a good point. I didn't consider that.
I think it would have been
Yeah.
more amusing if Jack, like, I wouldn't know a way to work it in, but make it like Jack was the reason why Geppetto was selling Pinocchio off in the first Shrek movie. That'd be fucking great.
Also, hey, Ultimate Agent.
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about when it comes to the Puss in Boots thing, and weirdly, you have the contrarians every now and then, but it's been almost universally praised. So
Yeah, I've not seen anybody make a video or anything, or even a comment saying like,
I've seen
video sucks.
one video where my big problem with Puss in Boots 2 is its Satanist message, and I'm just like, what?
Wait, does that
yeah,
exist?
what?
Aw.
Yes, this is a video that exists. Hold on.
Hold on. Should we cover that at some point?
We should.
I don't think we should cover it,
Oh.
but
We should.
I mean, maybe somebody would have to go through it first to see what it was.
I'll go
But the
through it.
reason I found that here's how deep down the fucking Puss in Boots rabbit hole I was going. My current search feed, Puss in Boots: The Last Wish reaction videos, and I have watched every single one.
Well, all right then.
I'm bad.
Yeah, it's real bad. Because I'm curious what people say. Because again, I had that one video where the guy was like, "Death went out like a pussy," and it's like, you misread that situation entirely. What the fuck?
Yeah.
But you know, it's stuff like that. You have moments like that, and I'm like, okay, I want to see what all these other people, and like even getting the normies are like, oh my god, the normies are getting this shit. Oh, actually, wait a minute. There is a YouTube channel called The Normies. I don't know. The YouTube channel The Normies are fucking weirdos. But no, but I mean, normies as a general.
Are you saying the people in the normies YouTube channel aren't normies?
They're in PC brain. Let's just put it that way.
They're worse than normie.
Yeah.
They're woke.
Real.
But yeah, no, I've gone through this because I'm like fascinated by who picks what scene to showcase on their YouTube videos, because you can't show the whole movie, obviously. But like what scenes they thought were the most important, what scenes they had the best reactions to, and everything. And almost all of them cut out the explanation of why Death is so pissed at Puss in Boots. It is weird. It's like they may get the first one and it's like, you know, I'm not a cat person. I find the very idea of 9 lives absurd. But then they'll cut out the very next line. Like, okay, that's weird. Or they'll cut out both of them where they don't even show that. They just immediately jump to run for it. It makes it more fun for me. Yeah, it's just weird. And in this deep dive, that's where I found this video. Puss in Boots is Satanist propaganda or something like that. And it's like, what the fuck?
Hopefully
I don't
that's
know
a
how
troll
the fuck you.
or a parody video or something.
It might be a troll. That's the thing. It could genuinely be somebody who's doing it just because.
But again, we'll have to check it and see off stream. But I mean, it's just really hard to tell when, again, it's the best example. Acer Thorn was real.
Yeah, Vincent Martin is real.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Like a dude who's so fucking dumb that he calls side quests satellite dishes.
No, that wasn't it.
Aw.
He called the satellite dish the side dish.
Oh, the side dish. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. In case you don't know, Brother Near, sometimes in our streams we'll read out comments that are completely fucked, like, here's Creed kicking the poisoned well down the can road.
Oh yeah,
That's-
I've seen that video because the whole Griffin shtick.
Yeah. All of that shit is a reference to Vincent because he fucks up pretty much everything he says.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Yeah.
I'm aware that he's. I said this on Twitter to him, like my e-hubby pointed out like his inconsistency on like structuring sentences, and then Vincent Martin replied to that saying like, "Oh, I just have a sense of humor that I don't care people understand," and then I'm just like. I agree that the fact you're an illiterate retard who can't comprehend basic logic is pretty funny, but not the way you intended.
Yeah. Hey,
Um,
God, it is wild ride with that weirdo.
yeah.
I know.
I'm gonna grab the super chat, and then one more thing. You said to pause the video there, Near. You can pause it yourself if you want. You have the
I
ability
can.
to pause and unpause.
Yeah.
And now we'll all stay synced to that. So when one of us pauses, it pauses for all of us.
Oh, okay,
Volume
good to know.
control is your own though, so if you need to adjust that at all, you can change the volume and it won't affect the rest of us.
that's good. That's good to know.
$5 from Scoopmeister. Thank you. Speaking of, you guys seen the Jack Horner and Steven Universe videos? That stuff is comedy
have, they're
gold.
funny.
I have to, yeah.
I assume it's the whole like meme that people did with Cartman in that one image where Steven is trying to convince Cartman to not be like racist or whatever. And Cartman is just like Jew. Over and
Jew.
over again.
Every time he says something like, "You don't have to be this way, Jew. There's good inside of you. I know it, Jew." It's fucking great. Yeah, it's basically that.
Oh
but
wait,
with
have you
Jack
seen
Horner.
that? Have you seen that meme where a guy was like, you can't say that the Holocaust didn't happen because there was a swimming pool in Auschwitz. That's removing
know.
all context. See, what the Nazi guards did was they glued a bunch of pennies to the bottom of it. How dare they use the Jewish persuasion against themselves? It's like, oh Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I saw that. It was so fucked. I was like, "Where is this going?" And then it ends with that, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, how do you drown a Jew? You glue a penny to the bottom of a swimming pool. It's like, oh God, why?
Is Vincent Martin still making videos on you? I don't think so, but I know he's been fucking spurging out on Twitter for the past day or so, and he posted clips of his cringe fucking music video about me like half a dozen times at least. But remember,
Yeah,
I'm
and
the one that's
also-
trying to farm likes.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'm also aware that Vincent Martin made a video on my friend Josh. If you know who Kim Josh-un is.
No, I
know.
don't. Sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. I am aware that he made a video on him though, so I'm gonna check that out.
Oh god.
Creetosis by Radio Sped.
I was about to read that.
All right. Take a breather. Let's do it.
Yeah.
We're gonna push play.
Criticized them myself on that same front more than once.
Yep.
So the question is, does this actually have any weight?
Whoa! No, I want to go back. I just read one of the comments on that page. Hold up.
Myself on that same front more than once. So the question is,
FromSoft games are even better when played with quick saves in an emulator, so it's not just the difficulty that makes them good. What the
What?
Bruh.
Bruh.
And he just completely glosses over that.
Yeah, that's wild. Oh, Jesus Christ. I like this guy here. It's official. TC got stuck at Phalanx, Taurus Demon, Cleric Beast, Papa G, Eodix, Last Giant, and Gyobu. Oh! I was going to say it the way it's spelled, but no, it's Gyobu. And for anyone that doesn't know, those are the first bosses in every one of those games. Taurus Demon is technically the second boss, and that's only if you go the intended route. But yeah, it would have been funny if he said Asylum Demon. Yeah, what do you go? There you go, a fucking game facts thread of weirdness.
Using game facts as a source is an L all the time.
Yes, absolutely.
I also just think it's weird to cite forum posts like in the way he's doing here. It's one thing if someone makes a really fucking good argument and you're crediting them for that argument. That's one thing. But it's like, yeah, here's this thread on GameFAQs where someone says FromSoft is a one-trick pony, and I've said something similar before. Like,
it's like, hey, I don't care. Like, if I don't care if 1,000 retards say the same thing, it can still be retarded.
Well, here's the thing. No matter how retarded of a belief you have, you're going to be able to find someone who agrees with you.
Yes.
That is true.
Does this actually have any weight? Is there any legitimacy to this criticism?
Hold on.
That
Legitimancy? He pronounced that weird.
Yeah, he did pronounce it weird. But again, is like, sure, yeah, that's the crux of your argument now is you're trying to say is FromSoft a one-trick pony. Okay, well now it's time to provide evidence and everything.
And again, even if it is, it's not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, so that'd be the other aspect. Well, one, your first thing is proving the premise of is FromSoft a one-trick pony, yes or no. Now you prove the premise. If you do, okay, why is that a bad thing?
Yeah.
If yes,
So.
why bad?
Also, anytime somebody says something like where we call it out, where it's like, you said that weird, the first thing that always comes to my mind is minor spelling mistake. We win.
Well, that's usually not the argument we use. Well, I don't.
No,
think we've ever
but
used
that's
that,
just what comes to mind because it's
Yeah.
funny.
It's just hearing things get fucked up like that kind of catches you off guard, which is part of why covering Vincent Martin that one time was so funny, because just everything was fucked and you didn't know what was coming until you get to, like, the infamous kicking the well can down the road line.
Yeah, but the difference with Vincent is like, it's like here, it's just a minor slip of the tongue. It's like, whatever. Whereas with Vincent, it's like you cannot understand what the fuck he's trying to say because he just can't speak.
Yeah.
Well, that's the funny thing, too, is you can't even blame it on a speech impediment, because, like, you're being so mean to someone who has a speech impediment. He does it in text, too, though. How do you have a speech impediment in text?
Yeah, there's a bit of a brain impediment there.
I went to college.
Oh my god, yeah, the college thing that he points out. I'm a college-educated man.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh my god, that is a self-own.
Oh my god, okay. Since we're pointing that out, do you guys know who Tomboy is?
No.
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 Tomboy is pretty much my equivalent to Vincent Martin. He is incredibly retarded, and he has been planning to expose me. Well, he just stopped recently because he blocked both me and Shmi. He's planning to expose me for like a couple of years to this point. And when he was in an argument with my e-hubby, he tried boasting about how he was getting a degree in psychology.
Oh god. Dude, my favorite thing about psych majors that it is so funny is like you do understand that half of your field was built up on a guy who just lied his way there and was literally doing this as a troll, as a joke. Like, holy shit, man. He actually, there was a guy, he was a German guy he was incredibly smart. He was well spoken and everything. But he hated psych majors. He hated the whole psychiatric field because he felt like the psychiatrists were what led his mother to commit suicide. So he wanted to bring them down. So he would go to like all of the conferences and everything like that, and he would say he was a doctor, and he would make up all of this inane bullshit. And he actually got speakerships at these conferences and would make up stuff in front of all of these experts on stage, totally make it up. He would literally invent word salad that he would try to work into his speeches. But everyone would be like, "Oh yes, we agree," and they would give like standing ovations and applause and stuff like that. And it's like, Jesus Christ.
That's wild.
Didn't Count Dankula make a Mad Lad video about this?
Yes, he
Quite
did.
possibly.
And Clark Kentai says it's Gert post.
Oh, so furthermore about Tomboy, turns out he also, at the time, groomed a 16-year-old on Snapchat, and then when we brought the evidence out there, he was on complete damage control and saying that we were just acting in bad faith.
Wall.
I love that. That's always the fucking go-to argument that they jump to. Like people like Vincent Martin and these fucking idiots is they were acting in bad faith. Yeah, I don't even need to listen to their arguments because it's clearly bad faith.
Yeah, that's literally Tomboy.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's what fucking Vincent Martin did to me when I confronted him in the comment section of Kree's video where he was being a fucking idiot.
Yeah, I saw that.
And I called him out, and I was being very genuine with him, was going, through everything with him about like what he was wrong about. And his response was literally to just say, I'm acting in bad faith, and then made a video saying I was a bad faith actor. Like, fucking what? Also, Tentacle Dude's comment, man's an IRL plankton. I went to college.
Yeah. Cell phones are the peak of entertainment on the interwebs. Yeah, that's true. There's something so good about the instant karma or the statement that immediately undermines you entirely.
Also, someone posted another Vincent Martinism on the Discord server the other day.
Okay.
This is just the whining of some loser as far as I am conceited. I'm not joking. This is something... Hold on, let me grab this image.
Granius, while you're grabbing that, Granius says, sounds like unclean hand. I love that Acerthorn, when he gets destroyed on one thing, he invents another new thing to come up with. What's his new thing? Oh, the appeal to the stone is his new thing. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Acerthorn is something else. I still need to work more on the script for that video, but I was getting a bit tired of it.
Damn it! I know when something's real. I'm a Scientologist.
Well, we're definitely making good time through this video.
Oh, absolutely. Speaking of,
all it does is release the same game over and over again. Do they reuse assets? Do they reuse animations?
okay, I'm gonna spoiler this for you, my dude. Every single studio out there reuses assets and animations. If your barrel looks good enough, why would you spend development time to make another barrel? If the animation of Kratos getting into the boat is fine in the first God of War, why would you redo the entire animation again? Just waste money? Do you just like burning money? Again, it's just getting in a boat. It's just opening a door. It's just the same barrel texture. That stuff's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Enclave Emily. You haven't
Yeah,
missed much. There was an hour of tangents, and we've watched a minute of this video.
Yeah, and also what Such said can be applied to like any game that makes a lot of money. Like, why would they want to change like any of it besides add a few minuscule features like what FromSoft does?
Yeah, and I said FromSoft goes way out and beyond, like, totally new gameplay systems and mechanics and stuff. That's why Sekiro was so good, and why Miyazaki himself said they made Sekiro to begin with, was to make sure that they didn't get stuck in a rut of just doing European medieval fantasy sort of styles. They wanted to make sure that all of their artists and animators and everything like that could feel comfortable doing any style. So let's do the exact opposite of medieval European. Let's go for Sengoku Jidai Japan instead. Totally different styles, aesthetics, animations, and qualities, but also at the same time testing out multiple mechanics. How is horse combat going to work? How does jumping work with effect to combat systems? How does that change the gameplay loop? What about verticality and stuff? So it's this fascinating thing where From Software is constantly doing these things that are testing out new designs and new mechanics. And even in Bloodborne, you see it with the whole, like, Bloodborne is much more aggressive pacing, whereas Dark Souls is more defensive pacing. Like, wait for your openings in Dark Souls. In Bloodborne, it's make your openings. So, because you can regain health from attacking an enemy. If you get hit, well, start attacking that enemy right back, you'll regain a bunch of that health. Maybe not all of it, but you'll get a big chunk of that health back. And it's supposed to teach you the pace of the game is to keep going forward, keep attacking, keep moving. But that was also testing out dedicated healing buttons. Instead of having multiple different things, now you have a healing button permanently with you. It's all kinds of stuff like this that you can see there's a lot of brilliance behind the design of this is what they're testing this time through. These are the changes that they've made. This is why they're doing it. And then you can see the evolution of it as it goes on. Like, again, Sekiro, Elden Ring would not have happened without Sekiro. Sekiro taught them a ton of stuff.
Yeah, by the way, this is going to be even more ironic as this video goes on.
Oh boy, okay.
I've got an argument I want to make quickly too, but someone in chat is saying apparently this guy likes to false DMCA people who criticize him.
Yeah, that's true.
Not the first time we've dealt with that, thanks to Acer Thorn. How big is this channel?
Not that big, I don't think.
Almost 1.5 thousand subscribers. That's
okay,
it.
so he's smaller than Acer Thorn. We're probably safe.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Yeah, because again, YouTube was even coming down on Ace Thorn, like, no, you can't fucking do that, piss off.
Yeah.
And also, I don't hold YouTube for much regard, but the fact that they even did that was great.
There was also a debate between Avid Alchemist and a British Potato. There was a debate between those two.
Oh.
Enclave Emily says, excellent argument, Setch. Unfortunately, you're getting sued. A woman didn't want to go out with me.
I am never gonna get over that part of that lawsuit. That is some of the funniest shit I've ever fucking seen. Oh my god. Are you aware of that, Brother Near, in Acer Thorn's latest lawsuit?
Hey, he's still going?
Oh, he's still going.
Yeah, of course he's still.
He's now suing Sid Alpha for defamation for saying all the fucking true things about him that he did.
Yeah.
One of the claims is that Sid Alpha said that Acer Thorn will sue literally anyone for any reason. This is not something Sid Alpha said in the first place, but to make it even funnier, Acer is trying to argue against the idea that he sues people, like, a crazy amount, by saying, well, here's a bunch of situations where I could have sued people and I haven't. And one of the examples is the countless women who wouldn't go out with me.
Yes. Yes. That is in an actual court document. The countless women who would not date me is actually a reason he could have sued them.
Yeah, that's the thing is.
Show him the clip? Okay, yeah. Enclave Emily, can you send the clip to me on Discord? We're a minute into this video. We can switch back. Actually, wait. Does that have copyrighted music in it? I might have to use one from Tentacle Dude. I think I'll do that. Hold on. Because this is...
You sued the girl that didn't want to go out with me. Maybe you should have, so that you're homeless.
Maybe so you would have been labeled a vexatious litigant soon.
Enclave Emily, does that video you have copyrighted music in it? Because I kind of don't want to get hit for that right now.
Yeah.
But it is really a fucking hilarious moment. Look
Spaghetti
on
P
Discord.
says-
I see it on Discord. I'm asking about if the music is copyrighted.
Spaghetti P says, I am now suing Vare in the lands between court. He called me maidenless.
Alright, I don't know, so I'm gonna find the one from Tentacle Dude quickly. Because it is... really good.
Here we
Posting it
go.
in the group chat.
Beef with a 4-month membership message. Thank you very much. I'm an hour and a half late. Hey all, we'll be catching up at 2 times speed. Let me copy the chat and say, show him the clip.
Oh. Yeah, I'm getting the clip. Hold on. It'll take a second.
Clip will be clapped.
There we go. I found a link without music in it. Alright. A proof of this? Local community college for reasons I consider to be discriminatory. Is it for being a fat fucking retard who sues everyone? The countless women who have refused to go on dates with me! You can't make this shit up! Oh my god! I could have sued all these women for discriminating against me because they wouldn't go on a date with me. Are you fucking kidding me?
Jesus Christ.
Yep.
Wait, what's that one on the bottom? The countless times a stranger walked past me on the sidewalk without saying or doing anything to me. What?
Yep.
Yep.
It's total brain rot insanity. Sid Alpha described it best in his latest video. It's syphilitic insanity.
Yeah.
Um,
Weirdly enough, this is not the first time that this exact phrasing has been used in a court document.
oh no.
There is a special someone who Nick Ricada has talked about a lot, who has an unfortunate disease called Mobius
butthead?
syndrome. Yeah.
By the way,
He's
did,
tried to sue people for not going on dates with him as well.
oh no.
Yeah, Beavis and Butthead never should have split up because Butthead went down a very dark path.
Yeah.
Setch, did you see that Ricada stream I liked the other night? I'm being sued by a moron, let's go over it or whatever?
No, I didn't get a chance to watch. I've known about I've known about the thing for a while.
When you have time, you have to watch that because it is fucking hilarious.
Okay.
And
Alright, I will.
I was listening to Nick's stream last night, and he was making jokes. He was like, he was saying something to the effect of, people in chat, please pray for such and such person, because I came into his office to hire him as a lawyer, and he made the mistake of saying yes to represent me in this case, because now he is stressing out because I'm constantly talking about this case.
Yeah, that's my favorite thing about Nick is like Nick is a really competent lawyer in and of himself, but one of the aspects of being a competent lawyer is like don't represent yourself, idiot.
Yeah.
But Brother Near, if you have never seen this person before,
Oh no.
as Nick Ricada says, don't make fun of him by the way he looks. Make fun of him because the way he looks matches the type of shitbag he is. And I'm doing it spoiler so we don't have to look at it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't want to see that ugly mug. Um,
Oh God.
did
Yes.
Acer Thorn really send this on an official court document? Not only that, but in a previous document from last year, he included "duh" in the filing, and in this one right here on screen, he included something to the effect of, "Oh, Sid Alpha was just butthurt that I didn't agree with him." He used butthurt in an official court document, not
Yes.
as a quote.
Yes, now it is in court records and filings now, as evidenced by us having the court filing.
Dude, why does this guy look like his nose hairs are combined with his mustache?
Well,
It just looks like his beard, mustache, and nose hairs are one and the same.
as such described, the face matches the personality.
Yes, he is a total douche nozzle.
Oh,
And super litigious as well.
Enclave Emily reminded me of something. Thank you. Don't forget the multiple detailed descriptions of kidnapping and torture. Yes. In this court document, to try and prove his case of defamation, he brings up several examples. Well, there's at least two that I remember, but I think there's more of like horrific torture, killing situations. It's like, oh my god, why are you choosing violence?
Yep.
I mean, same dude that stabbed his dad.
Yeah.
And talked about how he basically jerks off to the thought every night. It's like, well, okay. Let's just say, given some of his other works that have been found, fucking straitjacket Acer Thorn now, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fucking weird shit that the fan fiction he's written
Yes.
is
Well, hold on.
terrifying.
I take issue with that, Pagan. That is a horrible misrepresentation. Fan fiction is based around an existing thing, like Star
You
Trek.
gotta say it like Vincent Martin.
Fan faction is based around an existing think.
Yeah.
But no, fan fiction is based around an existing thing, and Acer's stories weren't that. They were just stories he came up with on his own of the very romantic act of consensual wife beating,
Yes.
which is fucking weird.
Yeah, I
wish my
fucking
hubby
sat
would
through
do
that that reading video while I was playing Elden Ring, and I was just like, what the fuck?
I was
It
listening
reminds
to
me
that
of all
at
those-
work.
That reminds me of that lady IRL who can actually cosplay Lady Demetrius from Resident Evil 8 really well, and she made a video in a video with someone else. Fuck, why can't I think of a collaborative video? And the collaboration, she leans down and grabs the person and is choking them, and the person gets lifted up, and the person goes, she's like, what do you want to say now? And she's like, harder. What? Harder. And they both, Lady Demetrius gets really wide-eyed. She's like, what the fuck? And the one lady starts smiling.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
It's such a good clip.
Anyway, should we get back to the video?
Yes.
Sure. Okay, 1 minute.
Nice.
I will say I appreciate the fact that his introduction is incredibly short. You know what I mean? It wasn't 2.5 minutes of an introduction thing. It was it was literally 2 seconds.
Yep. Yeah, because sometimes people have their intros go on for way, way too long.
Yeah.
The same game over and over again. Do they reuse assets? Do they reuse animations? Be it, in their combat system or just basic movement of, a particular character that they've developed? Do they reuse the same graphics engine over and over again from game to game to game?
Holy shit, are we diving that much into pedantic nonsense?
Also, I forgot the
So-
argument I was going to make before. there's nothing inherently wrong with reusing assets from previous games you made. Like,
Yeah.
let's say you're making a fantasy game and you have your skeleton enemy, and that's your only enemy in the game because it's a very small game, and it's successful. So you do a sequel. So you add a new enemy. You add a zombie. Then the third game, you include both of those enemies, and you include 3 or 4 other new enemies. It's just expanding the enemy pool and keeping variety in the world. Just because you killed a skeleton in the first game and killed it in the third game doesn't mean it's bad that they reused that enemy.
I need to already slap whoever made this. Bethesda, Elder Scrolls 1 through 5, Fallout 1 through 4. Bethesda didn't make 1, 2, and New Vegas, you idiot.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. But I get this point. Again, he's pointing out this whole thing of, like, this is absurd nonsense. Sony Santa Monica, God of War, that's it. Naughty Dog, Uncharted 1, 2, 3, 4, Golden Abyss, The Lost Legacy, The Last of Us 1, Last of Us 2. It's like, it's not bad being a one-trick pony. The problem with Naughty Dog is the fact that they're not good at it.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, since you mentioned The Last of Us, I'm pretty sure this guy is a Last of Us fanboy.
Oh boy.
That would not surprise me. Setch, they glow in the dark, Setch. You can see them. You should drive them over with your car. Oh, speaking of, have you seen the new thing that's caused a meltdown?
There's numerous things you could be doing that such.
It was just revealed that majority House Leader Kevin McCarthy, again, he's being held by the short and curlies by MAGA Republicans, thank God too. He has given Tucker Carlson 41,000 hours of footage of January 6th.
Yeah, I saw that.
And it already shows that, no, this was indeed an op by the government. These are plants. People are cross-referencing, getting facial details and everything. That this is an undercover officer, and you see them. They're the ones telling people to go forward into the building and everything. They're the ones tapping people on the shoulder and being like, hey, open the doors and let people in. It's like, oh my God. The meltdown is real. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. Dude,
Yep.
these are just the snippets, the stuff that's leaked out. I cannot wait. 41,000 hours of footage. I cannot wait to see how this goes.
So what you're saying is it glows so bright that it makes night look like day.
Yes.
Jesus.
It is. I mean, again, anybody who had any rational thought whatsoever, we knew this. We knew that it wasn't an insurrection. We knew that it was a peaceful protest at the worst, and maybe there was some vandalism. That's it. But now, video evidence, all of it, and we can actually point out all the undercover officers and everything. Holy shit. Like, they actually have their IDs, everything. They have their records, all of it. To be like, oh yeah, these guys are drug enforcement agency undercover that are doing it. These guys are FBI. This guy is an FBI informant. And they have like full breakdown lists of all their stuff. It's like, holy shit. Because then they're
Impressive.
like, oh wait, how do we know that these people are what they are? And then they're like, well, we cross-reference through these different body camera footages and so on and so forth to track this person's movement. And then they'll be like, here they are talking to an officer and showing their badge to show that, yes, I'm an undercover officer at this moment, at this time, to officers who are trying to wrangle up the insurrectionists, in air quotes. Oh, dude, it is really like, whoo boy.
Yeah, it's really it's so funny to see all these all the people on Twitter meltdowning over this shit where they're like, oh, like no, you can't show that. It's a matter of national security. You can't show that and shit like that because they know it's gonna fuck them.
My favorite one was that we just have to trust that Tucker Carlson is going to be unbiased. He's just going to edit the stuff that makes it look like his particular narrative. It's like, the fuck you think happened at that January 6th Unselect Committee, you dumb fuck?
Yeah.
Don't you think? I guarantee you, if they actually had anything, they would have fucking shown it off, and that would have been on repeat, because they already repeated all the nothing burger that they did have over and over again. Do you think that if they actually had someone with a gun holding it to a senator's head or something like that, that would be blasted everywhere?
Yeah, that would have been. That's all you would have seen for months.
Yes. Oh, it's crazy. What's even more insane is just the fact that we have Department of Homeland Security, we have DEA agents, we have FBI, we have Metro Police, we have DC Metro Police. So the actual Capitol Police, everything, all undercover. All these people have been found. Oh my God, it is insane. In fact, this is entrapment to an insane degree. This is a level of 90% of the people doing the bad stuff are Fed boys or alphabet agencies. Like, holy shit. It is really bad.
No way, you're
Damn.
telling me the people that orchestrated the assassination of JFK
JFK?
would do something this bad? No, there's no
Yeah.
way.
Oh, dude.
I still can't believe that's been confirmed, by the way, that the CIA had direct involvement in the assassination of JFK and covered it up.
Yeah,
Like-
that was wild.
Oh my God. And yet they're still allowed to just do as they
Exist.
please. Exist. Yeah, the ATF, the FBI, the CIA. Yeah, no, just let them continue, just unchallenged.
Yeah. Oh, dude, it's just crazy. Yes, I agree, Total dude. Life has many doors, Fed boys. Oh, but yeah. So that was the whole thing. I'm so glad somebody mentioned, bringing up the whole glowies thing, because that just reminded me of the bombshell that just dropped, and it is crazy. This all blows my mind, like the CIA bullet did to JFK. Oh, God.
Oh man, I'm just thinking of the sprinkler meme now, of like the Fed boys showing up to somebody's house and the sprinklers turn on, and then they're like, "Why do I smell gas?"
Yes, that's one of my favorite staged videos. So there's a meme video where it's a couple ATF agents, and they're like, "Is that firearm registered?" And the citizen calls back, the guy that they're yelling at calls back, "Are those level 4 plates?"
Yeah, no,
And
oh
the
shit,
two
get the
ATF
fuck
agents
out of
like,
here.
"We gotta get the fuck out of here."
Yeah, I fucking love that video. Are those level 4 plates? Oh shit, we better get the fuck out of here.
No, you're going into weird conspiracy nonsense. JFK wasn't killed. His head just kind of did that.
Yeah, by itself.
Yeah,
Dude,
it is a very rare medical condition that the body will sometimes just eject the entire brain randomly.
Yep.
Through
What's
the skull
crazy-
cavity.
Here's the craziest part that people didn't realize that we knew. So we knew, air quotes, we knew that the CIA did this to JFK for the longest time. CIA even invented the term conspiracy theorist to try to disprove these people. But in the court case and documents, if you actually read them, members of the Congress got to see more footage that was not shown because of a national security risk. Okay? Same bullshit they tried to pull January 6th. And every single member of Congress that saw that said the CIA was guilty. Every single one. From Democrat and Republican houses, they were all like, no, the CIA is fucking guilty. Amazing how that footage, after they put this in official court records, by the way, suddenly it disappeared. The CIA lockup was vandalized and it's gone. Weird.
Yep. Which is why I find it so ridiculous when people say stuff like, but Tucker Carlson is just gonna edit it and shit like that. It's like, and you think the fucking government wouldn't?
We already know they did, because again, if you actually watched any of the January 6th nonsense, you realize that they doctored so much footage. It was crazy.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, if you saw like the live streams when it happened, which I did watch quite a bit of the live streams when it was going down, and then you watch the footage that they show and stuff, and it's like, that does not match up with what I saw in the live
Yep.
streams at all. Like there's a bunch of different stuff here that doesn't line up.
Anyways, we have a video to return to.
Yeah, sure.
I guess.
I mean, we're 2 hours in, and we've got
I'm
like
joking.
a minute.
Speaking of which, I don't know who the fuck this person is, but this is not a good argument.
No, it actually is. It actually is. Genuinely. Like, holy shit. This right here destroys the entire basis of One Trick Pony being a bad thing. Right? It's like, oh, dude. I guess we'll have to hear how he says it's not a good argument, but Jesus Christ, I was pointing out how this is a good point, except the Bethesda Fallout 1 and 2 thing. No, they didn't do those. But yeah. This is a really good counterpoint to this whole thing.
I also want to point out quickly, too, GTA 1 and 2 are very different games from the rest of the series. They're top-down.
Yes.
And I would say they're different enough to say that it's not a one-trick pony to go from Grand Theft Auto 2 to Grand Theft Auto 3.
Yeah.
They're very different. But
yeah, so
same with
3 forward, you definitely have an argument, and from what I've heard, 3 and Vice City are good. I know San Andreas and 4 are good, and
Vice City is a lot of fun.
yeah,
Yes, it really is. 3, I liked it, but it just hasn't aged very well.
well, it was their first 3D Grand Theft Auto game, so there's obviously going to be a bit of jank and stuff there.
Yeah, but Vice City aged a lot better, and a lot of it is because they focus so much more on an aesthetic as opposed to trying for 3D realism at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, same thing with Fallout. Like I would not say well, besides the fact that it's a different developer, that's the main thing. But also, 1 and 2 are very different from 3 in New Vegas.
Yeah.
$2 from Alpha Craig. Thank you very much. It's called Exploding Head Syndrome. Look it up. Exploding Head Syndrome does exist, but it's where you hear loud like bangs all the time. Really, I would find that to be like a fate worse than death, honestly.
Oh yes, EHS. That explains it.
Yeah.
There's also a £2 super chat I think we may have missed from Happy Nihilist. Thank you. Watch Terramin Trees. He has some really good vids. Oh.
Okay. Yeah, we'll check him out sometime. So let's see if he actually backs up why this is a bad argument. We'll see.
Trying to claim that The Last of Us is the same as Uncharted is stupid.
Is it though? Again,
Yeah, you're gonna have to explain how it's stupid.
yeah, because if we strip them down to their basic systems, it's the same engine, which you have just said. Do they use the same graphics engine as to be a thing? Do they use the same animations as to be a thing? Do they use the same assets as to be a thing? Guess what they do? They use the same assets, the same animations, and the same engine. Okay? So now you need to explain why this is bad, why this doesn't work in this regard.
Aren't parts of the gameplay between the two games very similar as well?
Yes, because it's the Sony syndrome. That's what it's called. Third person, over the shoulder, narrative driven, lots of cinematic style vignettes all over the place, sort of thing. It's just kind of what they do. And I'm personally tired of it. I'll still, if it's a game, it's a good game. It's a good game. But I'm tired of that same thing over and over again from multiple different studios because that's what Sony wants. They just want those single player, narrative driven, over the shoulder, third person game.
Yeah.
Yep. Even God of War, Ragnarok, and the 2018 one were literally just that as well.
Yeah.
They were still good games, but it's like, oh my god, it's literally just the Sonyism again.
Yeah.
Yep. It's like, don't get me wrong, if they're good games, they're good games, but can we do something else too? Can we make another good thing too? Like, Sony, why do you want to get pigeonholed into this tiny niche? Why do you want that so bad?
Yeah.
I don't. Like, a niche isn't a bad thing, but are you going to have just this niche forever to hold up your entire game catalog? It's just weird.
Creetosis, which Grand Theft Auto map is your favorite? San Andreas is the one I've spent the most time with, and I really like the variety in that map. $5 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. Just dropped in. No idea what you guys are talking about, but I have a question. What do you think is the most important factor in human interaction? Probably not being a cunt. I say that having dealt with numerous cunts in my life.
Oh, that's a tough one. I guess maybe listening, like actually listening to what the person says.
Yeah, that's a good.
Maybe a healthy empathy. Like,
Yeah.
you don't want to empathize too much, but having the ability to understand where somebody's coming from.
Yeah, that too.
Like, that's definitely a hard one, because most important is like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Well, I don't know what would be the most important. I guess my vote would be having a healthy amount of empathy. You're all wrong. Uh-oh.
Oh no. Grand Theft Auto 2 to Grand Theft Auto 3 to Vice City is quite a smooth transition of 2D to 3D. Well, I'm not saying it's not. I actually don't know because I haven't played 2 or 3. But I'm just saying there are different game styles. To have a top-down shooter, and then to have a I can't actually remember if the Grand Theft Auto games are first or third person. Yeah, they're third person. They're still just very different kinds of games in that aspect. You play them differently. €2 from Enclave Emily. Thank you. Creetosis, the cunt handler. Oh no.
God, I still can't believe fucking YouTube fucking flagged that word. Like, fuck off.
Yeah.
Yep.
YouTube being YouTube.
Yep.
Yep.
It's
That's pretty
unfortunate. We can't say the fun C word anymore. They should be
But
able to
you
call a
already
cunt
did,
a cunt if they're acting like a cunt.
Yeah. All right.
That's a dumbass argument. Just some general advice from yours truly. Yeah, don't go up on this website. This will be one of the only times I will ever use a fucking GameFAQs topic to
That's
make
still
a
an
point.
L.
You are using it though. You
Yeah,
idiot.
you're still using it though. You fucking idiot. You just
Doesn't
admitted
matter.
it's
But
shit,
also
and
he
you're
didn't
still
explain
using
why
You
it
it.
was
use
bad.
it this one time. It's still an L.
Yeah, he didn't explain why it's bad. Because no,
Yeah, he didn't even
that guy is
explain why
correct.
that was bad. He just said it's retarded, guys. It's fucking stupid because
That's
it
that's
BTFO'd
fucking
him.
dumbass statement. It's like, how is it dumb?
This is one of the
It's
only
dumb
times...
because it disproves my opinion.
This is
Yeah.
one of the only times I'm going to use this site because someone posts a thing that agrees with me.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Sure. This is going to be a long one, I feel.
Yep.
I mean, it's 30 minutes long, so yeah, it's gonna be a long one regardless.
But it is a good point that someone has made, because
If we
Like I
ignore
said-
Because it
the
agrees with
counters-
me.
Yes.
It's a good point someone has made because it agrees with me.
Mm-hmm.
Good job.
Yeah.
10 out of
even
10.
though, again, he showcased the
Don't
one
you
comment
dare.
that disproved this entire premise, and he's like, no, that's a dumbass comment.
But don't you dare apply this exact statement to The Last of Us.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He gets fucking BTFO'd by one dude, and it's like, this dude's retarded, but this dude agrees with me, so in this instance, we're gonna use this. Like, fuck off.
Yeah, it's stupid.
said this is something that's been, generated, that's been repeated, that's been voiced for a long time. Just recently, FromSoft revealed the first major look at Elden Ring, the gameplay. And I must say, I wanted to wait until I decided to make this video to watch it. I have not seen the gameplay at all, but I am not expecting.
So okay, this is one of the most insane levels of I'm going in with a preconceived bias I have ever seen.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
you blatantly
pretty much.
admitting that that's what you're doing too is crazy.
Also, I want to point out again that I just really dislike the characterization that this is somehow a problem. Everyone in chat knows this by this point. Morrowind is my all-time favorite game. Let's imagine for a second I had my own game studio where I could make a lot of Morrowind-like games, and they were successful, so I made another, and another, and another, and another. If that's the kind of game I like to make, then why is that a problem? Sure, you might not like it, but... well, fuck you then. You know, I'm not making it for the people who don't like it, I'm making it for the people who clearly do like it. I don't see what the issue is.
$2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you very much. Have you read The Passing of the Great Race? I have not.
No. For some reason, I get the impression it's not talking about, like, a marathon or a racetrack.
No, that was the one I posted the book cover to.
Right, because he wanted us to see the book cover. That's not the kind of thing I would read.
Yeah, I'm not really interested in it.
Special. I'm not expecting anything special for this. What I'm expecting is the same formula that this company has been basically recycling for a number of years now. Just presented in an open world format, because they already revealed a long time ago that Elden Ring is an open world game. And
Okay.
I'm expecting something cheap that was, haphazardly thrown together.
Okay, hold on. No matter how much you dislike the game, you can't say that it was cheaply, haphazardly thrown together. There's...
You
Yeah,
can't
the
say that
game's not even
about.
out at this point.
Yeah, you can't say that about Dark Souls 1 or 2 or 3 even. Like, as much as I hate 2, you can't say it was cheaply thrown, haphazardly, I'll agree with, but you can't say it was cheap. Like, holy shit. When you realize the level of fuckery that happened with that, good god.
Yeah. And especially with hindsight now, you cannot say Elden Ring was haphazardly thrown together. It is very intentional with everything it does.
$5 from Solvis, thank you very much. Call of Duty is the Candy Crush of shooters with that logic, right? Yeah. This is just wild. Like, it's weird because he wants to say you could tell that he wants to do the disingenuous dismissive that they've always done, but then he has to catch himself and he's like, no, because they had Armored Core and all these, and Metal Wolf Chaos and everything. He's like, no, okay, blah, blah, that they've done for a number of years. It's like, okay, yeah, but here's the other thing, dude. You need to prove that they're a one-trick pony, and 2, you need to prove that that's a bad thing. And to
I'll be
begin
right back.
Alright.
All right.
Yeah, it just keeps coming back to the same point right now, where being a one-trick pony isn't bad if what you're doing is good. Like, I can understand people not enjoying these kinds of games. It's totally fair and understandable. But to act like that's bad, or... I don't know, I just don't get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because my thing is that they're not the same game. That's the thing. It's like they have similar elements to each other, but like Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2 and 3 are not the same game. And same thing with like Bloodborne and Elden Ring. They are not the same game as Dark Souls. Like there is so much different about them that like I can't look at them and be like, oh yeah, this is literally the same game. I just can't.
And Sekiro is very different from all of them.
Oh, very different. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's probably the most different of that genre that they do.
I don't know.
So yeah, I just don't get this argument.
This is feeling like someone who's just complaining for the sake of complaining. I'll have to ask Nier when he comes back, but, like, does this guy even like Demon Souls or Dark Souls 1? Or is it just he doesn't like the style of game, and because this one company keeps making the style of game, that's a problem? You know?
It feels like because they're making the style, that's the problem. That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
Because at
I
that
don't know,
point,
we'll
that's
have to see.
basically... That would be like the equivalent of me complaining that, another Need for Speed game, another Gran Turismo game, they just keep doing the same thing over and over again. It's like, who the fuck cares if people like it? It just doesn't make sense to me complaining about an entire genre of game this way that, like, you don't even interact with or engage with. Like, you don't like it, that's fine, but why is that a problem if they keep doing the same thing? Should we continue without him, or...?
Do you want to read these super chats real quick then, since we got the time?
Actually, sure, yeah, good point. Right, we got the Call of Duty one. $2 from Classy Horse. Thank you. Have you seen Dagoth has standards, Stag?
I have.
Which one is that?
I think that's the Khajiit one.
I might.
Where he's like, oh fuck no. like I could get it with the lizard thing, but this is too far. You get the fuck out.
I thought the lizard would have been the more weird one. I don't think I've seen that one. The lizard ones are fucking funny though.
Yeah, the Khajiit one is really good. I'll link it in a bit. I actually need to run to the bathroom real quick, but yeah, I will link that in a minute. It is really good.
All right. Nice, Setch. I can't believe half the panel is fucking dead.
Yep. I mean, that's what happens. We get into these situations and everybody abandons us because they can't handle the heat.
Rip in peace, Nier and Pagan. We hardly knew ye. Orange Soul's member message for 1 month. Thank you. Using this logic, can I argue that Prince of Persia, Sands of Time, and Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor are literally the same game? I don't know anything about Sands of Time, so, sure.
I don't know if he could go that far, but it's already because he hasn't defined how he's doing it. Actually, no. I guess because he said same graphics engine, same animation, same models. You could, yeah, you absolutely could. He didn't say all of them. He said some of them. So yeah, there you go. So you could absolutely do that.
€2.
All right, I'm back.
€2 from Enclave Emily. Thank you. I Hillary Clinton them. Sorry, I was hungry. Oh no.
Oh my god.
And a new member, Seeker931. Thank you. It's very much appreciated. Only furries on the panel now, shaking my head. Hey, I'm not a furry.
Okay, so first off, here's the Horus Heresy timeline for Setch, so we can check that out real quick. It's a pretty short clip. And then I'm gonna get the Dagoth has standards for Kree.
Oh damn it! It makes you download. Play it in Discord.
Oh, it shouldn't. It should just play.
Have you seen the Grand Theft Auto 6 leaks? No, I haven't. I don't even know if those are any leaks are real or not anymore because.
Holy shit! Yeah, accurate though.
I don't even know if any leaks on Grand Theft Auto 6 are real or not because we've been getting videos from fucking weirdos for years now where, oh my god, they're about to announce Grand Theft Auto 6. Oh, here's some leaks. It's all been like just shit videos trying to get views with no actual information. Also, I'm just not particularly looking forward to Grand Theft Auto 6 because like Grand Theft Auto 5 was monetized to hell and back in what I think is one of the worst ways. So it just kills any enthusiasm for new games. You know?
Yeah, same. Also, here's the Dagoth has standards thing for Kree. It is fucking great.
I'll check that out later.
Okay.
I am back.
Welcome
Oh,
back.
welcome back. I have a question.
Yeah.
Does this guy like any of the Souls games?
I am not sure on that one.
Because at this point already, it's feeling like he's complaining purely for the sake of complaining, rather than having any decent art. Like, if it's someone who liked the first game, right, and then they just got bored of it over time because they feel like it's the same thing over and over again, that's one thing. I still feel that's wrong, but, you know, opinions. He's free to have his opinion. This feels to me more like someone who's just arbitrarily complaining about a genre of game he just doesn't like. And I gave the example while you were gone. It would be like if I complained that some company kept making racing games because I don't like racing games. Therefore, it's a problem this company keeps doing the same thing over and over again. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Alright.
You know, people smart, which is really the majority of From Software fans and Souls-like fans in general.
Oh god, man, poison that well any harder, my bro. Jesus Christ.
I don't know. I think that right there might have just answered our question.
Yeah, so
So-
he just doesn't like From Software.
Then why the fuck do you care so much then? Because, look, I spent a lot of time making my videos, scripting them, recording, editing, all that shit. I couldn't imagine going out of my way to make a lengthy video talk about, oh, man, the newest FIFA game is dumb, it's just the same thing over and over again. Because it's not a game series I have any interest in. I don't have that investment to fucking care. Like, sure, I think it's silly that it is the same game over and over again, but it's also a game where, like, you can't really change that much about it. I mean, it's fucking soccer. But I just couldn't imagine investing that kind of time to complain about something that actually doesn't affect me.
Yeah. If it's something that you're not even going to play and have like no investment in, why even go to this length to
Yeah.
bitch about it?
Because with Fallout 3 and 4, they're games in a series I already like. With Skyrim, it's a game in a series I already like. With Starfield, it's a game from a company that I used to like in a style of game that I do generally very, very much like. And who knows, maybe it'll be good. I can't necessarily say it'll be disappointing if it's bad, because I'm kind of expecting that, but it would be something to talk. Like, I don't know, I just don't get complaining about something that doesn't affect you. Like, even Amnesia Rebirth, the reason I made the video on that is because I liked Dark Descent, and Rebirth was fucking dog shit. Same with Saints Row 2022. Like, you make videos on things that affect you because... whatever.
People can go out and spend money on a ridiculous collector's edition full of garbage that no one really needs.
Okay, no one needs most of the stuff they have. You don't need a TV. You don't need a computer. People buy collector's edition stuff because they like that shit.
Yeah, what is this argument? Like, you don't need a figurine, so why spend money on it? It's like, because some people want it.
I didn't need a $200 USD figure of Q from Star Trek, but guess what? I fucking have it.
Yeah, you don't need to buy a replica of the Ranger helmet from Fallout New Vegas, but I did it anyway.
Same. A lot of people like getting items from the things they like. I have numerous shirts from the music bands I like. I don't get what this fucking argument is. Oh, you don't need this thing. Well, yeah, fuck. You don't need much aside from clothes, food, and water, and shelter. You know?
Yeah.
So just, I guess, just fucking get rid of everything you own that you don't need to live. Fuck
Yeah.
off.
You don't need a video game.
You don't need
It's
a
literally
house. What are
just
you talking about?
entertainment.
What was that, Near?
You don't need a house. What are you talking about? Houses are for
Yeah.
chumps.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
just,
you should just do the Chad dirt ground house. Just dig a hole and live there. That's all you need.
No,
No,
it's
I
a-
live in an igloo.
I was about to make the joke, live in the cube, bigot. Live in the pod.
Yeah, live in the pod. Eat the bugs. Live in the pod.
Now that I think about it, this is almost kind of the argument you'll own nothing and like it. Like, hey, why own this cool thing that you might like? Why own anything?
You don't need a gun.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, I know you do, but it's like that's kind of where what this is coming across as. Like, you don't need a gun, so why buy one? And it's like, because I do need one actually, and I want one.
So that's what I'm expecting, if anything. But like any other trailer, I'm gonna go in unbiased. I will give commentary
Yeah,
throughout
doubt.
the
X to
video.
doubt.
I hit X so fucking hard to doubt that it broke the controller. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's fucking. Yeah, no, I don't believe that for one goddamn second. I'm gonna go into this unbiased.
Like, you've already made it clear in the fucking previous 3 minutes and 20 seconds of your video that you're extremely biased towards this game already.
I can't tell if he's trying to convince the audience or himself at this point. Like, Jesus Christ.
Oh, I don't think he needs any help convincing himself. It feels like he's full on, yeah, I'm being unbiased, even though I said that, you know, this game company sucks and they keep doing the same thing over and over again. This is probably going to be dog shit. My favorite part of this video is about to come up, guys. Oh no.
Oh god. Yeah, I can't wait to see him try to pick apart the trailer and be like, see, this is proof it's bad because look at all this new stuff you can do.
That. Oh, it's on.
And
Hey,
oddly, I get something positive out of this, but I don't suspect that's going to be the case.
Congratulations, you just admitted you have a bias. I don't expect that's going to be the case. You shouldn't expect anything. If you don't want to go in with a bias, don't expect anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
You already fucked your argument.
and I need to point out, too, that we've said similar things about the Starfield trailer. Oh, we're not expecting much. But it still does have the chance to pleasantly surprise us. That's the thing. We are keeping an open mind that it could be good. It's just based on Bethesda's track record of having jank-ass games with shit stories that we're not expecting much. We could be wrong. Right?
Yep.
Yep.
But dig in here.
We hope it helps to convey a little of this title's mood and gameplay. Occasionally, Grace will manifest rays of guiding light.
Already a massive
So
new thing
a
here.
horse just pops out of thin air. Just literally comes out of nowhere.
It's a magic world, my guy. What the
It's a spirit horse you could summon
No.
from the
Play it-
ether.
Play it for a few more seconds.
And
It
you
gets
gotta-
better.
Yeah, I have a feeling. Hold on.
What the fuck is this argument?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. That's all he had
that
to
was
say.
it. That was it.
That's it? Are you serious? You can
Riveting
summon a horse from the
criticism.
ether. That's stupid.
10 out of 10 criticism. I really agreed with him when he went, uh-huh.
Yeah, that's what really convinced me. You know what? Elden Ring isn't even a 0 out of 10. It's a minus 10 out of 10.
Real.
Yeah, who needs to use facts or arguments when you can just say, uh-huh, or duh?
Yeah, this...
What do you mean? There's
This
magic
is-
in my fantasy world? Cringe.
Yeah, fucking cringe, bro. You could summon a spirit horse from the ether. Fucking cringe.
There's fantasy elements in your fantasy game? Fucking kill yourself. God, this is so dog shit. Like, I don't know, man. This is just weird to me.
It's not even weird. It's just downright retarded.
Yeah, it's retarded, but it's weird in the sense that it's just complaining about something that's just not an issue.
Like I said in the group chat, it's just nitpicking for the sake of nitpicking.
Oh yeah, because that is just complete nitpicking. There's
Well, no,
nothing
that's-
wrong with that at
That's
all.
not even a nitpick, because nitpicks are valid criticisms that are, like, extremely small and minor and don't affect anything. Oh,
you're right,
the level
yeah.
of water in this glass changed between shots. That's a
You,
nitpick.
you want a good example of this? So we've all seen it. Puss in Boots' Last Wish. Here's an actual nitpick. Jack Horner, when he confronts the would-be thieves, Puss, Kitty, Goldilocks, and Three Bears, he has his black gloves on. Says, "You robbed me." When the explosion goes off and Puss and Kitty fly past him, he suddenly doesn't have his gloves on anymore. That's a problem. That's a continuity error.
Yeah.
But does it affect anything? Not at all.
Yeah, exactly. It's not
Yeah.
like they're enchanted gloves that protected him or allowed him to do something and he couldn't otherwise. They're literally just a clothing object that were there, then not there.
Yeah, he put them on specifically so he could pick up the Midas touch thing, which he didn't need to. You just don't touch the Midas touch hand. But yeah, they literally, that was it. They were just black gloves. He had them on in one scene. The very next scene, the magical explosion happened. He gets knocked backwards. Puss and Kitty fly past him on the magic carpet. And you can see that he doesn't have his gloves on anymore. He never took them off. That's a continuity error. That is a problem with continuity. But does it change anything? Does it actually affect anything? No, not at all. Because there's nothing that he immediately needs to grab where the gloves suddenly become important.
Yeah.
hmm Yeah, that's a nitpick. What this dude is doing isn't even a nitpick. It's just bitching for no reason. I genuinely don't understand the issue here. You could summon a
looking for a
horse
reason
out
to
of
complain.
nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a reason for him to complain and nothing else.
Also, I should have probably mentioned it 2.5 hours ago, but I wasn't expecting to do yet another Elden Ring video in a row, but here we are.
So, a battle cruiser just pops out of thin air with tactical jump. It just literally just pops up right above my base. Uh-huh.
Yeah, you can apply this to pretty much anything. Like, you see a trailer for the next Elder Scrolls game and someone uses magic and you go, oh, they're using magic. Uh-huh. It's like, yeah, it's a fantasy world with magic. Why is that a problem?
Why is
So I-
IGN on his tags?
Oh,
Why
because
So
he's,
is IGN on his
what's on-
tags?
because he's watching IGN's video of the preview.
Oh.
And this stays this way for, like, a majority of the video, by the way. He couldn't even, like, just download the video. He's watching it on YouTube and screen recording.
So, Arthas in Warcraft just shoves his sword into the ice, and then a dragon comes out of nowhere. Uh-huh.
I miss when Warcraft was good. I actually kind of want to play Warcraft 2 and 3 again. I
I've never played Warcraft 3.
do it. Fucking do it. Holy... Actually, don't
3 is
play
genuinely
Reforged. Don't play
Yeah,
Reforged.
don't get reforged. If you can
Oh,
add
for
anything.
sure, I am not playing Reforged.
Yeah.
Warcraft 3 is genuinely, like, a really fucking great game. I really like the story. I like the custom game modes and stuff. Like,
Well, now since
I'm-
we're talking about that, do you guys play StarCraft 2?
no.
No.
Did
I
bits and
mean, if you
pieces of
really,
it. I
if
do.
you really like Warcraft 3, then StarCraft 2 is also really good.
Okay, but does StarCraft 2 have sheep tag?
There might
Yeah.
be a game out there.
It does, because StarCraft 2 uses the same thing. They just call it something different, but it uses the same thing as Warcraft 3, as StarCraft Brood War, and everything like that. It's use map settings. So you have all kinds of different stuff. There are entire like RPG games in StarCraft 2 in use map settings because people found out there was a way to save character information to people's computers.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so you have full on like multi-week
They're called
campaigns
banks,
you
by
could
the
go
way.
on. They're called what?
Those things that get they put information in their computers and grabbed it for like saving stuff. Those are called banks in the editor.
Yeah. It's just a fascinating thing of like once they figured out that this works, the floodgates were opened on the type of maps you can get. You can get all kinds of crazy stuff. So they have entire maps where it's like, hey, here's this crazy challenge map you play over again, but hey, you got this objective, so now you've unlocked this character class. Now you can pick anytime you play this map again in the future. So on and stuff like that. It is really cool.
Yeah. There's another one I really like that's like zombie survival, and you
Yes.
unlock a lot more classes by getting kills with a certain class.
So you want to know something funny about that? I was one of the testers for those games.
Nice.
Was it Zombie World?
Yes.
Oh my god, I love Zombie World.
I was in the test group with that. So we would be there, and he would host it personally himself. We would join in, and we would test the shit out of it.
That's awesome.
I played a zombie map on Warcraft 3 fucking years ago, and they used the Space Marine models that are in Warcraft 3 that you could play as, and that was the first time I had ever heard "Let the Bodies Hit the Floor." I don't know why this song was in this fucking Warcraft 3 map, but it was.
Also, another awesome thing about StarCraft 2's editor is that you can import models into the editor and make your own units with them.
Oh.
Yes. It is really cool to see. That's how people like recreated entire Warcraft campaigns and everything like that in StarCraft 2.
Damn.
Because they would just import the models from Warcraft into it.
There's also a few games on StarCraft 2 that use Halo units.
Yes, janky as shit though, but yes.
Yeah.
So Laura,
there's also
go ahead.
There's also a bundle of assets on Mapster. I believe they have Dark Souls models in there.
Oh wow.
Yeah, you can have Dark Souls units in StarCraft 2.
So Laura just rates tombs every time. Uh-huh.
What would be funny is...
So Kerrigan just turns into a god. Uh-huh.
So this mailman survived a bullet to the head. Uh-huh. It's just such a shit criticism. Like, again, it's a magic thing in a magic world. There's nothing wrong with that. But the fact that the criticism amounts to, it's just pathetic.
Riveting criticism, am I right?
Yeah.
You know, these environments that they're showing off, it looks very empty to me. Empty as in there's not much going on in the environment itself. So even though some of the locations may be varied, if there's not much going on within each individual area, then what the hell is the point of it being an open world game?
There's a lot going on in these places. There's tons of enemies.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's outright wars happening between two factions.
Yep. This is wild.
I'm sorry FromSoft didn't blow their entire load at once in the gameplay preview. But
in the starting area, by the way.
Yeah.
You're about to see them actually get a good rope going here. A good wad is going to be shot right here.
Yeah.
Also just completely ignores the giant tree in the background.
Yeah.
Yep.
From Software going open world really isn't a good thing if you think about it, considering that one of the best parts about these Souls likes is the level design. You know, the fact that they're removing the linearity from this new title.
Okay. So earlier, you criticized them for being a one-trick pony and how it's always the same game over and over. But now here, you're saying that what they did and turned it into an open world is a bad thing, and now you're saying they should have gone back to what they did before? Are you fucking retarded?
Yeah, that's
I mean, the answer
fucking
is yes.
shit.
But
Holy crap, dude. What the hell? How are you going to sit here and bitch and moan that, oh, they do the same thing over and over and that's bad? And then the second they do something different, you're like, no, they're going outside of their wheelhouse. They can't do that. Like, fuck off, retard. Holy shit.
Yeah, this is retarded. Okay, so if we were to assume absolute best faith, which we have no reason to already, let's say he meant everything else was the problem, but the linear level design should be the same. Like, do you just want them to make an entirely different kind of game then? Because, again, this comes back to the whole, well, what if they just really like this kind of game and they want to make lots of this kind of game? Especially considering that no one else is really doing this kind of game. You know?
and keep in mind that this kind of game is making them lots of money, keeping the lights on, keeping them employed.
Yeah.
If I like to make detailed open world RPG games in a similar fashion to Morrowind, and then I make them and I make more and more and more and more and they're successful, then why should I stop making that kind of game because you think it's boring that I keep doing the same thing over and over again? Even though, you know, they're obviously different. But, you know,
Turn
who
Dark
cares?
Souls into The Last of Us, please.
Oh god,
He's
what a
also just
horrifying
plain
future
wrong.
that would be.
But he's also just plain wrong here. Like, he's acting like they're not going to have... Well, I mean, we know now, but even back then it was stupid to think that they wouldn't have had an idea, a plan for the world, which they clearly did, especially now that we know that now that we've played it. It's very intricate. It's laid out in a very specific way. Everything is done intentionally. I can't think of any problems with the world itself where I'm like, oh, they shouldn't have done this. They should have changed this so that you could do this. And so I can't think of anything like that.
Well, not just that. The world doesn't need, like, not every area of the world needs to be packed full with enemies. You can have areas that are more quiet or empty for those, like, brief moments of peace in the world,
Yeah.
you know?
So you can get some respite, which do you need it in this game? Because yeah, the map, despite how big it is also pretty dense a lot of the time. There's not a whole lot of areas that are just open expanses with nothing in it. There's a few, but very little.
Yep.
And it also makes sense so that in their first reveal trailer, they want to be showing off some of the environments and stuff that they worked really fucking hard on, without going, oh, here's a bunch of enemies, here's a bunch of bosses immediately.
Yeah, and the world design is so good. I love the way Elden Ring looks. It is so beautiful.
In fact, a lot of developers show off a big portion of their environments without showing, you know, here's 1,000 enemies on screen.
Oh, are you telling me that
The graphics are dog shit. Maybe there's something wrong with you.
Yep.
Like, it's pretty hypocritical for him to be like, oh yes, The Last of Us. Totally fine for them to show off their world design and their graphics and everything, which God knows The Last of Us 2 especially really pushed for that. Like, that was like their main selling point was, oh, look how realistic everything looks. Look at the world. Look at the environment. Look how amazing it looks. But when Elden Ring has the goal to do it for a total of 5 seconds in their trailer, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Also, I think he mentioned earlier that he thought it was stupid someone was comparing Uncharted to The Last of Us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's pretty stupid.
Yeah, it is. It's really stupid.
Yeah, saying Uncharted is the same as The Last of Us is stupid. But I can apply the same logic to Elden Ring and Souls games. They're always the same, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's fucking just
Yeah.
so frustrating.
We're two criticisms into his coverage of this video, and I feel like everything is just going to be like this, especially since Brother Nier already said it's just nitpicking. It it feels like he has nothing substantive to say, but he has to make everything into an issue so he can hate this game.
Yeah, in fact, it's so bad. I'm half expecting when the dragon lands, he's just gonna pause it and be like, "A dragon, really?
Yeah.
How derivative."
Yeah, or something like that.
Oh my god, I can't believe they used a dragon again. Did you know there was a dragon in Dark Souls?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, let's find out, because again, he's literally saying how there's nothing happening in here, but we're about to see something happen here. So here we go.
They're removing a lot of what made the level design special.
No, they're not. In fact,
No.
they enhanced it. Whoa!
Yeah, they did.
Whoa, 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 whoa. That was not us, by the way, chat.
Yeah, he just
We
skipped
just skipped quite a bit.
he just skipped the dragon landing and taking out these nobles or these peasants or whatever.
He skipped 50 seconds.
Yeah, so because he knew that if he showed that, he'd be wrong about the whole like, oh, it's a big empty area with nothing happening. Cue dragon landing right after he says that. Yeah, that wouldn't look
Yeah.
good. So
It
better
comes
skip that.
comes sweeping down and eats all the people that are literally trying to die. This is the cool thing about Elden Ring, and part of what showcases America was fucking wrong for taking out death. People are desperate to die and not come back anymore. They are so desperate. They're actually here wishing and praying to Agheel to burn them to cinders so there will be nothing left because they don't want to come back. Oh, but yeah, no, he's just gonna skip. He's gonna skip Agheel landing to just take out all these guys that are sitting here ready to be eaten. They're sacrificing themselves intentionally.
This new title, they're removing a lot of what made the level design special.
God,
that-
that jump. That jump is
No,
so
he
unnatural.
skipped a minute. He skipped basically a minute of footage.
Too.
Wild.
Why do we always get disingenuous cunts like this to cover? Like,
Well,
They always do
unfortunately,
shit like
there's
this.
a lot of disingenuous cunts out there.
yeah, there is.
See, let us say cunt YouTube. It's so, it's such a good descriptor for people like this.
It really is.
Yeah.
Banned.
Why would he have proof of him lying in his video? Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, we've definitely never had that before.
Why can't people just fucking admit when they're wrong? Like, oh, hey, I was wrong that this world is totally empty. My bad.
Yeah,
this
I
is
blame
actually
it.
more interesting than I thought it might have been.
I blame it on modern education that's been going on for. When I say modern education, I don't mean like within the past few years. I mean for the past couple decades of one, self-esteem, but two, teaching you that being wrong means you're a bad person.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
I fucking hate that shit so much. It's like, no,
Yeah.
being wrong does not mean you're bad. Being wrong just means you're wrong. Don't look further than that. Just learn from it.
Yeah, I was just about to say. It's because the school system taught me that being wrong is bad.
Yeah. Oh. Ugh. Modern education sucks.
Yes, it does.
Alright,
Clearly, they're using.
I was just wanting to wind it back just a little bit.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. You grab it. I grabbed it right as you did.
Just so we get what he was saying there fully.
Okay.
This new title, they're removing a lot of what made the level design special. Now, clearly, they're using the same graphics engine that they've been using for years. I mean, you could see it in the earlier trailers for this game, but something that has to be mentioned yet again.
Oh, that's it.
That was it. That was it.
What?
Dude, also,
Okay,
it's
but-
not a problem. If you're comfortable with an engine, keep using the same fucking engine.
Especially if it works. If it's a good engine, there's no reason to just did not keep using it.
Yeah, if the engine isn't hindering you in any way, and all of your team members are comfortable using it, you've got it down like the back of your hand. You know exactly. Hey, I want to do this, so I go in here, 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 and here. Keep using the engine.
Yeah. And if you can make it look good, like they did with Elden Ring, there's nothing wrong with it.
I am shocked he didn't mention the fact that Agheel was going into the Madir stance, but he might not know about Madir at all. So, because if you stagger Madir, he falls in the same way, and you get the same sort of finisher on him. It's not the same model, but it's just the same animation.
Yeah.
This dude is straight goofy. Yeah.
Yeah. This is very much a very fucking dog shit video. It's already almost Ace Retard tier, I'd say.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty bad, that's for sure.
Man, imagine if he ever discovered Unity games.
You see this this clipping right here? The sword holster right.
That's how pedantic you're getting.
Are you
There's
serious?
Flipping.
That's every game. I don't think I've ever seen a game where during the actual gameplay and not a cutscene, where the cloth actually collides with the scabbard of somebody, like on somebody's hip, and it goes around it instead of through it. I don't think I've ever seen that with any game ever. So to fucking say that it's a problem in Elden Ring for not literally inventing it, fuck off.
Yeah.
No,
So
bro,
here's-
he's totally right. I'm not gonna get Elden Ring anymore because of that minute issue there. I'm sorry. Bad game,
Well-
bad game design. FromSoft should be ashamed. Why is it sticking out like that? That's horrible. That's horrible.
Well, here's the thing. Apparently, cloth physics are one of the harder things to get right in
Yes.
game engines. And this
They
is why a
absolutely are.
lot of times you'll see games where characters are lying on top of the blankets on a bed, or they'll be very, very still if they're under the blankets in the rare times that they are. You'll rarely ever see them move blankets. You're not... a lot of cloaks and capes and stuff don't like realistically animate where, you know, they're hanging down properly. A lot of them are like stiff, or you have issues like this where like the sword is clipping through it, because again, it's hard. It's one of those things that's really hard to get right in game engines, and I believe it's resource intensive, like calculating the way everything should work properly. And a similar thing goes for clothing too. This is why clothing on characters, you almost never see it move in like realistic ways that clothing would on a person. They kind of just like, they're very static almost, where if there's a wrinkle in like a sleeve of a sweater, that wrinkle will always be there regardless of like how your character is moving their arm. I should say a wrinkle, but like there's an extra cloth there because maybe the sleeve is a little too long, so it's bunched up a bit. That bunch up will always be there.
Yeah. And again, it's just because of the sheer absurdity of, especially the fact that that scabbard is going to be a moving physics object that the cloth physics will now have to interact with. You know how the way they get away with it on character models is that there's a giant box, or in this case, it's more of a oblong, not a sphere, whatever. It's an oblong shape that the cloth can't go through. That's it. That's why you get so many of these things where you'll be in games and you'll see the cloth physics will fuck up, where the cloth somehow gets turned around and it's janking and spazzing out because it realizes it's in the wrong position, but it can't get back to the normal position.
Yeah.
Happens all the fucking time.
Yeah.
Cloth physics is incredibly taxing.
Yeah, the few times you do see cloth physics, it's usually fucking borked. And just to make it clear, like, any of you at home listening to this, live or sometime in the future when this is re-uploaded, like, go to your bed and, like, you've got your sheet on your bed, right? Just put your arm under that sheet and lift it up and move it back and forth, and look how much movement that sheet has just from that. Now imagine a game trying to calculate something like that moving as someone is running and a sword is, like, pushing it back and forth.
Yep.
Like, it's just very resource intensive and hard to get right. Even if they did manage to have the cloak conform to that sword scabbard, man, it would probably be glitching out a lot.
Yes. Also, I will be right back a moment.
And I'm not sure the process exactly, but, like, models in video games are made up of vertexes, sides, and faces. So a vertex is like a single point. Three of those points connected would make a triangle, for example. Then you've got the edge of the triangle, which is obviously the edge, and you've got the face, which is what makes up like what you see on the physical object. Having a cloth have all those little triangles to be, like, perfectly realistic is going to be an absolute metric fuck ton of triangles. A lot of models are calculated in how many triangles they have.
Yeah.
That's going to be very insanely resource intensive and expensive.
Yeah, because until we get technology where it can run realistic simulations of, like, physics at all times and it not be taxing on the system at the same time, there will always be clipping in video games.
Especially with cloth.
Yeah, especially with cloth and hair.
You could get away with it in pre-rendered animation because you can let the flapping cloth animation bake for days. But whenever something happens real time, you have to cut corners. Same with hair. Yeah, exactly. And
Yep.
again, hair is a good example. A lot of times when you see hair on a character in a game, it is a fucking solid model. And there's a reason for that.
Yep. Yeah, because the moment you get physics styled hair, it tends to wig out, do weird shit, clip into the face and the head all the time, clip
Yeah.
into armor.
Yeah, they tried this. I'm back. They tried this with Witcher 3, the hair physics thing. My god, the number of computers that almost melted just from having that turned on.
Yeah. And Garonius in chat also mentions water. Water is another thing that's very difficult to properly portray in games. This is why you'll almost never see very realistic splashing with water droplets coming out. In fact, I'm not sure I've ever actually seen that. They can emulate something dropping into water, which is how you see, like, the ripples moving out in a circle, but you're not gonna... If someone cannonballs into a pool in a video game and in real life, they're almost always going to look differently until we reach the point where water can be accurately simulated, which is probably many, many years away.
Yeah, it's very unlikely you're going to get, like, that funnel effect of the water going up and expanding in actual gameplay.
Yeah, in
you
real
can do
time.
that in a cutscene. Yeah, in real time. That's like in a cutscene, sure, but in actual gameplay, it almost never will happen.
Avid
What a
Alchemist...
shit point.
Yeah. Avid Alchemist likes to come into the comment sections of people who criticize him and attempt to explain why he's right. He's welcome to try.
Yeah, but he's welcome to defend himself.
Also,
but
another thing Avid Alchemist does is when there's comments on his videos criticizing him, he will delete those comments and then, like, just shrug it off like it was nothing, and then call them idiots in his, like, pinned comments.
Okay.
So yes, he does silence criticism.
Oh boy.
Oh, that one weirdo's back. Okay.
Of course.
Well, stop referring to the weirdo and they'll go away. Like, just ignore it.
Right here, flipping through the character's cape. Like, I understand you're gonna have some clipping here and there, but come on. They couldn't.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on, guys.
This is
Come
somebody that
on.
has no idea what they're talking about. Hooray!
Oh my
harder.
god. This is so shit. Holy fuck. Come on, guys. Come on.
You know-
Do better.
You know, we like to make the jokes of, oh, this thing is slightly wrong, 0 out of 10. Oh, a character in Hogwarts Legacy said schedule instead of schedule, 0 out of 10. Literally a joke I made. Like, this is the same tier as that. Oh, something is clipping through a cloak and doesn't affect any of the gameplay at all? Ugh. Like, fuck off.
Yeah, this is just ridiculous. He's literally
Shmee
just
is here. Hi, Shmee.
he is just fishing so hard for anything to complain about that he'll literally just complain about general aspects of games that exist in basically all games. But if it exists in Elden Ring, how dare it?
In a character to, you know, to where that doesn't happen.
Why
No.
you offered a solution at all to this, you fucking idiot?
Yeah.
There's literally no way they could with because you use there's a ton of different weapons in this game to design a specific animation and pose for the cape for each individual weapon you can use in the game would be insane. You'd have to do that with every single outfit as well.
Yeah.
That's insane. And it's not important at all. It's not even something most people will notice. The only reason you notice is because you're fishing so hard for anything to complain about.
Which is why we're skipping so much of this stuff in the videos. This is crazy.
Yeah, this is actually ridiculous.
Noticeable on screen. Also, apparently we have a character that's talking right here, right? But there's no animation in the character. There's no indication that the character is alive.
It's a jar.
It is though. He does move.
He's moving around. He's
He
trying
moves
to
a
wiggle
lot
and get
actually. He's actually very animated because of the fact he has no face. He moves his arms and his body around a lot to indicate that he's talking. So you're just straight up wrong.
I think he wants Elden Ring to make like this character like cartoon-esque the way they talk.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
should
he
be
wants him to, like,
dancing
bob up
and
and
doing a
down.
jig.
Yeah, he should be dancing and he should bob up and down every time he talks.
Yeah, have the lid be the mouth. Why
he-
don't you?
He should do
Yeah.
that thing where he rolls the top hat down his arm and across his shoulders and onto the other arm.
That Deep Predator sent you in Discord.
Hmm?
The
it's
Saints
a
Row
different-
reboot did so badly that it changed Embracer's policy on greenlighting new games.
Oh,
Holy
yeah.
shit, yes.
Apparently
Yeah.
that game cost $100 million to make. I don't know fucking how, but sure. Good job, guys. Well spent money.
Yeah.
The jar is moving. What, do you want it to have a face, a drawn-on face like? Then there's... it's kind of fucked up in the YouTube chat, but on the OBS chat, it's showing the eyes and mouth properly.
Anytime I see that, like those emotes in that order, I think of the New Vegas scientists.
Yeah,
in the DLC, the
Okay.
Overworld Blues. I
There's-
always think of like Mobius and stuff. And
There's
Dr. Klein.
There's two things I think of when I see that. one of the frogs from Animal Crossing, because when Vinny was playing, every time he talked to that character, the entire chat would erupt with those emotes in that order. And then the trampoline girl from fucking Doctor Who.
Oh yeah, it's just a sheet of skin.
Moisturize me.
Oh, her! Right, yeah.
Because model is just sitting still. There's no
That's
All right.
because you have the
No,
video
vibrant-
paused.
no. Vibrancy? Vibration? Like, what word are we gonna use here?
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
If he skips to the next clip without playing it again, I want to go back to see if it is actually moving or not.
Yeah,
here we
because
go.
he has it paused. He's like, "See, guys, it's not moving," and it's like, "Yeah, because the video is paused. You fucking idiot."
Yeah, let's find this out. I want to hear what vibrant word he's gonna use.
is just sitting still. There's no vibrancy with how the character is interacting with the player.
What?
He's trapped in a fucking hole and asking you to get him out. He's squirming and struggling to get out of the hole.
He's literally stuck. His movement is actually limited
Yeah,
for a good reason.
yeah. He's genuinely stuck in this hole, and he's telling you to give him a good thwack to get him out of it.
And it's hilarious that he's saying this about this character, that he's not animated, when this is one of the most animated characters in the game, considering you hit him multiple times in the story, and he flies out of the fucking hole and lands and gets up and like spins around and shit. He moves constantly. He's
Yeah.
extremely animated.
Or when he's taking a lava bath and he's like, oh yes.
Yeah, and he moves around.
I have fallen and I can't get up, and you want me to do a song and dance?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's even funnier when you get him out of the one hole and there's like, I don't think we're gonna get out the normal way this time. Do you have some kind of lubricant? So you throw an oil pot at him, he goes, oh! He goes, why did you? Oh, I see. And you smack him out.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
I just love the fact that he actually reacts to you throwing the oil pot at him like, what the fuck are you doing? And then he's like, oh, wait, I get it.
Yeah.
Again, the reason I point these things out is because From Software games usually get like 9 out of 10s and 10 out of 10s.
Oh, boo-hoo. A series that he doesn't like gets positive feedback. What a
Yeah.
shocker.
Man, I can't explain how personally insulted I was when the latest racing or sports game got a score higher than a fucking 1.
Yeah.
This is pathetic.
This is pathetic. This is actually pathetic.
I know I say that a lot
up.
on the videos we cover, but we do cover a lot of pathetic videos, but this...
Hold up. What's the Metacritic for Hi-Fi Rush? Let me look real quick. Oh, the user score is 8.7. Well, time to make a video explaining why the gameplay showcase of Hi-Fi Rush is shit and why you should not play it.
Yeah, explain why it shouldn't have that kind of high score when an object is clipping through a little bit of cloth.
Yeah.
That should
Yep.
bring it down at least 5 points.
Yeah. Fucking loser. Alright, let's
Yeah.
see. Let's see if we're gonna skip.
Unanimously. So it's easy to point out the small things that don't really work when everyone thinks that games like these are just immaculate. Also, what a stupid design.
I love the fact that he shows the footage that proves it wrong, and immediately, what a stupid design.
It really does feel like he just was like stunned, like, oh no, oh, it's actually really animated. Well, it looks stupid.
It looks dumb.
It looks so stupid. It's a jar with arms and legs and can talk. Fuck this game.
Yeah. Dude, when you realize what these jars do, though, it makes it even way fucking creepy.
Yeah.
It definitely feels like this game can do nothing right. He's gonna find something to complain about at every point, regardless of what it is. If he's complaining about the sword poking through the cloak, and oh, what a dumb design.
God, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah, this isn't even nitpicking at this point. This is just fucking retardation at its finest.
This is, you've got to deflect from the fact that you just got showed up.
This is the second time he's been BTFO'd in his own video.
Yes. Oh, dude.
Actually, no, the third. He just didn't show the dragon landing.
Yeah.
It's a pot. It's a giant pot with arms and legs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Perhaps somewhere in this game they got some pans, like they got dish pans.
No. So, chat, do you know why these pots are animated and moving around and what these pots are used for? What they do is they take the corpses and they crunch them all up and they stick them inside themselves and they render them down, and that gives them agency and animation. They're literally like golems. They're like puppets. It's fucking creepy as shit.
No, they're kumquats.
He won't be highly animated. Sees him highly animated. This dent head. Huh?
In that comment right now.
That is a great comment. Yeah, that is
in that comment.
hilarious. That is great. Oh my god.
I just love the fucking insult of dent head.
Again, this is literally the same fucking thing as earlier. It's like, where I feel like he's just basically saying like, a golem, how derivative. Minecraft did it first.
Yes. I just love that fact too, especially when you meet Alexander after he has a moment of crisis. He panics because of General Radon, and he's talking about how, like, if it wasn't made blatantly clear beforehand from all the other pots you were dealing with, you hear him talk about how he's trying to crunch down all these great warriors inside of him. He's like, if I could just fit them inside, and it's like, oh, Alexander, stop.
Yeah.
I just keep looking at those emotes and I'm losing my shit.
That's just so funny though, because it's basically what I imagined when he said that too. Like, this thing is just not animated. It has no animation. Sees it get hit and just highly animated after that. His reaction is just that emote.
Yeah, I literally just imagine his eyes drooping down the beast beside his mouth like that, like, oh no.
He just keeps getting BTFO'd. Like, I feel like at this point, he should have just realized, oh, maybe I just shouldn't make this video.
God, yeah, this is crazy.
But I'm glad he did, because this is hilarious.
Yeah.
That have eggs too. Maybe they'll have like eyeballs and a pair of ears. You know, they clearly have run out of ideas at this point, so they're resorting to inanimate objects as characters now. And
How-
this is what
God,
they're
this
at.
is-
How is that running out of ideas when it's new? It's something new in the game. But no, they're running out of ideas, guys.
And it's explained in lore what they are. Again, that just makes it creepier.
No, so this
Yeah, and
isn't...
it's really well done. People really like this character and these things. People really like the pots.
Yes,
Also-
Jarburg is a good location for many reasons, but yeah, them being genuinely liked by the community is one of the reasons.
Also, it isn't inherently bad to have inanimate objects as, like, creatures in the world like this. I mean, at least it's not a bursted open fucking trash bag like Pokemon has. That is running out of ideas. But like, it seems like a very unique design just looking at it, and as you explained, Setch, there's a lore reason for it existing like this.
Oh, and they have
And
they have actually really fun attacks animations, especially the big wind up when the big ones kind of throw themselves off balance because they swing too hard. Those are like whoa.
Yeah. I love it when they do their little spin attack and they just like put their arms out and they spin across the room towards you. I love that.
Yeah, spin, and then you see them like kind of wobble a little bit. Cause like, oh, that would make me a little dizzy. I kind of sloshed my insides around there a bit.
Yeah, and I love Alexander's attacks after he goes to the volcano and he can do like a power attack where he goes up and he spins and like lava follows him as he goes up. I love that. That looks so cool.
Yep. And
And that's
makes
again
sense, too,
a
after
very
wobble.
animated thing that he does because that's like one of the most animated attacks in the game.
Yep. I see him going to the lava pool as like a spa is just funny too. Because you're just sitting there fighting an enemy, and then you just hear in the distance, "Oh yes!" Oh, it's like, what is that sound? You just see
Yeah.
Alexander just sitting out there, like rumming around in lava, just like, "Oh baby."
Also, there's 16 minutes to go, Christ almighty. Oh, no. There's, like 23 minutes left to go.
Yeah, and
22 and a half.
Asking for. Interesting.
We'll prepare
That was
Interesting.
Oh, yeah. Here we go, because
So,
this is another
here we have
really good thing, the
the item
crafting
craft-
system. Oh, shit, he was talking at the same time. But yeah, the item crafting system is actually genuinely very interesting system. And so is stealth being integrated directly into gameplay.
Ideas at this point, so they're resorting to inanimate objects as characters now, and this is what they're asking $60 for.
What?
Interesting.
I missed that part before. This is what...
Yeah, I did
Yeah,
too.
I thought you heard that part.
I did not.
God, that is fucking annoying.
Guys, they put an inanimate object as a character in this game out of all the rest of the content in this game. Oh my god, I can't believe they're asking for $60 for this game because they have a talking pot in it.
Like, you could do this with literally any game. Just find one element you don't like and be like, oh, they're charging $60 for this.
Yeah.
Like,
this
fuck
game
off.
has a talking cat as one of the main characters. Wow, I can't believe they're asking for $60 for this game.
Like, even if you do personally think this element is silly, they're not... Like, it's sad as this has to be explained. They're not asking for $60 so you can meet this character. He's, like... What would you say a percentage of the game does he take up, this character? Like,
Oh my god.
1? Less than
Like
1?
probably less than 1%.
Yeah. And that's if you do his entire, like, storyline.
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting. God, what a... I was gonna say something mean, but I decided not to.
He doesn't even
Magnus
explain why it's bad. He just says it's bad and moves on and just says some dumb thing like, interesting, or uh-huh.
I
Yeah.
think he's one of those weirdos who just expects the audience to read his mind, like, oh, he just summoned a horse out of thin air. That's dumb because it makes no sense. It's silly, blah, 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 blah. He expects us to just get all of that, and anyone else who watches this video, to just inherently get that from a horse appearing out of thin air. Uh-huh. Oh, a talking pot? They want $60 for this? Interesting. When it says fucking nothing.
Yeah. But hang on. Even better, got that comment real quick. Magnus F. Hansen. Rosebud is an inanimate object. They must really have been out of ideas when making this film.
Doesn't even show what's in the briefcase. Pulp Fiction was clearly out of ideas.
Yeah.
I guess that means mimics are bad enemy design. Possessed suits of armor equals bad enemies because inanimate. Game bad. Yep.
Yep. And the Soulsborne games also had those as well, mimics and animated armor. So this isn't even a first.
Yeah, this just comes off as someone who's looking for shit to complain about because, again, you could do this kind of thing with literally any fucking trailer for any game where, you know, you see something happen in the trailer, it's just, oh, that's dumb. I don't like this.
Yeah.
We'll prepare for combat with some...
So here we have the item crafting menu. Again, why does everything look exactly the same as Dark Souls?
Why does everything look exactly the same in this crafting menu as the game that didn't have a crafting system?
Yeah, I was about to say,
Also,
what?
they don't look the same. What the fuck are you talking?
Nothing here looks the same. Even the stuff from the previous games don't
Even
look
the
the same.
fire pots don't look the same. The icons.
No, you don't get it, guys. There's items on one side and there's words on the other. It's exactly the same.
Dude,
According to him, yeah.
it's fucking insanity.
Look, if there are words and numbers on the screen at any point, it's the exact same as any other game I don't like that has words and numbers on the screen, okay? They need to do something new.
Yeah, Elder Scrolls is exactly the same, honestly. There's no difference.
That's slander.
They even have the exact same categories.
What?
No, they don't. Again, Arcane is a big change up because it's adding in a few stats into each other, so that people don't get the luck confusion thing, right? Because there are just certain stats that are considered the dump stat. Where why would you ever go into that stat, like ever? Stuff like resistances in the early Dark Souls. What's a good one? Adaptability, kind of. Once you get past a certain threshold, it becomes a dump stat of like it's a newbie trap. Then you had luck stat in Demon Souls, which is a huge newbie trap because it actually made you less likely to get gear, which was hilarious. For anyone that doesn't know, in Demon Souls, the higher your luck was, it would increase the drop rate of items. However, that meant the drop rate of all items. So if there is a thing that drops this item 50% of the time and it's useless garbage, and you increase your luck, now it drops 75% of the time, that means you have less chance of it actually dropping the rare item you wanted, so you actually hurt yourself by going up in luck in Demon Souls.
Oh.
Yeah, it was a system they fixed later, but it was one of those like unexpected consequences things.
Yeah, that's...
But it's just stuff like that. So you have all these new different stat systems and everything in Elden Ring, and one of the big ones being Arcane. Arcane not only affects your drop rates and everything, but actually affects your buildup of materials and poisons and blood and bleed builds and everything. It is really, really nice to have an Arcane build. Bit annoying if you're on the receiving end of somebody who has a high Arcane build, though.
Yeah.
Also,
They also combined vitality and endurance into one stat.
Yes.
Also, having some of the same stats as other games, again, like, a lot of RPGs have stuff like endurance and strength and dexterity. They have mind tier. Some games do intellect or intelligence or stuff like that. There's usually one for health. Like, obviously there's the health bar, HP, but there's got to be a stat that increases your health. Like, how Pagan mentioned endurance is that here. And obviously level and a lot of these games will have experience and currency. In this game, they're kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
But like a lot of this is just standard for RPGs in general.
I mean, we're really scraping the bottom of the barrel if we've got to say, like, they have similar stats. Not even the same, similar stats. He said same, he's wrong. But yeah, that's how hard we're scraping the barrel here.
No, you don't get it, Setch. If there's differences, they're still exactly the same.
Yeah.
For all your leveling, they have the same storage mechanics.
They don't though. Again, this was a system that was tested in Bloodborne and Sekiro, further refined on it. This is the most refined this storage mechanic system is, and I kind of like it because it's a way to allow you to have that backup without allowing people to have the I've got 999 crossbow bolts and I've got 2 Avalons. Have fun. It's like that shit was annoying. This is just fucking weird. Next thing he'll say is like they use the same font or some shit like that, right?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Storage mechanics recycled, and I guarantee quite a few of these items right over here.
Point to one, a single one that has been recycled. Point to one, please. If you just mean what they do, fine. Arrows have been recycled. Throwing knives have been recycled. Fire pots have been recycled.
And again,
Okay.
it's not a bad thing to recycle something if it makes sense to recycle it. If I have a functional throwing knife in my highly detailed RPG game and I make a sequel, or I make a game in a new IP that has similar mechanics, why would I not reuse that throwing knife?
Yeah. And again, this is the thing though, is that the throwing knives though, they aren't the same like models. They aren't the same icons or anything either. So like they even did stuff they didn't have to do. Like the fire pots could have looked the same as the fire pots did before, but they didn't do that. They made the fire pots different. And in fact, they had an explanation for why the fire pots are different. You're actually throwing living beings, and when they shatter into a bunch of pieces, they reform and come back to you so that you can use the pot again. You just have to fill it with new content.
I can't even remember how far I got into this vid when I streamed it, but it's still just as stupid the second time around. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Even the mechanics for the fire pots and stuff are different because in the old games, you just had to buy new ones if you wanted a new one. Now you get a pot that literally reconstructs itself and goes back into your inventory. You just have to get the necessary materials to put inside of it to make the pot.
Yeah, so you get to do something that's wild and crazy. I have too many fire pots. I don't have any sleeping pots, so I'm just going to equip the fire pots, throw them at the ground, pop, 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 pop. Okay, now I'm going to craft my sleeping pot.
Yeah.
What does this guy expect him to do? Arbitrarily change things that have worked previously for something entirely new and untested? Yes, every single game has to be built from the ground up to the point where you have to start at the fucking binary for writing the fucking code that will run the game engine. Anything less than that and you're a fucking failure who reuses shit. Fuck you.
Yeah, this is just wild.
This video overall is wild.
Yes, that is a fair statement.
Well, at least we are actually kind of making decent progress through it, because we're almost a third of the way in.
Yeah.
And we were like...
Cut out the hour and a half tangent at the start, and 2 hours? Not bad.
This right here is proof that they want people to continue buying the same thing over and over again.
Okay, but it's not the same thing, though.
Yeah. No,
So-
it's an iteration on it.
Okay, so I'm gonna use my Morrowind example again because I've been playing it recently and I really fucking like Morrowind. In case anyone didn't know.
Oh, before you continue that, someone asked Shmi, my hubby, Psychonaut Therapy, if they could join the call.
If he wants to, he can.
Yeah.
He
Up
might.
to you, Shmi.
He might have to send me a friend invite so I can bring him into the call unless you can do it.
I can drag him in.
Yeah.
Anyways, for my example, let's say rather than going straight to Oblivion, Bethesda made another game that had a lot of the same mechanics as Morrowind, but improved it in some ways here and there, and then they set it in a different part of the world. There's nothing like inherently wrong with that. That's perfectly fine because even if the combat and magic are very similar, and a lot of the other mechanics are very similar, you're still getting a new experience because you're off doing different things. You're not defeating Dagoth Ur again. You're not doing the same Mages Guild and Fighters Guild or Morag Tong or anything else like that. You're like most of the substantive content is going to be new stuff.
Yeah.
Even if the way you're interacting with it is very similar. Like, this is almost feeling like if you do a game one way, you can never do it that way again. It has to be, like, almost completely different the next time around.
Yeah, which is just fucking crazy.
Yeah. And maybe he doesn't mean it to that degree, but that's what it's coming across as. And if that's the case, I don't know why this is such a problem for FromSoft when, like, it's apparently fine for other game series. Why is it fine for Grand Theft Auto? Why is it fine... I'm not going to say Elder Scrolls. They changed it enough because they've really dumbed it down and made it shit. Why is it fine for Uncharted, and I know he's going to get triggered over this, The Last of Us, to be very similar?
Why is it fine for God of War?
Why is it fine for any game series that just copy and paste a lot of things?
Or just have similar gameplay to the games in the series that came before them. Because
Yeah, because we're literally...
if it really was a problem of things being too similar to previous iterations, then this wouldn't be an Elden Ring video. This would be the games industry has a problem with reusing shit video.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow,
No, we
Mario
have to
can
apply
jump.
it.
Call of
Wow,
Duty
Mario.
has guns
It's
you
just
shoot.
one single series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just From Software. That's his only problem.
Yeah, he only applies it to FromSoft.
Yep.
Any Ubisoft game? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. 3 dimensions? Seriously? Oh, and don't
Where's my
forget...
fourth dimension?
And don't forget Call of Duty, of course.
Yeah, like I said,
Yeah.
Call of Duty has guns in it you shoot. Wow.
Oh, another war game. Why don't they come up with something new for Call of Duty?
So they're bringing back Warzone. Aha!
Yeah.
Oh my god, I can't believe John Halo's fighting aliens again.
No, I can't believe that. Oh, Halo Reach was a fucking mistake.
No, don't tangent! Stop yourself!
Nah.
The power of Christ
Stop.
compels you!
But none of this should have fucking happened. Fuck you, Frank O'Connor, you piece of shit.
I genuinely look forward to your Halo Reach video, but I forbid the tangent right now. I forbid it.
Yeah, we're up
It's
to
been
11
forbidden!
pages. No, I'm just saying, we're up to 11 pages on it, so.
Okay.
I've been going back and re-editing. I'm starting to fall into that trap, unfortunately I do, where I get perfectionist syndrome. It's like, god damn it. And I know I'm doing it, because I'm rereading the paragraphs over and over again, going, well, I can change this wording. It's like, no, stop! Stop! Just stop.
Well, that's not necessarily a bad thing if you're actually improving, like, the wording and stuff, because sometimes that does help.
Sometimes, but then I feel like I get to that point where it's just like, well, now I'm just doing it to be busy. Like, what's wrong with?
Fair.
It's funny because I'll go back and I'll then reread what I just wrote and I go, wait, what did I have there a second ago? And then I'll undo it and I'll be like, why did I change that?
Yeah, just the fact that he's like boiling it down to such. The fact that you can use items in this game like you could in the other games. Oh, it's basically the same thing. So should they just not have let you use items then? I'm sure you would have bitched about that though.
Well, it's funny how he's talking about how they're so similar, and then he's showing the crafting system. Like, he's getting BTFO'd again just because this crafting system exists and that stealth is going to be integrated into the game.
Hi, Shmi.
Yeah.
There you go.
I
Hello.
should resize the icon slightly so no one's
Yeah, so
flipping
everybody
off
fit.
screen.
Such is the only one going off screen, so it's fine.
Wow!
Rip.
Well, I could do that even more. Just eliminate him completely.
They're going to be shots fired from the grassy knoll, and no one's going to know it was me.
He's gone.
Oh no, he's become a glowy.
Well, somebody did that fan art of, like, Pagan talking about how he was going to shoot up a Walmart, and then you see me as the glowy giving him a rifle.
Yep.
You mean in Minecraft, right? No, I mean in real life! And then just me leaning over and giving him a rifle.
That reminded me of this meme of some anime girl that's gonna be like, I'm gonna shoot up a Walmart, and then the
Yeah, that's-
ATF's like, okay, here's a gun.
That was
Yes,
probably
yeah, that
Pippa.
That's Pippa Pipkin, yeah. Because
Pippa.
Pippa's like, how the fuck does this guy who is an immigrant working without a green card, making minimum wage, how does he have 2 Daniel Defense rifles and a new fucking truck and thousands of dollars of ammunition? He goes, why can't that happen to me? You know what, ATF? I'm gonna shoot up a Walmart! Where's my rifle?
Yeah, it's fucking great. Yeah, Pippa's fucking based.
Yes.
Also, Shmi, you should get into the Watch Together link.
Oh, yeah, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
If you haven't used Watch Together before,
I have.
okay, so you know everything.
I've used it once before, at least, so
Oh, do you remember how it works then?
slightly. Let me get on
Um,
the link first.
Playing and pausing the video will play and pause it for everyone so we remain synced.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
volume is your own to control.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Yeah, that last point he made before we paused, it was, oh, I'm sure one of these items are reused. Are you? Are you absolutely sure? Then fucking point to one.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's like, point to one. Point to one, because the icons aren't the same. Like, that's something they didn't have to do. A throwing knife is a throwing knife. They could have kept the same throwing knife icon. It would have been fine, but they didn't.
Yeah.
No. Like, the most you could say is some of them are similar, which some of them can be, but
Yeah.
oh no, whoopty shit.
Yeah, it's like, so the fire pot acts like a fire pot. Okay. It
Yeah.
has other mechanics to it. And they also went through and they redid the icon for it, which they didn't have to do.
Man,
Again, it's just so weird.
the bombs in one Zelda game act like the bombs in another Zelda game. Fucking reused content, 0 out of 10.
It's
They
fucking
used a
ruined.
bomb chew more than once. That's how you know they're out of ID.
So Shmi, I don't know if you caught this joke I made earlier when watching this. You remember the part where Avid Alchemist criticizes the horse popping out?
Vaguely, yes.
I did a StarCraft joke that's like, so a battle cruiser just pops out of thin air over my base.
Yeah,
I
this
mean,
Honestly, by the way, no joke. I was always that asshole in StarCraft.
I am
StarCraft
not asshole
1
in
and Brood War.
StarCraft.
Yeah, I would be SimCity walling the fuck out of my base, and then everybody would be like, "What the fuck's happening?" And then all of a sudden, it's just like, dun 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 dun. You just have this
I just-
huge fleet of battle cruisers heading towards their base.
I made the joke that of like, what's that weird cloud in the sky? Because when you warp them in, they have like a couple seconds animation where they're like warping in above where you told them to, and they're like
Yep.
transparent. So it's just like, oh, what's that weird cloud forming? Oh no.
Oh no.
By the way, guys, that's not a good strategy when you're playing in competitive. Like, if you
No,
actually get in
it's not.
competitive StarCraft, not a good idea. You will
I'm
get
not competitive. I just like battle cruiser spam.
Is that a fusion core?
I'm probably going to make an enemy here by saying this, but am I the only one that heard when he? It's disappearing more and more as he talks. But when he first joined, Shmi sounded a lot like a more well put together and more physically fit version of Mr. Plinkett.
I have no idea who Mr. Plinkett is. To be fair.
Oh my god. Okay, okay. We need you to say a certain thing. Can you say to get the hookers in the crawl space, use this can of Raid?
To get the hookers in the crawl space, get this can of Raid. I guess.
The inflection didn't
I'm
work,
hearing it
but-
less and less now, but
Yeah.
at first it sounded a lot more.
Fair enough.
I'm just here having my Vietnam flashbacks at hearing the word fusion core because of fucking Fallout 4.
Yeah, that's what I did too. I immediately thought of the fucking Fallout 4 fusion cores.
All right. Let's see how he's gonna like throw away the fact that there is a crafting system in this game and the fact that there's stealth.
Yes, I would very much like to hear the very intelligent argument he's definitely going to come out with next.
Yes, absolutely.
They have a formula that is successful, except they don't go out of their way to try and change that formula to any.
They literally did! What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah,
And they did
I
it with
remember having a
Bloodborne?
mental breakdown at that point too.
They did it with Bloodborne. They did it with Sekiro. Like, what are you talking about?
I mean, apparently, according to this guy, open world, making the game open world doesn't count as changing it or innovating it at all. Which
Yeah, he says
none
it
of their
actually
games
took
before.
away from it.
Yeah, he did
is
say
just like,
that.
what? Because he says it destroys the level design. It's like, no, it doesn't.
No, in fact, they have pretty similar level design for the actual like dungeons and castles and shit that you're going into.
Yep.
Because it is very Souls-esque, and you're gonna get your ass kicked by a lot of shit you don't know is there.
Yeah.
To make that continued investment for consumers worth it. This is how you get people that think that From Software is a one-trick pony,
He goes back to
because
game
all they
facts.
do is release the same crap over and over again.
No, they don't. You haven't proven that yet. You're just stating it as if it's true, and then your points to show this keep getting blown out of the water by the things directly on the screen. Oh,
Well, let me
God.
go to game facts. Clearly, game facts
Like,
makes a point here.
They don't innovate or change their games at all, but here's how it's an open world, and here's a crafting system that, oh my god, innovate and change the way Souls games work.
And you have mounted combat and everything, which is a big change from it. Which he skipped a lot of the mounted combat, by the way.
A crafting system that also wasn't in the older games too, so that is entirely new.
And mounted combat, which wasn't in
Which
the
is
older
entirely
games.
new.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you had mounted air quotes combat when it came to enemies in Sekiro. Again, that's where they were testing the idea of enemies on mounts and you fighting enemies that are on mounts. That's kind of what one of the many things that Sekiro was a test for. Same thing, Bloodborne is a test for other aspects too. Dedicated healing buttons, the aggressive attack system, and everything. Yeah, this is just wild. It's just wild. Viewers, look anywhere but directly at the screen. I'm telling you the truth.
And game
Yeah,
facts
because-
has all the answers.
Because the exact frame that's up on screen actively disproves what he's saying, as he said. I don't know why this happens so often, but it does. People will show footage that disproves what they're saying. How can they not be changing anything at all about their games ever, when there's a crafting system that did not exist in previous games? That by default is a change that wasn't in previous games.
And we're going to see more of it because, again, as Sekiro was, another test of Sekiro was the stance system, so breaking somebody's stance, and stealth. we're gonna get stealth combat in this. We've already seen jumping in this, which he hasn't commented on, but jumping alone changes Elden Ring a lot. People
I agree.
underestimate.
It's
Yeah.
one small feature that changes the entirety of Souls games, just the fact that you can fucking jump.
Yes. Like, being able to leap over, if you read your opponent, being able to leap over their attacks to deliver a blow that actually breaks their stance, fucking fantastic.
It also
Just
means
feels
they could
great.
have more dedicated platforming in the game too, which they kind of dabbled with that in a lot of areas.
Same thing even in Stormvale Castle, which is your first major dungeon that most people will go to. Most people, well, some people will go to Brazil like I did, and then be stuck in the Caelid salt mines. But no, most people will go to Stormvale Castle first because that's where the site of grace is pointing you. That's what you've been told. Follow the guidance of grace. It's pointing you to Stormvale. And in Stormvale, there's tons of verticality, of jumping from rooftop to rooftop, to climbing up on top of things, to go around this entire castle.
Mm-hmm.
Really good.
Such
I went to
Ohio.
Some item crafting, using materials found in the world.
And I wouldn't be surprised if this game has a item duplication glitch that they somehow failed to mention in the gameplay previews leading up to release.
The fuck are you talking about?
What?
Again, I very much lost it at this point when I heard it the first time, because it's like, how for one, like, that's a Q&A thing. That's a quality of life thing. That's like,
Yes.
obviously, if that makes it through, that's unintended. And if it does get through, they're gonna try and patch it the fuck out.
Yeah, they don't want to.
Why would they
announce
mention
to
that in a trailer, you moron?
Yeah.
By the way, if you drop this item and then you do a parry and quickly do a backstep and grab the item as you're doing this, the animation cancels and causes you to pick up 2 of the item.
Yeah, it's
Why
like,
would you say
clearly
that?
that's not intended in the game. That's not going to
But-
be in the trailer.
But
What
not-
the fuck does this guy even want?
But not just that. Why would you, like, if nothing else, that's proof of bad faith. This is like a gameplay preview trailer, and they mentioned crafting, and his immediate thing is, oh, there's probably an abusable exploit glitch in there.
And it's
Like-
just an assumption.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's total assumption based on nothing. You know,
Like-
games without crafting systems have fucking duplication glitches?
Yeah.
No, but
You-
guys, he's going
is-
into this completely unbiased. He said so.
Yeah.
This,
Is Diablo 1 and Diablo 2, are they really terrible, disingenuous games because they didn't tell people that you could duplicate your entire inventory set and give it to other people?
This game has an inventory system. I bet that could be glitched to duplicate items. This game has a stat system. I bet those stats could be glitched to give you unlimited stats. You could apply this to fucking anything. Oh, this game has guns. I bet you could glitch the gun to have unlimited ammo in this preview trailer. Fuck off.
Yeah.
God, I hate this kind of stupidity. This fucking dishonest bullshit.
And again, it's
Yep.
just an assumption on a bug that could just be patched out. Like,
Yeah.
oh
It's an-
no.
Yeah.
It's an assumption that a bug is there when he's got no proof that it is.
Yeah, and even if it was, hypothetically,
Yeah.
it can just be patched out. I don't
Yeah.
see what the big issue is.
In fact, a
I don't
glitch
even
like
think there
that,
was one like that.
it entirely could have existed during the development phase and got fixed before release.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, they had like actual bug testing.
Yes. Yeah, quality assurance teams went in and this is what they do. This kind of stuff.
Yeah.
They don't go to the same autistic extents that, speedrunners and stuff will go to find these things.
But yeah, it's their job to basically safety net and find those things.
Yeah.
But they're not gonna be the ones that realize that when you go up an elevator, if you do a parry into the wall and you cause sparks, it will cause the game to overflow, so that then you can use a boss soul and then switch over to a flask at the same time.
there
Drink the
is
flask.
really
and
dumb,
the boss.
obscure shit that only players are gonna find like that. And,
Yeah.
like you said, speedrunners, because they're doing so much dumb stuff at once.
Yeah, and you're actually going through the code to look for those things. Like, not all speedrunner stuff, but they'll usually have, if a speedrunning community is big enough, you'll have somebody who will dump the code and actually go through line by line to figure out where are things you can break things at to try to make interesting results. A lot of times they don't do anything. That's when you get those glitch showcases where they're like, hey, we found this funny glitch that if you do this, this, and this, Mario's head turns inside out. Doesn't help them in any way, but it's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
I think the only like problematic glitch that Elden Ring had before it got patched was the one where you could like quick swap weapons when you weren't supposed to, and you could like apply weird effects to them. So you could basically turn your swords into guns.
Yes, that's the moveset swap. That's been in all the Souls games, but they always find a new way to do it, which is what drives FromSoft insane, because they figure out new methods of doing the move swap glitch.
Yo, someone tell Mayo, because it's just like Doom Eternal.
Got weapon swapping for real.
This guy makes me want to commit a war crime. This guy makes me want to treat the Geneva Convention as a Geneva suggestion. Would have been funnier if I didn't fuck it up twice.
Yes. Happens, though. Happens to everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it happens to me all the time.
It happens to the me.
Well, at least you didn't do the
bleh. 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 Bleh.
It wouldn't whatsoever.
Okay. New system that didn't exist before, another new system that didn't exist before, and a third system that didn't exist before.
Now, you already shot him in the back with an arrow. Why do you have to then subsequently finish him off with a...
Because he's sleeping, you fucking idiot!
Sleeping arrow, you dumbass!
It's a sleep arrow!
And also, like...
Isn't that explained in the trailer as well?
Yes, because he shows them crafting the sleeping arrows. They even highlight over it.
Not just that, but, like, double tapping is a thing for a reason. In fact, it's a common criticism against a lot of action movies where it's like, stop talking, just kill him. Stop talking, just fucking kill him. Why are you not... Okay, you shot him, but he's clearly not dead. Shoot him in the head. Fucking shoot him in the head! Oh, look, he got away.
Yeah.
Also, like, he's expecting the one arrow, I mean, even if it wasn't a sleep arrow, to kill an enemy when, I mean, there's many other games where you shoot an arrow at them, it hits them, and you still have to finish them off.
Yes.
That's like, what the fuck is this nitpick?
But even better, you can tell that the person's not dead. What did you think all that mist and stuff was from? And the fact that he got woozy and stuff. It's clearly not dead.
Yeah. Also, you don't have to kill him. That's the thing. He's over like, why do you have to do this? You don't. You can just leave him there. If you don't want to kill him and you just want them to sleep so you can get around the camp and get the items, you could do that too. You don't have to kill them.
Yeah, this is just crazy. But so let's talk about the mechanics that are new and different. One, you have a crouch and stealth mechanic in the game. That is new to the Soulsborne formula. Sekiro experimented with it. In fact, they took the stealth system from Sekiro and put it into a Soulsborne game. That's a really good idea. Two, sleeping arrows. Just being able to have sleep as a mechanic in general to continue stealth gameplay without having to actually stealth around everything. And three, you can finish them off by stabbing them while they're on the fucking ground. That's new!
Yep.
Creetosis, which war crime will you commit? Well, I'm gonna make a red plus mark, and I'm gonna put it on something.
Oh, well, there you go, yeah.
I do kind of wish they would have added more to that a little bit, like the like it's not a needed thing. I'm not gonna say like, oh, they should have done this. But it would have been cool if they had made it so that, because you know how in the older games, if you knock down an enemy, you could just stand over them and you have to wait because you can't damage them as they're getting up because they're doing an animation.
They had like that invincible frames.
And it's like, oh, as soon as you stand up, you're gonna get it. You hear me? As soon as you get up,
I'm gonna whack you again.
Yeah, and it's like, man, how nice would it be? It's like if you got there fast enough, you could do a finishing move on them like that.
Yes. But that's kind of what the stance break system became, because the stance break system allows you to do that without having them knocked on their ass. So you don't get the weird Dark Souls 2 thing where if you manage to break somebody's guard or something like that, they all get that loud boom, and then they all fall down on their ass and just look at you like, okay, I'm waiting, daddy.
Yeah.
Like, what? Oh, Dark Souls 2, God.
Pinwheel of friendship.
Yep. Yeah, I just love that he's not mentioning the fact that they're going in stealth, that it's a sleeping arrow, that there's an actual finishing move for when they're down on the ground. It's just like, why did you already shot him with an arrow? Why'd you have to stab him while he was on the ground?
Why didn't the arrow kill him?
Yeah, it's just like, the fuck? You just got BTFO'd again because you just showed off 3 new things that weren't in any other Souls games.
He also fails to comment on them at all, if I remember correctly. He just nitpicks the fact that you have to execute the enemy after he shot him.
Yep.
Yeah.
God.
I'm curious what this dude's opinion of Skyrim is, because, ooh boy, if he overlooks this shit.
He probably likes it. He probably loves Skyrim. And it's like, oh no.
Yeah. So, like, we don't know if he actually likes it, but if he did, and it's okay to shoot a dude in the head
I know
in Skyrim and they not die, and they're like, must have been the wind. But
I know he talked about Fallout and stuff a little bit when he was like debating a British potato. I'd have to go back and listen to that whole thing again to see if they brought up any Elder Scrolls games during that.
Okay. Well, here's the other thing too. I wonder if he's going to showcase the thing that shows off just how good. This is the. Okay, all this stuff got me excited. It was the thing coming up here in a second that got me stupidly excited. One, the aerial combat, because he's going to show him doing a jumping attack here in a second. But two,
Yes.
how perfect the fucking hitboxes are again. Ah, fuck you, Dark Souls 2. Seriously. But dude, when the guy goes for the stab and he just misses, like it brushes him and it doesn't actually do damage. Oh, baby.
yeah, I love that stuff. I get so lucky in boss fights with that, and I love abusing it. In fact, I was doing that a lot with Radigan in my my live stream a couple days ago.
Radigan from Great Mouse Detective.
Yeah.
The world's greatest rat.
I forget what move I was using.
Exactly.
Oh, I forget what move I was using. I was using some Ash of War that like put me low to the ground when I would hit him, and his swing would always go right over my head and miss me. And I just kept abusing that.
All right, here we go. So again, he's going to show another new mechanic, which is jump attack, and then he's going to show the Ash of War. So let's see this. Well, the video, IGN's going to show that. I don't know if he'll show it.
Oh yeah, the lava sword was, yeah. I was using that Ash of War, and like whenever I would do the spin, my character would like crouch down a little bit, and he would miss me.
He should already be dead from the arrow. Okay.
Okay.
Jumping, jump attack, broken poise, or sorry, broken stance.
Broken with heavy strikes, such as when attacking from above.
These are some of the same attack animations.
Oh my god, you fucking idiot!
Actual fucking dumbass.
No, these
Enemy
are some of the
stances.
same. These are some
Enemy
of the same
stances can be
attack
broken.
animations as from other games. Yeah. If you jump and attack, you can break their stance, and this is sort of a new feature to the series.
Yeah, and now we're going to see the wind.
It's reused.
Oh god.
Sound cues. The sound as well.
Who the
Some of
fuck
these things
cares?
are
No,
straight
shut
up
up. Shut the
ripped from their-
fuck up, you fucking... Who the fuck cares if the sound effect is reused? The fuck
It's
is
a good
wrong with
sound
you?
effect. It's fine.
That's like a staple in the Souls franchise.
Is that even a
Kinda is,
reused
bro.
sound? Isn't that a new sound?
The sword swipe is. The
Very
dong
specific
from
sound
Knocking Down
effects.
isn't.
So,
Very specific sound effects in Souls games are like one of the staples of Souls in general.
Yeah, so you know that, hey, you've knocked them off their guard, or you got that parry.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but who the fuck complains about the sounds being the same if they're not, like, bad? So if I make a game with a sword, and there's a sound of a sword swinging, I have to pull out a sword and swing it in front of a microphone for every single new game I make just to have a slightly different sound effect than previously rather than reusing the same one? What fucking utter brain rot horse shit is this?
Yeah. Well, again, it was the same thing we talked about earlier. Like, Kratos gets in a boat in God of War 2018. Kratos gets in a boat in God of War Ragnarok. If they're the same animation, is that a problem?
No, of course not. It's just, this is such superficial, asinine bullshit. Who the fuck cares about a sound effect if it's not outright bad?
I mean,
Yeah.
it's actually pretty good, and it, again, like Shmi said, it's kind of a staple where it, it's recognizable to what is happening on screen, and it's gonna telegraph that to the player a lot better. So I don't understand. It's not like it's a bad sound effect. It's just it does its job just fine throughout all the games.
Yeah, I just hate that he doesn't fucking acknowledge any of the new stuff. Like, yeah, like
Well,
what
that
else
too,
says.
it's only focusing on like they reused this, not the actual point of the showcase, which was, the new heavy jump attack and shit like that. It's just
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
goes
literally,
completely over his head.
it's literally just some fucking weirdo looking for stuff to bitch about.
It is.
Yeah, I like Elstube's comment. Ignores new attack animation, nitpicks an enemy's reused attack animation. Why is this game not adding anything? Yeah, exactly.
Dented was right.
Dented was very right.
Games. Again, aside from the open world stuff, what about this is new?
I mean, it's not like it just displayed to you like 6 different new functions.
Yeah, the
What?
stuff they literally just showed you a moment ago that was new. How the fuck are you this retarded? This is levels of retarded where, like, your brain is so non-functional that you can't breathe. And then you die as a fucking child. How are you
I think you're
here?
right. This is Acer Thorn tier. This is like right there with Acer Thorn in terms of retardedness. It's so bad. Oh my god.
Like, this is the
Aside
kind of
from
person...
what's new?
This seems like the fucking kind of person who's dumb enough to fucking drown in half an inch of water.
Mm-hmm.
Level. What does that mean?
God, yeah, the fucking they just showed stealth, the sleep archery, being able to kill someone while they're down, jumping, heavy attack breaks.
Wall jumping, like that alone is fucking huge. Attacking
Yeah.
in midair.
Oh my god, dude.
This guy couldn't make it to 3 if you gave him 1 and 2.
God, and then we're about to see the weapon arts introduction for the first time ever. I remember so many people were like, "Wind sword? Is that a fucking wind sword?" And then I was the one in our circle that pointed out that no, listen to the wording that they said. We can move these onto other weapons. Oh my god.
Oh my god, watch him be like, "Oh my god, you can hurt people with air? That's so stupid. That makes no sense."
Did someone say Thunder Fury?
Did someone say Thunder Fairy, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker? I think someone said Thunder Fairy, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker.
Did someone say suck my left nut and then say hi to the right one?
No, I'm pretty sure I heard someone say Thunder Fairy, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker.
All are possible.
That was for you, Shmi.
A variety of unique attacks can also be interchanged between weapons.
Right there. That moment right there was one thing that just made me so giddy. Like everyone was like fixing on the it was a cool wind sword and everything like that. I was like, no, did you hear what he just said? It can be interchanged between weapons. We can customize the special abilities on our weapons now. Oh my god. I was super fucking excited about that.
Yeah, me too.
I'm still excited about that. I love that system. I wish you could do it even more.
I'm still very happy with that system, yes.
I wish you could do stuff with bows. Like bows are the funniest one. It's like, why do we have bow Ashes of War? Honestly, because there's like 2 bows in the entire game you could change the Ash of War on. It's like, that's just silly.
Yeah.
If when you do the DLC FromSoft, and you're doing DLC, I don't care what anybody says. I know you're doing DLC. When you do the DLC, give us a bunch of bows that can actually have their Ashes of War changed. Thanks.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what new weapons and stuff we get with the DLC, because that's usually where like the best gear and weapons come from in these games. It's always the DLCs that have the best stuff.
They're usually always intended to be like end game shit, so that's why. Or at
Yeah.
least mid to end game shit.
Yeah,
Yep.
so I'm very excited to see what they do for Elden Ring's new equipment.
I remember some of the best stuff in Bloodborne was from the DLC, so you're not wrong there. I'm
All
gonna
you
look
had to
forward to
say-
see what they add.
All you had to say was the Moonlight Greatsword is an old hunter's, and there you go. That's it. Dude, I will fully admit, no shame, that I was one of the people squeeing when I saw the Moonlight Greatsword. Like, and when he actually brought it out, there you are, my guiding moonlight. I was just like,
Oh yeah, it's a great moment.
Admiral Tony Donning in chat. Avid Alchemist has an 11-minute retrospective on Nier Automata. Okay,
Oh
so
God.
I've never played that game, but just from what I've heard from it, and the fact that you need to play it like 3 or 4 times to get the full story, I don't think an 11-minute video is enough to cover it.
yeah, that's
Really not.
That
That
reeks
sounds like up your alley, Shmee.
that reeks of Acertard. Here's my 30-minute retrospective of Morrowind.
yeah.
Yeah.
Online multiplayer can also be enjoyed with players from other worlds, from cooperative to PvP and invasions.
Dude,
Cooperative, PvP, and invasions.
are you and meanwhile he's missing the forest for the trees right here. Look at where you summoned this person, my guy. Clearly, the fact that you can have a co-op friend in the open world itself is insane.
Yeah.
That's just nutty by itself. Because everyone was like, well, how's this going to work? Can we only co-op? The big fear was that you could only co-op in very specific locations. You'd have to go to like these statues to summon people in. So that's what people thought at first. Because, they kept very hush-hush on the whole co-op and PvP system in Elden Ring for the longest time. It was really when we got our first taste of what co-op would be, and here being in the wide open is like, that's a huge game changer.
Right, so everything you just said, right, about it being in the open world and actually, like what people wanted.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure he just fixates on the fact that what they said was how they describe the multiplayer in Elden Ring is the exact same, or at least the way they describe it sounds the exact same as it is in previous
Well, that's
Souls
what he's
games.
getting at right here, right now.
And that's what he fixates on. That's the only part of it.
Yeah. So I figured this was going to happen. That's why when he said online co-op, it's like, no. You need to understand. Look at what you're seeing here. That's why I said he's missing the forest for the trees. It's like, yes, it's a similar mechanic to what they had in other games. However, think about how it is being utilized currently on screen at this very moment.
Yeah.
But he doesn't. Again, it goes like he's nitpicking, plus like half of the shit that they say goes over his head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I've tried seamless co-op as well. Janky as fuck, but a lot of fun.
I mean,
Yeah, it
really
is pretty
fun.
jank, but I love it. I do really wish that they had done something like that where there was more openness for the co-op, so you could run like a proper campaign where like you're going through the map with your friends and everything. That would have been really interesting, but
Yeah.
the white walls that appear that block you into a lot of places kind of can be a bit annoying.
I will say one of my favorite things from the seamless co-op has been the deep fake of Joe Rogan and Elon Musk and Jordan Peterson
Yeah.
playing seamless co-op. Funny as fuck.
No, we're playing Silas co-op. If you kill him, it kills him for me too. Oh, God damn it.
He attacked us first, Elon. Stop being a pussy.
Yeah. Now we can't get the bull goat armor. Who fucking cares? He attacked us first. Stop being a pussy.
Nothing new. Nothing new that's worth all of this hype that this game has received.
And again, as I said, he's missing the forest for the trees. Literally showcasing why this is actually super hype. Why this is new. The fact that you have co-op in this giant open world. That it wasn't just dictated to small, tiny areas.
It's bad because they said it's like the same as the old games.
Yeah.
It's just summoning and invasions is bad.
Clearly. Yeah. Super annoying.
I also think it's dumb too, like this particular complaint, because this is a new game. This isn't Dark Souls 4. This is a new IP. So
yeah,
it would be a question for some people, oh, is this going to have multiplayer? The previous games did, but will this one? So it makes sense.
And how is it going to work in the open world?
Yeah.
Yep.
So it makes sense for the developers to be like, and yes, this feature that people really like is coming back.
Yep.
Not everything in a trailer has to be new. In fact, I'd argue there's
meant to showcase the product. And it's full.
In fact, I'd argue that a lot of games would benefit from just mentioning which features are returning, especially in game series where what features you get or don't get, like you don't really know until the game comes out, or it's like rarely mentioned in trailers. The example I'm going to use is the Pokemon series. They've got a lot of like side mechanics like Mega Evolution and the weird Z crystals and all that shit. The generational gimmick that they're doing now. And like Mega Evolutions came back one generation after they were introduced, but they were gone. So it genuinely is a question for some people, hey, is this thing ever going to come back? This thing that a lot of people really like. Same with, over half the Pokemon being removed from the fucking game and being unavailable. I'm sure a lot of people would like to know that, hey, in this new generation, in Generation 10, every Pokemon is available again,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's something that would actually get people excited if it were in the announcement trailer, or, like, just one of the trailers.
We've come across a boss guarding this area. We'll take it on with the help of our co-op partner.
Really? Skips. He just skips the entire thing? No, he did that, not us.
So why even include that bit, then, if he wasn't going to say anything about it?
Just because it BTFOs him even more, because now there's a boss that's in the open world itself. Like, oh god.
He didn't want to showcase the multiplayer any further. He just wanted to bitch about how it was supposedly the same as before.
But that's exactly my point, though, is he did showcase multiplayer further.
Yeah.
Also, no, Cree, you get Flamingo. No! God, that still bugs me.
I hate the engine thing. The fucking living engine that connects to a car. I fucking hate that thing.
Yep.
Well, those are special boss ones that are part of Team Retard. I don't know if you guys are into the Pokemon games at all, but the villain team in the new generation is called Team Star, and they're literally a bunch of helmet-wearing speds.
What?
Yep.
I almost misheard that as Keemstar.
Well, he'd probably fit right in, to be fair.
Let's get right into the cringe.
Well, yeah, Team Star is very cringe. Like, the moment they introduced them, I fucking despised them.
Yeah.
Flamingo, what? There is a Pokemon in Generation 9 that is literally just a flamingo.
Yep. God, every time I
they
think of
didn't.
I'm kind of glad that I grew out of those games a while ago. I'm not gonna lie. At this point,
every time I hear Keemstar, like anybody bring him up, I can only keep thinking of his starring role in video games of Hunt Down the Freeman. My fellow Americans, it is with a heavy heart that I must come to you now.
What an
You
honor
guys-
for him to be in one of the best games ever made.
Yes.
Did you guys see the shit with him and Tipster?
No.
I still have to catch up on that.
Oh, dude,
I did.
That was wild shit.
That shit
for
pissed
those
me
of
off.
you, yeah. For those of you that don't know, Tipster was defending one of his e-girlfriends because they apparently accidentally liked a artwork that was a sexualized lolly character. So
Oh, I don't
Tipster
know about
was
this.
defending them. Tipster
Yeah,
was
that's
defending
how
them,
some of it
and from there a shit show just kind of started. You know, a lot of people were ratioing Tipster. Tipster blocked a lot of people, including myself. And then later down the line, he goes in a call with Doc on the radio, and then the next day he goes on a call with Keemstar on his show. And oh my god, you just got to see it for yourself. It's wild.
Oh, I didn't know about this. I thought you were talking about the lawsuit thing with Acer Thorn and how Keemstar was a complete dickhead about it.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, with Sid
Yeah,
Alpha.
no.
Yeah, it was
Yep.
Sid.
Yeah, no, I was referring to the little lolly defense that Tipster did.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know
that's-
about that.
And that's what brought up the
Yeah.
recent Vincent retard fucking drama on
Yep.
Twitter because he had to jump in.
Me calling out Tipster with that whole defense is what
He
led
had to
up
jump in out of
Vincent Martin.
nowhere and then somehow said something about you needing to own him near when he was the one trying to own you. I don't understand. That whole thing was dumb.
Okay, the whole thing is dumb because Vincent Martin is dumb. He's
I'm aware. I
Gen-
read all of that shit. It's just it doesn't help make it any less dumb.
No, I know. He is just genuinely one of the most stupid people I've ever had to deal with. It is
Yeah.
honestly
Yeah,
impressive how stupid he is.
I know about some of your guys' past from like the other time we were in like the time Shmi did the whole Griffin thing because you were covering some of Vincent Martin stuff then.
Yeah, we did a video on it, and my God, we took psychic damage from that video because
Yeah.
oh, that was painful to go through. But I'm still really proud of that video.
Yeah.
Proud of a lot of it. There's some stuff like I think we could have done better with the mystery science theater-esque thing we were doing. That could have
Yeah,
been better. Like we should
I
have gotten
agree.
like emotes that were custom made for that. I think would have been better. The
Mhm.
emotes we got, they're really nice, but they don't work in that context.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree.
Here's Creed kicking the bucket of proof of my dumbery down the highway, man.
Yeah.
Unironically, yes, just constantly in that. It was just like, what the fuck?
I still can't get over the fact that this guy claimed that there's that it totally rains in a game that has 0% rain.
Yeah.
Fucking mind-boggling.
Also, apparently,
Pollyann head in the clouds inventor.
also apparently, according to Vincent Martin, J.K. Rowling is not transphobic.
That's news to me, but okay.
I don't think they are either, honestly. I just think their big disagreement, like we said, was them saying that there's only two genders, and the fact that you shouldn't house people that are claiming to be a gender, just intrinsically like, oh well, this serial rapist of women, he now claims he's female, so now let's house him with all the female prisoners. That's insanity.
Yeah, I've tried like talking to people about this, and like I've asked them directly, like, what did she do that's transphobic? And literally the thing they always bring up is, well, they don't think men are women and women are men. And I'm like, that doesn't make them transphobic. But that's like the one thing they always bring up, and I'm like, I'm sorry, but that's not transphobic. That's just facts.
Yeah. It's
I mean, if someone's as long as someone's not a
because she's not woke enough for them. And so
Yeah.
it just drives me nuts.
Yeah. And like, so long as they're not being a dick about it, I'm fine with like calling somebody by their preferred pronoun. Like as long as they're not, as long as they don't push it in my face and be a dick about it. Like, oh, you misgendered me. And it's like, oh my God, I've known you as a guy for like 10 years and you just started doing this. I'm sorry. I slipped up once. Jesus Christ, calm down. But you know, as long as they don't do that, I'm totally fine with calling someone a her and stuff. But if they were to ask me, like, do I think that they are a biological woman now? I'd be like, no, I don't. I don't think it works that way. I'm sorry. I mean, I'll call you a woman if you want, but that's not what I consider a woman to be.
Yeah, I would have to say the same, honestly.
Yeah, I don't consider that transphobic. That's just an opinion. It's just a differing opinion.
Yeah.
Fair.
$2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. Do any of you use character.ai? No.
No idea what that is.
I might have.
Is that the thing that has been mimicking the voices of like YouTubers and other people? Is that what that
might
is?
be.
Hold up.
Might be. There was an art program I was using because I'd be curious if I gave like just the names, because this art program was very basic. You would just put in a name and it would generate the thing for you.
Oh, it's this. It lets you create characters and talk to them, and whatever they say is made up.
Ah.
Oh.
So it's kind of like chatbot.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I've never used that before.
Has
First
4chan
time
made
I've
it
heard
based yet?
Dude, the Internet Historian episodes on 4chan teaching AI is great.
I
also like his video where 4chan went after different like polls and contests and stuff. What should we name this thing? What should this new flavor of Mountain Dew be called?
Yeah.
Femboy milk.
Oh god.
That was how Bodie McBoatface won. At least there they humored it and they gave it the one of the lifeboats on the ship got named Bodie McBoatface. I was like, okay, fine, fair enough. You did a silly, but you still honored it in a way, so fair.
Also, holy shit! I'm sorry to bring this up out of like the blue, but my post replying to Vincent Martin's at 27 likes, and I've gained like 5 followers. That's crazy.
$5 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. By acknowledging transphobia as a valid concept, you've already surrendered to Bolshevism?
I guess you'd have to explain the concept of Bolshevism.
Anyways, video.
Bolshevism, the communist form of government adopted in Russia following the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917. I don't even know what the Bolshevik Revolution is. So anyway, keep going.
Oh yeah, that was the October Revolution that took place in March or something like that.
Anyway,
oh yeah.
The only thing that I am seeing that's kind of, looks like it's been revamped is the magic stuff. Whatever mechanics they're dealing with for the magic system. Some of it does look new. But I guarantee it's not really going to, really help the player out that much. Because the whole emphasis on these games is the difficulty. So more than likely, all of the magic attacks are going to be underpowered. Especially against...
I'm pretty sure the opposite ended up being true in that.
Yeah, I was about to say.
For most Souls games,
really
though,
strong.
magic is usually broken.
Yeah, it was the complete opposite of what he just said.
It goes in peaks and valleys. Demon Souls, magic is insanely overpowered. Dark Souls 1, magic is in a bit better balance. Dark Souls 2, magic is insanely overpowered, especially early days of Dark Souls 2 when you could put Crystal Magic Weapon on the Moonlight Greatsword, and then you had a weapon that did the most damage in the entire fucking game. Then you got to Dark Souls 3. Magic is in a much better place. Now you're back to Elden Ring. Elden Ring magic is insanely strong. Get the spiral, the glintstone spiral, and watch it evaporate bosses. It is hilarious.
Yeah. It is. It is so funny that he's saying, like, it's going to be underpowered, and, like, The
Yeah.
spells in this game are some of the best they've been in a long time. Like, I love the spells that you get. They made me love faith builds again. Like, I used to, like, I like faith builds, but like in Dark Souls 3, it's like a faith build in Dark Souls 3, meh. You could throw lightning, that's about it. But here it's like, oh my god, there's so much good stuff. There's so much good stuff. I love using faith spells now.
Yeah. All right, I'll be right back. Feel free to go ahead.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Against they can't even change the rolling animation. It's like, really?
Oh my
You
God,
can't
are
even
you
come up with
serious?
an actual fucking criticism of this game. Like, really?
Why does the rolling animation need to be any different? I mean, sure, it could be different, but to circle back to one of his own arguments, how is that going to benefit the player or actually, change the game? It's not. You're just bitching.
How does it improve the game for the animation to be different? Like,
It doesn't. It does nothing.
Exactly.
It's just some eye candy, and he's bitching about wanting some different kind of eye candy from the previous games.
And if they changed the role to be more like the Bloodborne dash, he'd be bitching about that then. Oh, they're just reusing the Bloodborne dash.
I mean, yeah, but he literally bitches. I mean, actually, I think it's coming up here. I'm just going to save it for that. So I believe he's going to bitch about exactly what I'm thinking about here in a minute.
Oh my god, one thing I do want to point out, because we just kind of overlooked it. Did you notice that he was just saying like, oh, well, I think the only thing that they're going to change is the magic. That's the only thing they've shown. Okay, what about all that shit they just showed before that, where they showed multiple different things that were different with the melee and the stealth system and all that? But
Yeah,
no,
completely
clearly it's just the
overlooked.
magic.
Overlooks the jumping attacks, the stealth mechanics, the, introduction of how you can execute enemies, all of that.
Yep. Yeah, no, none of that's new, clearly.
It's just some of the magic is new and it's underpowered, guys.
Yeah, the magic is very underpowered, guys. Totally is going to need a buff when the game comes out, I'm sure.
I'm just frustrated that so much emphasis is being put on what is essentially superficial shit that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let me guess, you're going to complain that the door animation is the same too?
They can't even change the animation of opening a door.
You aren't
Fucking
wrong
called
at all.
it!
You completely
my
weren't wrong
God.
at all.
Oh my god, dude. Oh, yeah, no, clearly the main character, the protagonist, you, the character, should have kicked the door open. Clearly, no, pushing them, that's so old school and stupid. No. We kick doors now. We should have kicked that fucking door.
Like I said, he just wants different eye candy. That doesn't impact the game at all.
So, just quickly, for all the people out there who accuse me of nitpicking when I'm bringing forward genuine issues with a game, this is what actual nitpicking looks like. Oh, they couldn't even change the animation for opening the door. They couldn't even change the animation for rolling. Shit that just does not fucking matter.
God, I want Satch to come back now because I want him to see this so bad now.
Yeah,
the
so
fucking door thing. The fact that you called it too, you were like, "Oh my god, is he gonna bitch about the fucking door opening animation?" And then he fucking does. Oh my god, what a piece of shit! Fuck this guy.
Again, I can't remember how far into this I got, or if I even finished it when I watched it on my stream. It was a while ago, and I like to forget a lot of it, and so.
But
I
understand.
do remember up to this point and a little further. That's why I'm waiting for the next thing he's gonna bitch about to bring up one of my points. But yeah, the whole door opening thing. As soon as you said that, Kree, I was just like, oh no, because I knew it was gonna happen.
I understand wanting to forget terrible videos you've covered because we've covered plenty on this show, and God, the amount of insanity we've seen, it's really something.
Yeah, this is one of those ones that is just better left not remembering most of it.
There's a guy we covered who didn't like Fallout New Vegas, and, you know, it's understandable. There's a game you don't like, fine, whatever. He was
I'm very
happy...
mixed on it too, to be fair.
Hmm?
I'm very mixed on New Vegas too, to be fair.
Well, time to ban you forever from everything. But no, he was happy that Cyberpunk 2077 failed because it allowed him to take revenge on CD Pro Obsidian.
That's dumb. that's dumb.
Yeah,
It's insane. It makes no sense. What the
It's
fuck
really
does CD
dumb.
Projekt Red have to do with Obsidian?
Nothing.
Wait. Are you guys referring to that Rainbow Hawk guy?
Yes.
Yes.
The
Oh my
schizo.
god, that dude.
Oh, we've got something to show you now that you're back, Setch. But yeah, it's just one of the biggest examples of insanity we've seen. I'm glad this game failed so I could take revenge upon a completely different company for a completely different game.
This is ringing more of a bell now too. I think I remember something about this. Oh god.
Alright. Don't pause it, Setch. I'll pause it. You need to see what happens, okay? Alright?
Powered, especially against bosses. They can't even change the rolling animation. It's like, really?
Alright. What do you think is going to happen next?
Does he make fun of catacombs? I mean, he already missed the fact that he jumped there at the end too, and that he's going down, and that fall damage is entirely different. I don't know what happens next. I guess maybe the skeleton thing. That might be what I expect.
Cree called it. I'm just gonna say Cree called it because he was like, "Oh my god, is he gonna complain about this thing?" And
Door
as
opening
soon as-
animation.
Yeah, as soon as it was done, he did, and we just were like, "Oh my god!" Like I can't believe that. Are you? And I made the joke like, "Oh yes, clearly pushing doors open is too old school. We kick doors open now. That's the only way you should be opening doors is by fucking kicking them."
Yeah, again, as soon as Cree called it, I remembered. I was like, oh, you're in for it now.
They can't even change the animation of opening a door.
Why would they? It's a fucking door, dude. You're opening a fucking door. How many different ways can you open a door?
I want different
Jesus
eye candy,
Christ.
bro. I want different kinds of eye
I
candy.
want it to be like GTA, where when I just walk up to a door, the guy automatically pushes it open like nothing.
Yeah, with his arm and just holds it up and lazily just leans into it.
Like, it doesn't take a psychic to know what's coming next because this is so pathetic and superficial that you know he's just going to bitch about the tiniest things that don't matter.
Okay, well, if I remember correctly what he's going to bitch about next, can
Is
any
the
of y'all call
skeleton.
it? What?
I bet you
what?
it's the skeleton. The way the skeleton stands up and puts his head.
I actually can't remember that part. There's one part in particular that he's going to bitch about if it's coming up here, which I'm pretty sure it is. And I'm just going to say, one of you, I don't remember your name, but the one with the fucking pony icon.
Pagan.
Pagan, yeah, you called it earlier. Or not called it, but you had an analogy with Bloodborne earlier that was very similar to something he's about to do.
Oh no. Does it have anything to do with the grace? With the site of grace?
Not really, no.
No? Okay. Oh no. What did they
What's,
do in here?
Let's find out.
Before we get to that, though, $5 from SC437. Thank you. Guys, let's talk about an actual issue, such as picking Taco Tuesday or Taco Friday. See, Taco Tuesday sounds better because it's alliteration, I believe. It's a T and then a T.
Tuesday on Friday.
But, if you have Taco Friday, then you end the week on, like, a decent meal.
Yep.
So
This is actually an argument that started an entire civil war within the Texas Speech Emperor fan base.
Oh.
And they played it off in the Texas Speech Emperor things too. Like, how dare no, tacos should be consumed on a Friday because it is a gift for the weekend. And he goes, tacos should be consumed on a Tuesday because of alliterative appeal.
I mean, both arguments are really good.
Yeah, but it started a big old fight. Like, and they even called it the Dornish heresy.
Setch, you forgot the best part on one of the podcasts when it ends off. Magnus answers the question in the best way, in my opinion. Taco Tuesdays on Friday.
I'm angry.
I will
Yeah,
have tacos
saying
every
that will
day.
make the Emperor angry.
Yeah, and he's like, the power of Koas prevails.
I also love how they say Coas still, even though the Voxhaler no longer censors the word.
Yeah, so that was a big thing they had on their podcast, was they had a boy who was holding a Voxhaler, and it would censor out anything that the Imperium didn't like. So if they said the word chaos, it would do a loud blaring screech and make all their ears hurt. And they're like, what the fuck was that? And then because he said the word fuck, it would go brrr as well. And he's like, why?
$2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. Biothestard moment. Yeah. Like, I still can't get over the weird fucking thing of randomly combining two companies you like and two companies you dislike to try and make... Like, it is genuinely really fucking weird.
A lot of this looks recycled. The vast majority of this looks recycled, including the art direction.
What?
This just looks like another...
The art...
The art direction, not the engine and the graphics. The art direction. The art direction is nothing like in the older games.
But not only that, you realize what this argument amounts to is if you want to make a game that looks a certain way, and then you make another game that looks a similar certain way, then that's a bad thing because you're reusing the art direction. What the fuck is this?
Yeah, how dare you make a Fallout game set in the post-apocalyptic wasteland in another game? You can't do that. That's reusing the same art direction.
Yeah.
Well, not just that. It's like one of the easiest examples I can reference is early World of Warcraft. A lot of their textures had that kind of painted look to them, and it's a style I really, really like. It looks really fucking good. And it would be like if Blizzard made another game after World of Warcraft that had a similar style and was also in a fantasy world but not in the Warcraft universe and used that same style. It would be complaining that, oh, that art direction is reused from World of Warcraft. It's like, who the fuck cares? It looks good.
I'll do you one better. World of Warcraft on our phones.
Oh boy. I can't wait.
Do you not have phones, Cree?
Yeah.
Is this an out-of-season April Fool's joke?
You know that guy's blacklisted from BlizzCon, just saying.
Oh yeah, I know. There's no way they're
it's
gonna let that
something
dude
they
back
did
in.
to red shirt guy, or the yellow shirt guy, where he was saying like, there's a character that says that this character's dead, but he's not dead, and the lore guy's like, wow, why do you know that? And so they made fun of him. They brought the character that the new lore team said was dead. They brought him back, and they put a red shirt guy next to him to say like, to make sure that you know that he's still alive. It's like, Jesus fuck mothering Christ, Blizzard.
Well, I thought that was more of a reference to the guy that like fixed the issue rather than being an insult.
No, it was
or
an
not
insult.
Fixed the issue. I never saw it that way.
I only saw it that way, because they were clearly making fun of him.
Is it clearly making fun, or is it just making a reference though? Because like they call it.
They made fun of him there at the event, and then they put a tiny little guy next to him whose sole job is to let you know that this guy is still alive.
Is that actually his sole job? Because I thought he was like called a lore keeper or something in the game.
Yeah, it was lore keeper for that guy in particular. That guy, just him.
Are you sure about that? Because I don't I can't remember if
Pretty
it was.
fucking sure. If they've changed it now, then great. But no, I am pretty positive that that's what it was.
Isn't it called, like, insert dwarf clan name fact checker? Well, that's for the clan, not for that one character. Yeah, I'm not sure, like, if that's necessarily an insult or not.
Who cares? Let's move on.
I think it is because that's the way Blizzard has always done. They do that constantly. That was them. That was what they were known for, was being that insulting and shitty to their fans.
Really?
Yeah. That's been a staple of Blizzard for a long time. That's not a recent thing.
Because I've just never heard of anything like that before, where they're, like, shitting on fans like that. Like, obviously in the convention there is, the do you not have phones thing. But that seems entirely different from...
No, this was way before that.
No, I know. I'm using that as an example.
Fair. Yeah, Blizzard were not that good of a company. It's only people now realizing just how awful a company they are.
I'm not saying they were a good company. There's a difference between...
I mean the way that they treat people. That's what I'm talking about. The way they treat their community and everything. They were not that good of a company.
Yeah,
this is the area I focused in, because, like I said, I used to work for MMO Grinder. This is what we did.
No, I know. I was just, like, unaware of any of that ever happening. Like, again, the character you're referencing, I just never thought that was an insult. $2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. The Russo-Japanese War of 1904. Okay.
And that was the one where... So what happened was, in Russia, you had Tsar Nicholas. He was trying to bolster up the people, and he had gotten into a spat with Japan. So he just declared that they were going to war with Japan, that they had been at war for a while. And as he was declaring that, a great battle happened where the Japanese Navy fucking curb stomped the shit out of the Russians. It wasn't even close. It was an embarrassing massacre. What didn't help was the fact that there were a lot of commies in the Russian fleet that were undermining everything. That is the Voyage of the Damned. Well, there's another term for it as well, but it was where nothing could go right. Like, they went to go do targeting practice.
Well, of course nothing could go right. Commies were involved.
Yeah, but we're talking, like, levels of like, insanity where it feels like there's a cosmic joke being played on this fleet in particular.
Of course there was a cosmic joke. Commies were involved.
Fair. It's genuinely a fantastic story and just hilarious to go into, because it's the sheer level of absurdity that happens is mind blowing.
Oh my god! I just read the other.
Let's just say, to give a brief preview, they shot at their own guys more than once.
Oh boy!
Nice.
Damn.
$10 from SC437. Thank you. Blizzard's new flagship IP, Rice Farm Simulator, only for mobile, and will give you social credits as you play. Oh.
Oh, I see they're trying to get back in good graces of China.
Their Dark Souls game. I wonder why that is.
Catacombs, caves, mines, and other dungeons can be found while out exploring the...
Okay, so Catacombs, I always find that funny. I thought that was just the way this guy said it, and then I heard it again in Hogwarts Legacy, and I was like, oh my god, this is the way they pronounce it. Catacomb.
Catacombs.
I know where that comes from now. I don't get it. Catacombs.
Yeah.
Catacomb in me.
Catacomb. Cool. But yeah, so here we're gonna see the skeleton rise up, so I guarantee he's gonna talk shit about the skeleton animation being reused. How dare they reuse the skeleton animation?
Yep.
Catacombs, caves, and mines. Sounds like they just took the Chalice dungeons from Bloodborne and just gave them a different name.
Hey, you know what? You know what
That was
exists
exactly
in a
what
lot
I
of
was, what I was waiting for.
You know what exists in a lot of places where people live? Fucking graveyards.
Yeah. And again, here it makes sense because their entire religion, their entire way this world works, is the fact that they put you at the bottom of the Erd Tree's roots so you can be reabsorbed and reborn. It's why they call it Erd Tree Burial. That's why they have these catacombs that lead into chambers that are directly at the roots of the Erd Trees. Not the Erd Tree itself, not the big one, the Great Erd Tree, but all these minor Erd Trees all over the world. This is fucking insanity.
Also, again, complaining about caves and mines. Caves are a natural feature of, like, just a world. And mines are because people are digging in the ground for precious material. It makes sense that these things exist in fucking any setting.
Yeah,
Unless
but
you're...
of course it's just copying Bloodborne, though, that apparently.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Bloodborne invented the idea of a mine.
And, well, you know, Bloodborne and Chalice dungeons, therefore Elden Ring can't be original at all if it has anything that resembles a fucking Chalice dungeon, which is just a dungeon.
Yep.
Yeah. The real reason Skyrim is a terrible game isn't because it's poorly written or the RPG mechanics are stripped back. It's because Skyrim had a sword in it, and Oblivion had a sword in it, and Morrowind had a sword in it. They're clearly just reusing material.
You're
fucking
right.
pathetic.
And Daggerfall had a sword in it, and Arena had a sword.
Just shouldn't play any RPG. They're all just copy and pasted.
Well, you want to know the biggest proof that all these games are copy and pasted? They're all played on PCs. Fucking ridiculous.
They all have stats and levels, clearly. They're just the same game, repeated over and over again.
To play any of these games, you need electricity in your house. It's fucking ridiculous that they keep using that mechanic over and over again.
It's a mechanic.
When are they just going to invent quantum physics already? And then we could just play with our minds. Like, why can't they just do that already?
Yeah, why can't they just project the video game into my brain and I can play it while I'm asleep?
Yeah. Fucking lazy that they don't do that. God, imagine bitching about mines in a fucking game where it's in a medieval-esque setting with armies with armor and weapons and shit. It's like, well, yeah, they got to get that material from somewhere. I mean, it makes sense that there be mines everywhere.
That's just a natural like thing with when you have like a society around or like culture around. You know, people are going to be like, "Hey, we need this precious material and it's valuable."
Well, don't you know from
how that works?
Don't you know from all the crafting games you've ever played that all the most precious materials lie on the surface in plain view?
Yes, totally. They're all just right there, ready to grab.
Yeah,
there's
nothing underground.
Yeah, all the most precious materials that you find above ground, like arteria leaves. Gotta find those goddamn arteria leaves.
The only thing underground is rocks. Who needs those? Fuck
rocks
those.
and dirt.
Who needs rocks and dirt?
My path.
My poor friend Ook, who's the Duke of Ook, he's another streamer as well. He gets trolled a lot by his community because there's a game called Vintage Story, which is basically like Minecraft but super hardcore mode. So very in-depth crafting systems, very autistic for sure. It's a fun time, but he gets constantly told over and over again that surface ores mean that there's more ore under the surface. And so every single time he plays and he digs up the surface ore and he doesn't dig any further than that, this chat is just like, surface ores mean that there's ore under the surface. You should dig a mine. You should dig a mine. Why aren't you digging a mine, Ook? He has PTSD of this point, like where they'll do like copy pastas of like, and by the way, surface ores mean, and he's just like, no.
It's always funny.
It's always he gets to the problem where he digs up the surface ore, and then he'll go do something else, and he'll come back like, "Where was that at again?" It's like, well,
I always love when chat does stuff like that. When Vinesauce was playing the Cyberpunk 2077 game, there was that song that came on talking about pain, and chat would just flood with pain goblins dancing, and it was fucking funny. And whenever Pippa plays a spooky game, chat will sometimes just go, "Did you see it?" I think mocking Nuke. And,
I love that shit.
And she just freaks out. Stop saying, "Did you see it?"
Oh, it's so good.
$3. 3 Australian dollary dues. From Get Out There, yo. Thank you. Underground is all brown. Damn recycled art style. Yeah, how dare they use
all
too much
rocks
brown?
and dirt. How dare they recycle all the rocks and dirt?
Yeah.
All I see is a lot of gray, brown, colors that are not pleasing to me.
Yes.
Clearly,
rock.
these developers
like
have a
rocks.
scat fetish.
Oh, God.
Oh my god, I can't believe he fucking said that. That was so stupid. Jesus
Yep.
Christ. Yeah, in case you guys don't know, Acer Thorn in his fucking Fallout New Vegas review, or deep analysis as he called it.
Retrospective.
Yeah, retrospective and deep analysis as he
I
called
tried
it.
to watch some of that. I think I got like 5 minutes in.
Yeah. He
Yeah,
fucking
pretty
said
rad.
that because the desert is brown and full of sand, the devs clearly must have had a scat fetish.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said something similar about Morrowind, but somehow more retarded. Why is this game all brown? You could have said it anywhere, and you decided to put it on an island with a volcano. That's just an excuse to make the game brown. Like,
Yeah.
what?
Fucking what?
Why?
Yeah.
But the game's not. What? There are
Yes,
green
no,
parts
trust me.
of that map.
No,
Trust
I
me,
know.
We immediately showcased it, and he even has it. He has something even better
There's a lot
in
of
that
interesting
review.
terrain and like fauna and shit and flora
There
on
is
that
something
map.
way funnier in that review, though, that you need to understand. So he was talking, and we see his screen as he's stabbing at something, and remember, to put in perspective how fucking much of a unicorn this is. He's using screenshots that he's just animated, zooming in and out of, and stuff like that. He's not actually recording footage of him playing the game. So we see him attacking an enemy, and he's slowly zooming out more and more, and then all of a sudden we realize he has an iron dagger in his hand. And we go, oh, please keep zooming out. Please keep zooming out. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep
please tell
going.
me.
And then we see it 0 stamina iron dagger.
Please, yes. Okay, so was this by chance anywhere near the beginning of the game
Near
at all?
Satanine?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so he fell into that trap. Good.
Oh my god, it was great.
It's just like, clearly you don't understand what the fuck the game's trying to tell you to do,
Well-
and you're just doing the newbie trick of running out with the fucking iron dagger, running a stamina, and stabbing the first thing you run into,
The
and
only
not
thing that
killing
would have made it better is if he had managed to show, if he had showed his stats at any point, and daggers wasn't any of his tag stats.
Oh yeah, if,
Small
if it
blades.
was like fucking blunt or like long blades or something
Yeah.
stupid, and it's just like, well, clearly you
Well-
understand the game.
The biggest trap he falls into is treating every game he plays like they're Skyrim or Fallout 4.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
that's not how. And I'm someone who actually likes Skyrim and Fallout 4, and I love Morrowind, so it's like two vastly different things there.
Yeah.
You cannot approach Morrowind like it's Skyrim or Fallout 4.
Yeah. It was just wild. Again,
Oh yeah,
Like-
and he also looked up in the sky for a root.
yes.
Yeah. God, I can't believe he did that. That was so funny. Because somebody told us about that in chat, and while these guys were like continuing with the video, I went and checked it out just to see if it was worth covering. And yeah, I fucking watched the whole thing, and I was like, guys, we have to watch this. He fucking looks up, like he goes exactly where the marker is pointing, and instead of looking down where a root would be, he looks up in the sky. And then his fucking excuse for that was like, well, root can mean anything, like root
His
beer.
excuse was that, well, you want to know something else that's a root that isn't in the ground? And then he shows a picture of root beer. And it's like...
Why would that be in the sky? That would
Why
still
would
be
root
on the
beer be in the
ground.
sky?
That would still be at least on the ground.
I know.
Yep.
I never forgive
okay.
Morrowind for that stunlock maggot on the road. The Korma
Yeah, the
forager.
Korma larva.
Yeah.
Those
Wait,
fucking things, they
those
will
ones don't
paralyze
stun you. They poison you. It's the scribs that stun you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the scribs are the ones that paralyze you. The fucking...
And they're neutral. They don't attack you unless you attack them.
Yep.
Skill issue.
I mean, again, you fall into the newbie trap of running in with the iron dagger, stabbing the first thing you see in Morrowind. You're not gonna have a fun time.
I remember the funniest one I had was the first time you accused the Dark Elf, and he immediately puts up his dukes and starts punching you, and then you get stun locked there. It's like, oh shit.
I actually won that fight. I had that happen to me, and I actually won it.
I got super lucky because I managed to turn and grab the door right as I stood up. I was like, no!
He did stun lock me, but I was, fucking, whatever class I picked, I can't remember. It let me summon, like, ancestral whatever. Like, ancestral ghost, so I had that to, like,
Yeah, that's
aggro
Dark
him.
Elf.
Yeah, it was Dark Elf, and then I was just able to actually, put up a fight with my... Because I actually chose Short Blade, so the dagger was actually useful to me.
I usually just grab a scroll of someone's skeleton to deal with that guy. Because it's part of my whole beginning routine to get the tax collector money. Get the... kill that guy and get the reward without having to admit that I found the money. Get the ring, take it to the lighthouse lady, get the potions, get Fargoth's gold, and then go off to Suran to steal a bunch of valuable shit there.
Fair enough. This was my first time running through Morrowind, so I was just being an idiot.
This was me going back after so many years, and I totally forgot that he would jump you. Like, the moment you accused him with evidence, he would immediately start beating the shit out of you, and he knocked me down. I was like, oh no!
Yeah. I mean, he just puts up his dukes, and the way fucking hand-to-hand works in that game, you're just gonna run out of stamina and get stun locked.
Yeah.
Especially...
the most dangerous enemy in a Morrowind game. Fucking
They will punch
an unarmed Dark Elf.
They will punch you.
Well, it's not just that. It's also the fact that if you're an idiot like me, that you're running around constantly and jumping constantly, so you've constantly got 0 stamina. So the instant you run into someone who has their fist out, it's like, yeah, you're glued to the floor.
Oh, you're done.
You're fucked, son. You're fucked. I'm just imagining fucking Setch getting stun locked and he's like reaching for the fucking door. He's just doing the fucking door stuck copy pasta. Door stuck! Door stuck! You're a genuine dick sucker!
I could just imagine Setch doing his quick little scream and then going for the door, just like, ah! And grabbing the door.
Yeah.
That's probably exactly what happened when you played.
I've done those before. Like, I'll be talking with chat, and then something will happen. I'll just like, what the fuck was that?
Pagan, he justifies it as, don't you know the Lord gave people root beer and Lord are in heaven?
All right, I will be right back again for a second.
We'll probably continue.
I'm gonna put down I want you to. I'm going to put down on the record, I think he's going to do the skeleton animation thing.
Oh, he very well could, but he already brought up the old, like, Chalice dungeon thing, which was funny to me because Pagan brought up a whole, like, thing where when he was talking about them recycling the dodge roll, he was like, if they did the Bloodborne dash, he'd just say that they copied Bloodborne. And it's like, yeah, and he does that right here with the dungeons.
Yep.
Well, yeah, so I think he's going to talk about the skeletons next. You guys can find out. I'm going to the bathroom.
All right.
Okay.
And Setch was never heard from again.
Rest in peace, Setch. I can't believe he fucking died.
No, we lost our only piece of farm equipment.
No!
Oh.
I guess you gotta move him to the edge again.
Get back on the plantation with the rest of the Argonians.
Damn. For real, though.
No, it's not an IGN video. It's Avid Alchemist.
Wow, they
An
even
IGN
brought back
video.
the skeletons too.
Yeah. Okay. So he was right. He does. 1 point for
Yeah,
Setch.
I could not remember if he did or not because I genuinely forgot about 75% of this video.
God, this is such dog shit.
I mean, you're not wrong. It's all nitpicks, and most of the actual things that are being showcased go right over his head, or he just chooses to ignore it.
Well, again, I wouldn't even consider most of these nitpicks because nitpicks are still valid. They're just inconsequential. I don't even think it's valid to say, huh, they use the same door animation as they did in another game.
I would agree, but I guess it's just semantics calling it nitpicks because what I'm trying to say is he's just looking for reasons to bitch.
Yeah.
Really.
He said he was going into this with an open mind or good faith or whatever, but this is fucking 3,000% looking for things to bitch about.
Yeah.
Are
I
you
feel
saying
like anybody
people would
who
just
sits
go on
through
the
this would
internet
come to
and
that
lie?
conclusion.
No, they would never do that, Pagan.
No, people wouldn't do that. They wouldn't just go on the internet and tell lies.
Help themselves.
These dungeons each hold their own secrets. From you.
Skips it. Okay.
It's also a really bad skip.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It doesn't take much effort to edit your videos to not be dog shit like that. Oh, you could also have fucking downloaded the video, then added your commentary over top, rather than literally screen capturing you watching it on YouTube.
Yeah.
That would make editing it a lot easier and adding your commentary to it a lot easier, but you're, still using like a fucking 2012 setup.
2012, we're like fucking 2007. Jesus.
I mean, the dude's mic quality has not changed. I went back to some of his older videos, and it's just like you've been using the same setup since you started this channel and have not changed your production quality whatsoever.
Yeah, most people attempt to improve.
In some regard, like at the very least, get better with your editing, try to make things higher quality. And it doesn't seem like you've done any of that.
Yeah.
I do have I have a half hour on me left because I gotta go work with a client of mine. So 30 more minutes, and then I gotta head out.
That's fair, Shmi.
Well, let us know like 5-10 minutes before you have to go, and we can have you like show your stuff, tell chat who you are, what you do, and all that. Hopefully we didn't waste too much of your time. I know we did have quite a few tangents at the start, but that's just kind of how it goes.
It's all good. My schedule with this client can be flexible, unlike the hours.
All right.
Taking the main gate into the castle.
It even sounds like they just reused the same voice actors from.
God.
What?
I'm going to commit a violent crime. Who cares if they reuse the voice actors? Why is that a problem?
Yeah, one, that's not a problem. Two, I don't think they did. I don't think that this is a reused voice actor either.
But even if it is, what the fuck does it matter?
Probably just doing a similar voice, but probably not the same actor.
God, this.
I never even thought about this before when playing the game. To be fair,
this is easily one of the most frustrating videos we've covered in a while, because this is just so stupid and pointless. What does it matter if they reuse the voice actor? How does this make the game worse? It doesn't. So fuck off and shut up. It really doesn't. God.
Game.
You're right about the skeletons. It gets even worse. He just said, "Oh, I think even this voice actor is reused." It's like, what the fuck does it matter?
Yeah,
Something
it really doesn't. It's just it's something I never even thought about when I first played the game. Sitting through it's like, oh, that's a reused voice actor. Oh no, my immersion.
That doesn't even really come up for me unless it's blatantly obvious, like Lucien LeChance and Mr. Burke, who are literally doing the same voice.
Unless it's what's his tits? He's in literally everything, and he has a very specific cadence and
Nolan
style.
North?
No, not Nolan North.
The other one, God, why am I forgetting his name? Fuck, he's in everything.
Yeah. He can't. He has no range or anything to his voice. It's the same voice every time. He doesn't even try to like have a different voice, even if they're like different characters, so that you can have them actually talking to each other and just be like, "That's so fucking disconcerting."
Steve Bloom, no.
Yes, Steve Bloom.
Troy
No.
Baker. That's the one I was thinking of.
I said Troy Baker.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, Steve Bloom is the one. He stands out like a sore fucking thumb, and he never changes his voice, ever. It's the same voice every time. It just drives me nuts because you'll have stuff like the Old Republic where Steve Bloom will be talking to Steve Bloom about Steve Bloom, and it's just like, ah, stop.
Isn't that the voice actor for Spike from Cowboy Bebop?
Yes.
Oh, so everyone
what I'm
just
saying,
sounds like Spike.
Yeah, he just doesn't have range.
Hmm.
It's so fucking weird.
Maybe I just haven't heard him in other stuff because I love fucking his voice work in Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, he it's fine for certain characters, but again, it's the problem where you have Steve Bloom voice casting 50 characters and they interact with each other. It's really distracting.
Oh.
Actually, about. I find it strange how all of these characters sound the same as characters from their other games, their older games.
Why does that matter?
It doesn't. It literally doesn't.
Wasn't even a forethought of mine when I played the game, like I said.
Like, this is some serious brain rot to be bitching about this.
Yeah.
I wonder why that is.
You also haven't proved that. You haven't proved that this is the same voice actor or the same voice for another character. You're just saying that.
The little dialogue boxes that pop up on screen look pretty much exactly the same as their older games.
Are you fucking serious? No, this dude needs to just take a shotgun enema or something. Just fuck off.
This is some needs some fucking therapy moment. Where on the doll did the From Software touch you?
Wherever it touched me, they didn't touch him fucking hard enough. They should have used a fucking chainsaw.
Rude.
God,
Yeah, this sucks. This is really hard to sit through. I fucking hate this.
Yeah, and the longer I'm sitting here, I'm remembering that I probably got through this entire thing when I watched it the first time, and then
We're only 13 minutes and 53 seconds into a 30-minute video. I can't do this. I hate this.
Halfway.
I think I'm actually ready to hit the fucking eject button again. Is the rest of the video just him saying, "Oh, this thing is similar to another
from what I
thing
can
they
remember,
did in a
yeah, no,
previous
this is the
game,
majority of his arguments.
and this other thing, this is something reused from another game as well." And this
Boiling
thing
down
was
everything
pretty
I remember
similar
from his
thing
video
to a
and
previous
anything
game
else
they
I saw,
made.
yeah.
And
It's-
this other thing is just reused from
Here we go.
Bloodborne.
Well,
and
remember
Sekiro.
1353. 1353. I'm gonna jump ahead at a random spot. Here we go.
All right.
Okay.
The whole thing with Elden Ring is that it's open world, but there's far better open world games that do open world better than a fucking From Software game.
You
How
don't
do you
know
know
that.
that though? It wasn't even released.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
don't know that. It hasn't been released yet. So how the fuck could you possibly know that? Also, with hindsight, we know that's not true. This is one of
Yeah.
the best fucking open world games we've had ever.
Yes.
Oh
So
no.
shut the fuck up.
Coolio system in chat. Like what? Say Skyrim. Say Skyrim.
Yes.
Here comes
Yeah.
the Skyrim. Oh my god, please say Skyrim. Oh no.
Oh my god, if he says Skyrim.
There are open world games that are slated for release next year that are going to be
thank
better
God.
at being open world games.
How do you know?
How do you know?
Elden Ring.
Hold
And
on,
the
hold
sad
on.
thing about
I too could see everything in the future to know that these other games that aren't released are going to be better than this game that hasn't been released.
What the fuck is this
Seems logical
argumentation?
to me.
God, I hate that we jumped forward and we actually got to a different fucking argument. Because no, why couldn't it
Yeah.
have just been more of the same? So we could have
I know.
rejected.
It's not any better, to be fair, because it's just an
Yeah.
assumption.
God, fucking say Skyrim.
Wow, the dent in
I know,
his
I'm
head
just-
made him a prophet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If he says Skyrim, that will fucking ruin some of his other points that he made. I mean, they're already ruined. He has no point to begin with, but the fucking thing with like, oh, if I hit a dude with an arrow, they should just die, but I'm also going to cite Skyrim as being better. It's like, it's even worse in that game. You could shoot somebody with 20 arrows and it won't do anything.
Yeah, and then they'll run up to where you were, not actually find you because they're in seek mode. Then their AI turns back on, and they're like, oh, must have been the wind. Says the guy who looks like a fucking porcupine. What the fuck?
Yeah.
You'd think if this guy could see into the future this well, he'd just pick the fucking lotto numbers. I mean, why not?
Yeah.
the sad thing about FromSoftware is that FromSoftware used to be a creative company.
How are they not creative now?
Yeah.
Because he's going to say that it circles back to him calling them a one-trick pony because of the type of games they make right now, because he's going to cite some of their older shit that they used to make and how they were all different genres or different style of games than the traditional Souls style stuff they do nowadays.
They weren't, though. Kingsfield is like a direct progenitor to the Soulsborne style games. That's why Miyazaki was so excited about doing Demon Souls to begin with. He wanted to harken back to the old Kingsfield stuff. That's why he has so many Kingsfield references in his Souls games. Like, see the fucking Scaleless, the Moonlight Greatsword, all of it. Like, Jesus.
It's not just that. It's also the fact that you can make very similar kinds of games and still be incredibly creative with them. As should be fucking obvious from Elden Ring to Sekiro to fucking Bloodborne.
That's how a game franchise usually thrives, is having multiple entries that are, you know, a little bit different, but all within the same umbrella, you know?
Yeah.
Usually how they work.
Yep.
God, nothing... Good.
$2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. I am very bigoted in every conceivable way. I can feel my levels of bigotry increasing from this video. Whatever group this person is from deserves hatred.
Damn,
What, you mean the Speds?
Any group that he is a part of deserves hatred.
Oh god, yeah, thanks for reminding me that Ninja Blade existed. Oh! Yeah, no, seriously, Demon Souls saved from software. If you have not, if you've never heard of Ninja Blade, imagine a Ninja Gaiden, only it's all wacky nonsense, like, with really goofy, off-the-wall ideas and quick time events and cutscenes and everything. Oh, it is super not a good game. It is very bad game. Holy crap! It's one of those games where it's so absurd you have to see it to believe that it exists, that this is a real thing that people worked on.
I think he's Canadian, Creetosis. Here's hoping he's Canadian. Yes, good. The day of the rake is now.
Oh no.
Take me with them.
So Ninja Gaiden mixed with Fahrenheit. Got it. You joke, but honestly, pretty close.
Ninja
Didn't From
Gaiden mixed
Software-
with Indigo Prophecy.
Yeah. Didn't From Software also have a fantasy game where you shoot ghosts with magic AR-15s? Not magic AR-15s, actual AR-15s. It's Shadow Tower Abyss. And yes, you do actually, like, you get these fantasy armors, like, here's a fantasy robe and wizard hat, here's a fantasy suit of armor, and then in the very next room is like, here is your M60 machine gun.
Oh.
It is a wild ride. Shadow Tower Abyss is a wild ride.
That sounds hilarious.
Yeah, fucking you bust in the door and the bad guys are like, oh, he's in the plus 15 armor of toughness and righteousness. Well, if we just stay back away from him because he can't move, and then you pull out an AK-47 and just start going.
I needed to see more of this now.
Yes, you should. It is Shadow Tower Abyss is fucking bonkers.
Honestly, it's kind of one of my favorite things when there's a fantasy world and there's a wizard and he just pulls out a fucking gun.
Yeah,
Alakablam.
Iron Pineapple had a video about it. Iron Pineapple's up and down, but he had a fantastic video about Shadow Tower Abyss. He isn't kidding with his title that it's From Software's weirdest game. Not kidding at all. It is wild.
But anyways, back to the argument at hand. I just don't see why a studio needs to do different kinds of genres. What if they only like RPGs? What if they only want to make RPGs? What if
They're
a company...
a Milsim house. What if they're an RTS house? Like,
what if they only make visual novels? Should they have to make a fucking military shooter game?
Yes. Clearly.
Well,
they
Then
need to
again,
break
they are making a new Armored Core.
yeah, which I'm looking forward to. I haven't played many of the Armored Cores. I've played them as in, like, my friend would have them, and so I would play, like, a little bit here and there. I've never actually sat through and played them. So this new Armored Core coming out, it's giving me a good excuse to go play them.
Harry
I'm
Potter...
also interested in Armored Core 6.
Sorry, I have to grab this comment. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Guns.
Yeah, no, really. The meme image of multi-classing Gandalf and it's him holding an AK-47 is actually accurate with Shadow Tower Abyss.
Have you seen the Hogwarts Legacy mods where they replace the wands
Yes!
with
One with
blocks?
pistols, yeah. It's just wild. It's just wild.
We're turning Harry Potter into DMC, aren't we?
Yep.
Why not?
Glockoramus.
Lumos. Oh my god, that's a video we need to watch. It's actually the sock dude I was talking about earlier.
And the chamber is loaded.
The chamber's lit. That's great. But we need to
Agree with,
watch.
Go ahead.
We need to watch this this sock video on Hogwarts Legacy. It is so fucking funny.
There was actually a really good Downward Thrust. I watched his video on Hogwarts Legacy, and he didn't know a lot of the background lore and stuff like that. But I agree with him on a lot of the things. Like, all the mechanics in Hogwarts Legacy, they're good. That's it. They could be great, but they're just good. So it's just one of those weird ones. Oh no!
Hi, a British potato.
$2 from a member of the Spud Club. Spud Buds. Brother Near is a loser. Oh no.
I'm not the one that gets drunk and then makes absolute nonsense for videos. Sorry, potato.
What do you mean nonsense for videos? He gets drunk, joins VC, and bitches to you that he needs YouTube beef for videos.
Yeah.
That shit's hilarious.
Also, he puts hot dogs in soup.
Do that. That's good.
No, we're not starting that debate again.
Yes.
Do not.
Yes. Dude,
Yeah,
put it in
JFJ.
Put it in ramen.
That's the guy. Yeah, Lumos. That's the joke I was thinking of. Fucking Lumos. He just every 5 seconds, like in the middle of talking in dialogue where he'll be saying something, he'll just randomly Lumos in the middle of dialogue. It's so funny. We have to. I linked it in the thing. We'll watch. We can put it and watch together after the stream. It's fucking hilarious.
All right. How much more time do you have, Nier? Like 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll do a little bit more than we can.
You want to try one more jump? See what we get? Roll the dice?
Yeah, because it just seems like the same argument we've covered already so far, so...
It really is for the most of what I remember of his shit. Again, that's why I forgot, like, 75% of it from when I watched it.
Well, yeah,
Right.
when 90%
Jump
of
now.
your arguments are they reuse this thing and why don't they make a different game, then, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Here we go.
Yet all they do is release the same crap over and over again. We have companies like Ubisoft that's known for, franchises like Far Cry, Assassin's Creed.
You are
We
not.
have companies like Electronic Arts, which is known for a variety of different things, from their sports franchises to some of their recent Star.
But what about
Did
how...
Did he just try to argue that Ubisoft
Yeah, I was
has
about to-
variety?
No, not at all.
How are those Assassin's Creed games different from each other, aside from a few mechanics here and there? How are those Far Cry games different from each other, aside from a few mechanics here and there? $2 from a British potato. Thank you. Brother Nier likes pineapple on pizza.
Forgivable sin.
Slander.
Unforgivable.
That is slander, to be fair. I know my shmi.
Keep the pineapple off the pizza. Though,
I was...
speaking of pizza, taco pizza. Get you some taco pizza.
Ooh, taco pizza do sound good. Not
Yes.
gonna lie.
Taco pizza is fucking fantastic.
I know, I've had it before.
Mac and
Oh my
cheese
god,
pizza,
there's
though.
somebody that's had taco pizza before. Jesus Christ, give me a high five.
Yes. I love tacos and I love pizza. Why wouldn't I want to mix the two?
Mac and cheese
Oh.
pizza, though. That
That's
exists.
something I would have to try, Shmi, but I'm willing to.
Yeah. I've tried all kinds of weird oddball pizzas just because.
I mean, yeah. Why not?
Peanut butter jelly pizza is unironically really fucking good.
What?
What? That
Yeah,
sounds weird.
It is
I
a
think...
dessert pizza. So just get rid of the idea of sauces or anything like that, right? So the jelly is the sauce that they use for the bread and everything, and oh, it is so good. Oh, especially if they put a little bit of cinnamon on the crust. Just woo.
This sounds more like a pastry than.
Yeah, it sounds like
Pizza.
a
That's
really
what it is.
weird
It's-
way
it's
to
a
do a
dessert
pie,
pizza.
basically.
Yeah.
They're literally called dessert pizzas. They are essentially just a pastry.
It's just
Why
a
call it
weird
a
pie.
pizza, then?
I don't know. I don't know why they call it a pizza. It's that
not
whole.
every circular thing that has stuff on it is a pizza. Cake isn't a pizza, and those are
Yeah,
often
especially
circular.
if we go by original pizzas where they were often not circular in the slightest.
Yeah, at that point, it's just a big, thick crepe.
That's just a flat pie? Yeah, it sounds like a flat pie.
A flat pie
Yeah.
or a crepe, something like somewhere in there.
Like I said, I don't know why they call it pizza. It's just in the dessert pizza category. I
This is
don't know
very
why.
wild.
I'm not the one that made the rules.
It's just a really big hot pocket.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Those two such Italy is calling and they are very mad. Yep. Well, it's the same thing. They'd be fucking pissed at Chicago deep dish style. I mean, like, what, are you trying to drown the fucking pizza? What are you doing?
Oh no, even better. It's a giant Lunchable.
Oh God. God, the pizza Lunchables. Holy shit! That super artificial cheese and
Yeah, they're
Pepperoni.
awful. They're fucking awful. Oh. God, did you see the Pippa stream where she tried to eat the gummy Lunchables and it was like eating rubber?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, did she ever do the follow-up Ouija board stream?
No, unfortunately, she did not.
I'm gonna fucking
Well,
re...
Didn't she glue her hand to something on that Ouija board stream?
I think that might have actually been the same stream, because she got too spooked, and then she started fucking around with the candy. And she had this, like, spray stuff that she sprayed on the Ouija board.
and she melted the candy with a lighter.
Oh yeah, I remember that now. Yeah.
Yeah, I want that. I want that Airbnb haunted house fucking Ouija board stream she promised. Though I want that shit so bad. That would be so fucking funny.
Yeah, she she was preparing and she started fucking seeing shit, and it wasn't the usual glowies she sees.
Yeah.
Yeah, she had like a schizo moment where she was like seeing people and animals.
Well, there's
and
like
shit
a
in her
demon
house.
dog or something that she saw in the room, and she was like losing her shit.
Yeah,
Hey,
she
wait,
started
wait.
losing her mind.
We've got to leave before Brother Near leaves. We need to leave them with the video of Pippa explaining what a glowy is. To another YouTube.
To Fallen Shadow. Yeah.
It is genuinely, it is a moment, the faces that get made from this.
Yeah. Also, Fallen Shadow herself is fucking hilarious. That bit where she's like, where she's making fun of e-girls who are like like you can just go online and make money without showing your face, and I have to spend 3 hours putting on makeup and shit. He's like, yeah, that's right, whore. like cope, deal with it. It's like
You're the past, we're the future.
Yeah. And she was like, oh, what did she say? My womb is eternal, yours is all dried up. My womb is eternal, yours is dried up.
I just love her chat is just like, ask Pippa what a glowy is. Okay. Hello, Pippa. What is a glowy? And then she's like, oh, she sent me a video. I'm gonna play this on stream. And her entire stream's like, no, don't play it on stream.
It's fucking
Terry Davis going on a
yeah,
rant.
Terry Davis doing his inward rants about the CIA. And she almost played on stream, and she's like, hold on, I'll listen to it real quick with the while muted, and you just see her fucking jaw drop while she's listening.
Pippa, thanks. Very cool. Note to self, don't play anything Pippa sends you on stream.
That was great. Womb eternal.
Oh god. Anyways,
Eternal.
Let's try and get one more argument out of this video since I believe we skipped ahead again. And
Yes,
then,
we did.
And then after that, will probably be time for Anir to shill his stuff and take off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
All were to their Sims franchise and then some. And they're criticized for releasing the same thing over and over again.
Okay, you do understand that Electronic Arts is the publisher, right? And it's the studios that they force them to shit out the same thing over and over and over and over again. Like, constantly.
Yeah, they're forced to do that. It's not because they want to, it's because their fucking higher-ups tell them to. And also, they tend to get worse and worse with each iteration. Like, there's a reason why people like OG Assassin's Creed over a lot of the new shit they're putting out. In terms of Assassin's Creed, they keep getting worse. That's the problem. They're the same game, but they're also just not very good anymore. Which isn't happening with FromSoft. Their games keep getting better and better for the most part.
Yeah. Because they keep trying, they keep innovating on what their old ideas are. And they look at it in a very experimental way. Like again, taking Sekiro and then realizing, hey, if we added a jump mechanic to it, what if we allow attacks during the jump mechanic? But what if we also, because we've now got enemies that are on horseback that can fight, clearly we can do mounted combat systems. What if we bring that into our open world game? You know, you can see the through line with all of their decisions that they make from all their different games, and they test out new ideas and mechanics, and they bring those similar ideas into new games.
Yeah.
It's why I'm way more fascinated by Armored Core, because Miyazaki said specifically they want to make sure they don't bring a lot of Souls DNA over. So that means it's going to be wildly different. I'm going to be very curious where that goes.
That'll be interesting to see, yeah.
3 Malaysian ringgits from Pendikar Mando. Thank you. Hey guys, I have a subjective question. Can you guys still enjoy music from a property you don't like? Example, I hated BOBF, but I still listen to some of the soundtrack. I don't know what BOBF is. Yeah, there's no reason why you wouldn't be able to like music from, like...
Is it the Book of Boba Fett?
Oh, it could
Could
be.
be.
I see. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with liking music from a thing you otherwise don't like. Like, I don't like Mandalorian, but I like the opening theme until it has a fucking stroke and tisms out into generic fantasy horse shit.
Again, how much I can't stand Game of Thrones, but I still will listen to the Game of Thrones theme. I'll still listen to the Stark theme.
Well,
You know, I'll still
you also liked the show before it went bad. Right?
fair, but it's still, the show is awful. Like, it is genuinely like irredeemable. Season 5 onwards was just bad.
Yeah.
But it's like, I still like those things. Just because the show is bad, it doesn't mean I won't like those things anymore.
Yeah. There's examples like that I can't think of right now, but I'm sure there's some songs I've listened to where I'm like, at least they did good with the music, but everything else was shit. I can't think of any examples right now, but I'm sure there's some where it's like, oh yeah, I listened to this and I hate this thing though. I guess Skyrim soundtrack could count, although I don't really listen to that, so.
Yeah. Anyways, Nier, you've got to go?
Yeah.
Alright, so tell chat what you do, where to find you, and stuff like that.
So I'll put my channel in chat.
And the link is
I
also
just-
in the description, too.
Yeah, it's in the description too. I do boring ass videos.
That's not really a good way to sell yourself. You should be like, I make awesome, kick-ass videos, and you're all gonna love them.
Hey
Yeah.
man, I'm just being honest.
I mean, fair, but...
No, don't be honest. Play it up. White lie never hurt nobody. Just
Well, it's not even a white lie. You could just say, like, hey, this is the kind of content I do. Check it out if you like that sort of thing.
It's super gay. That's not a lie.
Yeah.
That's just
Yeah.
facts.
Yeah, my videos are super gay. That's
that's a
indeed
good reason
fact.
to go watch them.
Well, chat, check out his
Yeah,
channel
that's
for
good.
super gay stuff if that's the kind of thing you like.
So let's see some of the action we got going on here. Roblox child predator caught red-handed. Oh, there you go. There's some stuff. This Roblox YouTuber is a child predator. Oh, man, that sounds interesting. Average Discord lolcows.
Go to.
Oh, if you really want to sell my channel, you should show him. You should show the chat average Discord lolcow. It's a funny shit post I made.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
It's 47. It's 46 seconds long. Hang on. Can we do that, Kree? Actually, is there any like music or anything that might get claimed?
I don't think so, because when I use the music, I didn't get a copyright claim. It's like a dubstep remix of Hey Ya by...
Oh yeah, I
Outkast.
see. It's very distorted. Yeah.
Yeah.
Streams are a little bit more susceptible to getting claimed than videos are, but it should be fine, especially if we pause it.
Yeah, this is 46 seconds long.
The song is heavily remixed, and it's not the entire song, so you should be fine.
All right.
Yeah. There you go. Oh my god, the sad part is I know some of these channels in the background.
It's concerning how often he appears without streaming.
I love that Anka keeps popping up.
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
You really want to try?
So also I counted, by the way, and there's just shy of 90 memes in there in under a minute.
Jesus.
Nice. Dude, I
also
recognize
wanna-
some of those. Holy shit. There's some
I
of the
also wanna
channels. I
point
mean,
out- I also want to point out that the next thing you should do, since you just watched this, is look at every single individual meme and then play it again. The video is so much better.
oh no.
There's a lot of memes in there. Like I said, it's just shy of 90.
I'm just
it's like
saying the
80
video
something.
is so much better if you know every single individual meme that's in it.
It is pretty funny.
Hang on, whoops. I didn't mean to play it instantly. I was gonna just go back through.
Why is Dante from
Whoa.
Devil May Cry the fucking snitch from Recess?
Oh,
Oh no.
that's because that's the icon for someone else that, yeah, there's a whole long story there, but that was their profile picture was Dante, so.
Is that
Jesus.
Dante or
I
Virgil?
liked your Willy. Can I show you mine? Oh no.
You guys can do this, but I am gonna head out.
All right.
Okay.
Me.
Have a good one.
Yeah. Yeah, you too. Love you, Shmi.
Well, you too. See ya.
See ya.
Homeboy explaining how showing receipts of him sexing a 16-year-old is defamatory. Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
That's because of my whole stream I had where he jumped on and was trying to explain how it was defamation and shit for me to even go public with the receipts we had.
It's like, my dude, I'm gonna tell you a big secret right now. Truth is the ultimate defense against defamation.
Yeah, and he came on with 0 screenshots or anything to refute the shit that we had and just bitched the entire time.
God, that was like when Vito was in Nick Ricada's stream and just, oh, Jesus.
It's like when Vito does anything.
Yes. Oh my god.
Well, since we're apparently done the other video, fucking thank God, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You trust me, the bits you missed, it's all the same shit recycled every time with his arguments.
The thing I'm more shocked about is we never pressed the eject button for a long time, and now we've done it twice within like a couple months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're gonna do it on anybody, I don't blame you with Avid Alchemist. He's genuinely one of the worst ones I've seen out there, and sitting through his content is just grueling to sum it
Avid
up lightly.
fucking retard, Jesus.
You missed
Yup.
So there was a video we did, and it was from some channel that was talking about don't worship the factions, or don't idolize the factions in Fallout New Vegas. It was a bad video. And I skipped through and listened to bits and pieces of it. I didn't realize that I had missed the fucking landmines, because then we started getting into, yeah, and this is just evidence of why women are better, they should be in charge of everything. And, you know, as a devout feminist, and I was like, oh my god!
But the best part is he's fucking citing a literal war criminal within New Vegas as being a good example of a strong female character.
Yeah, a complete bitch who just wants to kill everyone and it doesn't like diplomacy and is like, yes, this is how we should have it in real life. This is the type of strong female leaders we need. Like, what?
That sounds, yep.
Yeah, again, I had no idea that the fucking landmines I had missed, and it just got so much worse as it went.
The red flags were there, but you just didn't see them.
Yeah, I was playing fucking master level Minesweeper, apparently. Holy shit.
Is this actually the first stag eject? This is the second.
The
Yeah,
second
the
one. We
second.
ejected from that video I was just talking about, because it was...
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh,
That sounds understandable.
Before we go, someone in chat did ask if we could show that Pippa video of, I assume it was the girl reacting to the Terry Davis rant, but...
Oh, the Fallen Shadow one? Yeah.
But if I recall, it actually includes, like, someone put the Terry Davis audio over that video so we could hear all the N-words.
no,
I'm not
they
sure-
redacted it.
They
censored
did
everything.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I think they bleep out the N-words, so...
They bleep out all of the slurs.
Yeah.
How long is that? It's like
That
less
is
than a minute.
3 minutes and 6 seconds.
Ooh.
I think it's worth it because it's great to see the build up to it, and of course her actually asking Pippa and everything is fucking great. Because then she reads Pippa's thing and it sounds like a paranoid schizoid rant, and you realize it's
Yeah.
true.
And we can pause it. Like, we can totally pause it and talk about it and shit like that, because
Yes.
there's plenty we can talk about with it as well, so that's not going to be an issue of, like, playing it the whole way through.
Yep.
You need to stop ejecting videos or it'll become the norm. Well, it's only in the most extreme examples. Like this video here that we were covering today, it's clear that he was just making the same couple arguments over and over and over again. Oh, this thing's reused, that thing's reused. This thing is similar to a thing in a previous game. Oh, look, they even reused the voice actor. Like, none of that is worth anything.
Not to mention because he kept missing stuff like, they haven't added anything. Look, it's the same animation here from this soldier.
Yeah, I'll give you that too. Such like because when I watched it the first time through, and like I didn't pick up on a lot of the stuff that was going over his head, or like I was just kind of commenting more so on the shit that he would comment on than I was like trying to point out the things he was missing.
That's the wildest part. It's like, no, you use your eyes. What did you just see? You just saw a crafting menu. You just saw him on a horse. You just saw him fire an arrow and knock somebody out and then do a finishing move. You just saw him do a jumping attack that also broke somebody's guard that he then did a follow-up in. He dove backwards and fired out wind from his sword as an attack, and you just got told that you can actually change out different like special abilities on weapons. All of this has been done within this 5-second time span that you fucking missed.
But no, he fixates on just the stuff that they recycle.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like, oh god.
What does ejecting mean in this context? We've had enough.
Yeah. Because the argumentation is literally so
It means abort
bad.
the video. We're done.
Yeah.
It's just...
It's just because it's so bad. There's nothing of value here. You can't... Because, again, all I've done was just point out everything that he missed. And he's just talking about how, oh, they reuse this. Like, is that a problem? Oh, how dare they reuse the door opening? Why is that a problem that they reused opening of a door?
Oh my god, dude, this game has dungeons and mines. Clearly, it's just copying Bloodborne's dungeons.
Yes, because Bloodborne invented the concept of a mine.
Right?
Yep.
No fantasy game has had a dungeon in it before Bloodborne.
I've been trying to suggest videos that are shorter, less than 10 minutes, or I guess around 10 minutes, to avoid the chance of Stag dying through a long shit video. It's not that we die through a long video, because there's been numerous videos where we've come back for a part 2, where, you know, the stream has gone on a little long today, and there's enough of this video left that we can make a stream of it next week.
Too.
We hit the eject button when there's nothing of value. When there's nothing more, like, if we had covered the rest of that video, we just would have been making the same arguments over and over again in response to him. Because he's been making the same arguments over and over again in the first place, where, again, this thing's reused, that thing's reused, these things are reused. Our response, why does this matter, why does that matter? Why does it matter if this stuff is reused? The things you're complaining about is pointless.
Yeah, when they keep doing it over and over like that.
To, like, bite him, because he'll say, like, how does this one thing they did change affect the gameplay in any way? And then he'll bitch about the dodge rolling animation or door opening animation being the same. It's like, well, how does that affect the gameplay in any way or the player in any way? It's just eye candy.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. And when he keeps doing it over and over again like that, like as it goes on more and more, like we don't want to keep remaking the same argument. So we're literally just going to be like, well, we already explained that, move on. And then we'll just play the video.
Yeah, that's understandable. If there's something of value, then you can do a part 2. If not, then it's just like you're just gonna keep repeating yourself, and it's redundant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy mother of fuck! You aborted a video with all the shit you sat through. This was the breaking point, like we were saying, because it got repetitive.
Yeah, that's the main thing.
Rob Parr, he was literally just saying the same things.
It's not even always fatigue. Sometimes it's just redundancy. It's like what is worth saying here at this point.
Yeah, it's just the same argument over and over and over again. It's like there's nothing here for us to even talk about. We might as well just eject it and move on.
$2 from Waylay108. Thank you. Cree, when will you stream Dark Souls 1 again? Eventually. Look, I did have the feeling to play it the other day, but I was at work at the time. This is a frustrating thing about my work schedule. There's times where I 100% feel like streaming when I'm at work, and I don't have a choice. I need to be there.
I get you there.
And then on my days off, like yesterday, I was wanting to stream yesterday in the sense that, okay, it's my day off, I should stream. But then when it got to that point, I was just...
I always feel the most motivated to like work on a video or do something when I have no time to do it because I'm busy somewhere else or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. $5 from Classy Horse. Thank you. Mind playing the Dagoth video? Sorry, I just really like to hear Kree's y'all's reaction.
Well, there's a video I do want to play.
I'm still a bit uncomfortable about, like, just watching other people's stuff. Like, when we're covering videos, that's one thing, because we're responding to it, but... Excuse me. If we're just watching something someone else made, that... I don't know, it just makes me a bit uncomfortable. Especially considering...
It is weird.
Hmm?
I was going to say, yeah, it is weird. We're allowed to do it, because if people are allowed to do, like, you laugh, you lose... compilations on YouTube, then there's no reason why we can't watch short videos, but it does feel odd to just do that.
Yeah.
I still want to watch this Pippa video for everybody in chat who has not seen this video.
Yeah, we could do that, but I don't want to make it a habit of, oh, here's someone's funny video that you can watch, because then that starts leaning into Hassan Piker territory, and
MC Nemesis.
Sam Hyde needs to hurry up with that promise.
I don't think it leads so much into that territory. It just depends on, do you have anything interesting to say or add or do anything? Or are you just sitting there just like,
Are you you're literally just watching the video and
Yeah.
crop yourself, crop some shit, and you're just there watching
Or,
it.
or you
to
walk away to
re-upload
make
it.
your nuggies.
Literally MC Nemesis. Again, like, that guy has...
There we go.
I have to go back through and find them, because I don't remember how many videos he did it for. I'd have to ask somebody, but it was retarded.
Yeah, so chat, this is a very special video where a VTuber learns what a glowy is.
From Pippa.
From Pippa, of all people. And if you've heard us talk about Pippa, woo, Pippa is crazy. Pippa is incredibly based and fantastic VTuber as well.
What is a glowy? Do I want to know? Ask Pippa. Okay, I will right now. I'm gonna do it right now. Hi, Pippa. What is a glowy? Don't fuck with me. Don't tell me to do things. I'll do it.
So remember, keep that in mind, because there's some other videos that are like that. We're not gonna watch those, mind you. But there's a don't tell me to do things. I'll do it. But yeah.
Fair.
I'll show you. Well, we'll see if she rightfully ignores this. She should really. She really should. I hope she does.
4 days later.
I never showed you Pippa's glowy dim. Yeah, she's a menace. I'm just warning you, don't fuck with her. She sent me an entire essay. All I said to her was, "Hi, Pippa. What is a glowy?" Members of the CIA specifically, and then more loosely refers to any other federal agent. You know how Iowa government agents will infiltrate protests online? They do it too. They come up and say stuff like it glows in here and not falling for their bait. They got these psychological operations on a federal level, and this example is not exactly that, but you know how an oil baron last paid some protesters to throw beans on a Van Gogh painting? The CIA and the FBI and stuff do that too when they go online. They try and get other people to do that stuff, to be like, so by the way, how many guns you on? They're glowing. Language warning. But the term originates from a really talented programmer called Terry Davis.
Fucking schizo rant.
she's absolutely right. Yeah, like I said, it's a total schizo rant.
Oh my god.
If you don't know who Pippa is, highly recommend watching Pippa Pipkin. They are fucking hilarious.
It is great. We can watch
That was one of these schizo rants all the time.
Yes.
Yeah, we could definitely watch some clips so you can get some ideas after the stream of like what Pippa is and what she does. It is fucking hilarious.
Oh god, I think the The lizard one, the reptiles and the government one is fucking hilarious.
Oh yeah, that one's pretty fucking great. She keeps trying to change the subject, and she just keeps going back. Like, no, they're in your government too.
What? Who's in my government? The lizards. The reptiles are in your government. Well, I think they're nice. Do you know?
Oh, so what you're saying is there's snakes in her government?
Oh, dude, the bad dragon one is fucking hilarious, too.
Oh no.
Holy shit. Yeah, he's not a bad dragon. He's a Chad dragon. Yeah, he's not a bad dragon at all. He's not in the bad dragon catalog. What's the bad dragon catalog? Oh, it's just this online repository that keeps track of all dragons in media.
Yeah. Fucking fell for it. The fucking scream.
You just see Pippa's face, the V2 model, just getting the biggest shit-eating grin, and it actually leans over the other VTuber model, like smiling.
And then you just hear,
Pippa, what the fuck?
Yeah, a few seconds later, you just hear Pippa. Just fucking screams as she looks it up.
Oh, that's how do you fall for that? Oh.
It's because some of these VTubers are very sheltered. Okay.
I guess so.
So here we go. So Pippa sent her the Terry Davis video. If you haven't seen the Terry Davis video, you're in for a treat.
Yeah, you cannot play it on Twitch, by the way, and she is on Twitch and she wants to play it.
She's like, she sent me a video. I'm gonna click on this.
Oh,
But her chat thankfully is gonna stop her. But holy shit.
I'm watching. I'm going through though. Oh, it's only 16 seconds. I guess I could show you guys. Where the fuck is Terry Davis? Not on stream. I cannot watch this on stream. Gamer alert! He said the gamer alert! Okay, let me watch it real quick. Let me watch it. So I'm curious.
This is lined up with her reaction so perfect.
God, I hate Frasier.
Her face.
Glow in the dark. You can see them if you're driving. You just run them over. That's what you do. CIA.
That's so beautiful.
She's just dead.
Okay, then. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't play that on stream. I'm gonna tell her. Thank you. Pippa, very cool. All right, we've note to self: never play anything that Pippa sends me on stream. She said language warning. I thought she meant like the fuck word. And then every other word this man is saying is a slur. Okay. Word like
7,016 seconds.
Oh god. Holy shit.
Oh, it's so good. It's so fucking good. Oh.
Right now.
Pippa is definitely one of the best fucking VTubers out there, though. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Highly recommend watching Pippa. Just for the entertainment value alone is just fantastic. But the rants are so good. And of course, Pippa is a little fucking troll on every other VTuber out there. And they know it. They know it and they try their best not to fall for it, but they get suckered in because they'll have that moment of, what'd you just say? And then she'll like instantly, you see the model snap over and be like, we're doing this.
Hold on, I got one more thing for us to play on stream. It's extremely quick, extremely quick.
There's also that clip I showed you guys a few weeks ago where she was streaming. I think it was one of the Fear games, but she heard that the creator of Rick and Morty got arrested, and she just started clowning on that whole situation. Sorry for the woman got hit, but kind of a dub for society. Morty, I turned myself into a criminal!
Yeah, it's fucking great. Alright, I'm just gonna play this real quick for chat because it's basically the anthem now.
I'm terrified of what you're gonna show.
I'm gonna fucking shoot up the
In Minecraft.
Yeah. Yep, that's perfect.
All right. I'll get these super chats and we'll end the stream.
That's fair.
3 Australian dollary dudes from Get Out There, yo. Thank you. All novels use the same black and white art style, then a couple of angry faces, it looks like.
Yeah, it's essentially the video's argument. That's what it was. It was so bad. I'm genuinely shocked. He almost got there. I called early that he was going to complain about them using the same font, and he almost got there because he's like, no, the same text box prompt. And I'm like, oh my god, we were so...
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It's bad.
Fuck that dude.
I'm surprised I even sat through those videos on my stream.
Yeah.
$2 from Alpha Craig, thank you. Quick, tell her to fix the government and abolish the ATF. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's an idea.
Well, that might happen because now we've actually gotten... what is it? If one more state joins in the lawsuit, it literally becomes a convergence of states? Or what it was the... I forget what the official term is. But yeah, we are actually on the verge of seeing the National Firearms Act get repealed.
Nice.
Holy shit,
Yeah,
that would be
I
amazing.
can't wait. That'll be so good.
And there's another comment here in chat. Google responded to Acerthorn in the versus Google lawsuit.
Oh, really? That sounds fun.
Read that, yeah.
Oh, God. I don't know if I should do that on a stream tour or not. Because I'm still working on the new Acerthorn video, and I could include that in the video, but I feel like I'm way behind on that video. Because stuff keeps happening, I keep having to update, and I still have to get through a lot of the arguments in the Sid lawsuit.
Dude.
What a fucking mess.
Quick translation, such to European. Okay, so essentially, we have a thing that's known as the Convention of States. It is the last safeguard against, one of the last safeguards against authoritarian regime rising in the United States. And it is where, if the states come together as an entity with a majority, they can overrule anything the federal government dictates. Anything whatsoever.
Taxes?
And that's a way to, like, nullify electoral college. So people are like, well, if we get a convention of states, we can overthrow the electoral college, stuff like that. Right now, there are 25 of the 50 United States have gone to sue the ATF over this new ruling and saying that that is completely unconstitutional, and they're actually going even further with it and saying this needs to be repealed, this needs to be repealed. Why are short barrel rifles even being legislated to begin with? Get that out of there. We are actually on the verge. If another state joins, it will be a convention of states where a majority of the states are now against the federal government, and they can get all that shit repealed immediately.
Oh.
Yep.
Now do taxes.
Oh, if only.
Yeah, if they can put all the stuff all like that they want on a docket and get enough people to agree to it, like enough states to agree to it, if they put like repeal the NFA entirely and enough of them agree to it, they can just do that.
Yes.
And I'm
Because,
like,
again,
yes.
The logical thinking of how this system works is if over half of the states within the union say that it's bad, how can you force your law set on to the majority of states? It doesn't make any sense. So this is an inbuilt system to stop the federal government from going way too authoritarian.
Genuinely, that should go through as well.
Yep.
Yeah, it should. We just need one more state to join.
Being Canadian and having to deal with Trudeau banning fucking handguns and for the stupidest of reasons. Yeah, I'm with y'all on like the whole gun shit there. That's so stupid.
It genuinely pisses me off that he got away with that whole Emergencies Act bullshit.
It's dumb.
Like,
and again,
the
this
way...
is why whenever anybody in the United States says, "Why do you need your guns?" we now have a perfect example to just point to Canada and be like, "That's why." That's why.
Yeah,
so
we banned handguns
happen.
because there was a shooting down somewhere in southern United States, and it's like, what?
Yep.
Excuse me.
And
Which
so that you can tell the government to go fuck itself, and no, not in my life.
Yep. And it's ridiculous. And the funny thing is, there's always this like consistent pattern where whenever this shit happens and there's an armed civilian like there, the fucking shooter gets taken down every single time. Consistent pattern. It just happened again recently in Texas.
That's why they often go for schools, because it's a no-gun zone.
Exactly.
That's
why
that
no gun zones are shit. They're fucking
gun
stupid. They
control
don't protect
never
anyone.
works. Gun control literally makes the problem worse. And I love the fact that I can't remember what senator it was. A senator was now his state is actually one of the ones that's suing the ATF right now, because you have 25 attorney generals, guys, are going after the ATF. That is 25 states going after the ATF. This is big. He was saying, like, amazing how we didn't have these mass casualty incidents 100 years ago, when everybody had guns. When you had an entire generation coming back from World War II, now well-armed and well-trained on how to use these guns. Amazing how we didn't have this problem. Amazing how in fact, our society was so much better because we had so many guns that people didn't even have locks on their fucking houses. Very interesting. It is just oof.
Yeah.
And it's fucking true. Again, gun control has never stopped a single shooting. Gun control has caused all shootings.
Well, I mean,
that's the simple truth of it.
It's kind of the fatal flaw of gun control that these people don't realize for some reason. Criminals don't tend to follow the law.
Yeah.
And
that is a big issue that they tend to overlook.
And the only thing you're doing is you're making sheep. You're making lambs to the slaughter. People that can't defend themselves from the predators. That's all you're doing. You are signaling that here there be victims. That's why Greenwood was such a great fucking thing. That's why constitutional carry was such a good thing for Indiana.
Yeah.
The Greenwood Mall shooting. It was a gun-free zone. Nobody was supposed to have a firearm. Thank God he was carrying in defiance of that, because he had the constitutional right to carry. And he did, and who knows how many people he saved when he put down that scumbag piece of shit.
Yep. And the fucking grouping on that, masterful.
Jesus Christ, yeah, that, what was it, 40 yards away, 12 shots, hit 11 times or something like that?
It was like, perfect grouping too, just, magical. Just fucking, just dump that piece of shit.
And
by the way, I don't want to bring up any identity about the shooter or anything like that. Anybody that's one of those things, you don't give them any time of day. They're just subhuman scumbag piece of shit, and thank God they're in the dirt.
And it would be a lot a lot safer to go out at night if you knew that any potential victim could be a potential self-defense.
Yes.
Yep.
Because then the criminals would live in fear of committing the crime.
Yeah, the predators are going to weigh up their options a lot more. Oh, there's a helpless, defenseless woman? Well, easy pickings. Oh, there's a woman and I don't know if she's armed or not? Maybe I shouldn't.
Oh, speaking of which, did you hear about that that woman is being sued? The one who defended herself from a armed robber and she shot him, and now she's being sued for that.
That's stupid.
Yeah, it is stupid. Dude ran up on her with a knife, threatened to kill her if she didn't give him the money. There was a scuffle. She pulled out a gun and shot him, and now she's being sued.
I guess he survived?
I don't know. It's the family that's doing it. I think he might have died.
Okay, well, at least there's that. There's a one piece of good news, but still.
The only thing I can tell about the shooting was, like, that could potentially harm her was the dude, like, put his hands up at one point, even while they, like, I don't know, they were still struggling quite a bit, but, like, he, like, spins around, and she might have shot him in the back at one point, and then when he turns back around, his arms are up, and she's just, like, screaming at him, but it's like, but it was off camera is the problem. They went off camera as he was turning around, and you can hear a gunshot, and it's like, she might have shot him in the back, but it's like, they were in a scuffle, so that shit happens.
We had a recent incident where another confirmed good shoot self-defense case. It got taken not before trial. It was the self-defense immunity hearing, and it was granted because it was a guy. He came out of a bar and he was talking to some guys. These other guys got really angry at him and told him to fucking leave, and then they started slapping the shit out of him. And I mean, like slapping, like open palm, cracking him, but it was over and over again. It literally knocked his glasses off. It dazed him. He was falling backwards, like he actually had to grab the wall for support, and they kept coming at him. He pulled out his gun and fired and killed one of the guys. And the state was like, "Oh, he's a murderer," or something like that. He was just a couple slaps. No, he got immunity. He got self-defense immunity, as was proper, because that was an assault happening by multiple people hitting him over and over again. It doesn't matter if it was an open palm slap. It first thing knocked off his glasses, so now he's clinically blind. But the second thing is he's dazed, confused, doesn't know what's going on. He's back up against the wall. He's panicking as he's being jumped by multiple guys.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's like,
exactly.
Jesus Christ.
Well, keep in mind, the same people that are like, oh, it's just slaps, were also the ones that were saying, like, it was just a skateboard to the back of the head.
Yeah, with enough
you
force
fucking
to cause
idiot.
lethal damage.
Yeah, fucking the trucks of a skateboard can fucking kill you, you fucking idiot.
By the way, they showed what this guy looked like, because he had to go get facial reconstructive surgery from these slaps.
Yeah.
Okay? You need to understand the level of violence that was behind these. It wasn't like getting slapped by your mom because you spouted off or some shit. No. The level of violence in this was crazy. He actually had, like, broken orbital bones and stuff like that. You see his face all swollen and bleeding and everything. Like, he looked bad. It was
have you seen the fucking, what is it? Those, like, slap fights they do now?
Yes.
It's kind of like, it's like pro wrestling, but with slapping.
Slap fighting, yep.
Yeah, and there was that one recently where, like, the dude looked like he had a stroke because he got hit so hard with one of the slaps. Like, his face was drooping and there was blood gushing out of his cheeks.
Ooh.
It's like, god damn.
That's rough.
But yes, I did see Gage Grosskreutz is suing Kyle Rittenhouse for Kyle shooting him. And I'm like, good fucking luck. You admitted on the stand that you were, one, going to kill a minor, and two, that the said minor only shot you when you, Gage, pointed your loaded firearm at him, thus being a deadly force threat. You dumb bastard. Good fucking luck.
He has no chance in hell.
Now, you idiot.
It is unfortunate that Kyle didn't aim a bit better.
Yeah, just a couple inches more to
the right.
Yeah, to the right. Yeah, just a
because he
couple
blew
more
out
inches
his
to the
right
right.
bicep.
Yeah.
Oh God.
It just reminds me of that fucking creepy guy from Scary Movie 2. Oh, that's my weekend.
Oh God. Well, there's one super chat here. $5 from Alpha Craig. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Epstein Island was a honeypot for world leaders to be owned by the New World Order. Trudeau and Biden are on it alone. I guarantee Biden, because we already know Biden's a pedo. Even his son says he's pedophile Peter. So I guarantee you Biden was there. I bet you Trudeau was there too. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. He's the bastard child of Castro, so he's probably got all kinds of daddy issues.
Well, that's a note to end on. After that wonderful conversation, do you want to shill your channel Psychonautic Therapy?
Yeah, do you want to be associated with this?
Totally, yes. I am 100% down. Yep. Yeah, no, I do dumb videos as well that are also super gay. So,
all right.
I make commentary videos and shit. It's been a while since I made one, but I'm working on one.
If you link your channel in our Discord chat, I can post it in the stream chat for you.
Yeah, sure. Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna go get my link.
If you like dumb gay videos, apparently, check out Psychonautic Therapy as well.
Yes.
That's just gonna get suicided tonight.
And
no, I'm gonna get Hillary. Chat saying I'm gonna get Hillary tonight.
Oh no. You're going to shoot
Gay
yourself
like
in the
frogs?
back of the head 5 times?
Yes.
And yeah, both you and Brother Near are welcome back on the show anytime, man.
Oh,
It's
thanks.
good
man.
hanging out.
It was nice having me on and all that shit. You know, it's been a while since you and I talked, Kree, since I think Near did the video with you and I. So yeah, it was nice being on here though, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome to my schizo self.
Oh no, it was fun, honestly. It was a pleasure being on here. I had a great time, so
Good.
Anytime you guys want to have me back, and I'm free for sure.
Well, that's the thing that we always tell our guests. Any guest is welcome to come back on at any time. If you got an interest in it and you want to come on, just say hey.
Hey, yo, sure. As long as I'm free and shit, then yeah. This one especially because I was familiar with these videos. I had streamed them before, so I was like, oh, this will be fun.
Yeah, fair enough.
But yeah, it was a pleasure being on, guys. I'll head out too, so y'all have a good one.
All right, have a good one,
Take
man.
care as well.
Peace.
Peace.
All right, and then there was 3. Pagan, show your stuff.
I too do dumb gay shit on my YouTube channel. Come on over. But yeah, we recently finished Elden Ring playthrough, so that's over. I will be doing invasion streams now once I get around to getting that set up. Also doing a 7 Days to Die playthrough as well. So come around for that as well.
I would recommend trying Undead Legacy. Highly recommend trying it.
Yeah, maybe after this playthrough, I'll consider doing that one as well because I've heard good things.
Yeah, it is super polished.
Yeah.
Maybe
been dealing with stuff still with family matters and stuff, so I'm still kind of not quite able to get back to streaming regularly, but hopefully that will change soon. Now, what were you saying, Cree?
I was starting to say, maybe once the new version of 7 Days to Die comes out, the big update that's coming whenever, and after we have our VTuber models, maybe then we can try that mod.
Ooh, yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
I do, Senator Abby Strong says, Setch, are you going to stream the new Soviet Bioshock game with the 6-hour Robusi scene? Yes, I plan to. Just don't have the money for it. If anybody wants to work on some bounties and drop that, I will absolutely get that for us. I'm also, as I said, I'm going to get Like a Dragon Ishin, because I always liked the Yakuza game series, and I always wanted to play their samurai spin-offs of them. Now they're brought out into the West. They literally dropped today. So, yeah, very interested in that. Yeah, so I stream every day. I skipped the stream today, though, on Twitch, because I was like, my God, I am super fucking tired. I could not sleep at all, and I was like looking at the clock, and I'm like, it is 9 here, and I feel like I'm dead. So I told my community, I'm like, guys, I need to skip the stream today and get some extra sleep, so I won't fall asleep on Stag. I'm not pulling a Pagan.
Yeah, well, that's how I was today too. I was up all night. I just couldn't sleep, and then I finally went to bed around like 9:30 this morning, and then I woke up, and you guys were like, when I woke up, you guys were like, yeah, I'm ready for the call. Like, I woke up right as you guys were saying that. I was like, shit, I caught that just in time.
Yep.
Yeah. I was up all night, too. I've started up a bad habit again, and I've been doing it a lot. But then I started working on a script right before I was going to go to bed, too. And it's like, oh, the motivation to work hits at the worst time. I did get some sleep, though. And I also plan to stream Atomic Heart.
Yeah, I just remembered. Yeah, the chat. Thank you for reminding me, chat. It's on Game Pass.
Yeah, I was going to mention
that.
So
I will do Atomic Hearts. I think we'll start it tomorrow. How about that?
Oh, don't spoil me on it.
That's what I'll do on my Twitch. So, yeah, I will finish shilling once Cree's done with this.
Well, Pagan was shilling. It was your turn to shill.
Okay. So yeah, so I stream every weekday over on Twitch. Like I said, didn't do it today for obvious reasons. And yeah, so I will stream every weekday from 10 a.m. Eastern Time to 1 p.m. Eastern Time. That's the usual thing. Sometimes I go longer, sometimes a little bit shorter, but I always try to keep it near that 3-hour mark. So I'll cut off a stream a bit early if it's something like Against the Storm or something where it's like, hey, we have 10 minutes left in the stream and I can't start a new thing because, yeah, that's going to be an hour or so progress. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm still working on the Halo Reach video. We're 11 pages in now. I'm catching myself doing the perfectionist nonsense again, so I'm trying to stop myself.
What I'd recommend,
just get more of the stuff done.
What I'd recommend is get your first pass done, and then go over it a second time to do all those corrections.
Oh, I'm trying. I'm trying really hard. You don't understand how hard it is to break from that pattern of just going to reread everything and fixing it over and over and over again. I am trying super hard to stop doing that and just keep going where you left off. You can fix it later. Keep going where you left off. But yeah, that's a me problem. That's something I've always had. It's the worst part when you have imposter syndrome and you have a perfectionist streak in you too. It just oof. Great fun. Remember, Stag, Lumos. Yep.
Yeah, I can't wait for you guys to see this video if you haven't seen it yet. It is fucking hilarious.
All right. Well,
Lumos.
get to that in just a second. $2 from Waylay108. Thank you. Great stream. Thanks, y'all. Oh, well, thank you. Glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah. I love these tangent streams we do. They're fucking great.
Well, sometimes it's just fun talking about shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do stuff. I'm working on stuff. I don't know when that stuff will be done. I would hope that it's sooner than later, but I can't guarantee that. Stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? No rants about your Elden Ring stream? Look, man, it just didn't really come up, and I'm not going to force it. Like, that's not something I do. So, yeah, I've got a few issues with Elden Ring now that I've played it again for like the ninth time now on stream. It's like, yeah, there's a few things where I might have been a little too lenient the last time we covered it. But for the most part, it's still, it hasn't changed that much. It's still a good game, but I do think like the last, right up to about like the end of Farum Azula after Placidus X is where the game starts to drop off a bit.
Yeah, and then we had this discussion a little bit. I don't know. I just disagree, but I haven't had the problems that Pagan has, and I'm not saying that they're illegitimate. I'm just saying I haven't had to experience the same thing. So I don't know.
Yeah.
My view is skewed differently because I haven't experienced the same things.
Yeah, which is totally fair.
Anyways.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was about to end. So if you've got something...
I know. Yes. You should end it.
Alrighty then. I'm gonna end
our
it.
suffering and existence.
I will then.
Well, why don't you do it? Bye, everybody. Bye-bye.
Yep, that's it for today. Thank you for coming out, everyone. It's very much appreciated. And we'll see you next time, whenever that may be. Have a good one.
Yeah, see you later.
You should end it now!
Oh, God, what Hank just said, though.
Huh?
I know, I saw. He loves doing that shit. The moment I can fucking perfect run a boss the second try, and he'll fucking be like, skill issue. You died the first time.
Yeah,
I'm like, I fucking hate you so much. And then he did it like, I got chat to like bully him because he was like, I was shooting those 3 tree spirits in the Ashen Capital at the end of the game, where you get the that one upgraded talisman. I ran out of heals, and there was still a couple of those things left alive, so I started using a bow on them. And he was just like, this is fucking boring. You're just shooting them with a bow and not doing much damage. I'm like, dude, I'm gonna die. I have like 10 health and no way to heal, and there's 2 of them alive. I killed one, and he was like, man, this is fucking boring. I was like, fine, I'll go kill it. Got down there, got it to it had 1 hit left, and it did that stupid fucking ground pound move and killed me. And I was like, you know what? I was like, you know what, chat? You can all thank Egg, because we have to do it again. We have to come back here, kill these 3 fucking things again, and it's all Egg's fault because he couldn't fucking stand to wait for 2 more seconds. He caused that. I'm dead because of him. Everyone in chat, shame Egg, and everyone just started bullying Egg.
Nice.
Oh, God.
$2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. Listen to The Touch by Stan Bush. Maybe. I don't know who that is. Anyways, yes.
Sika says, I'm expecting a positive video on Halo Reach from Setch, to be honest. No.
No, I'm not going to use the fucking flail. Stop saying pagan flail. God damn it.
Anyways, I'm attempting this for like the 5th time now. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you for coming out.
Goodbye.